ghosts of Stockholm, I'll call it, because we did see them having quite a trouncing by the side of G2. But the fact that they couldn't continue that coming into the later stages of the game, that is a little bit heartbreaking for me to watch.
And to be fair, I think it hurts even more. It hurts even more because you look at the scoreline and you might have this false idea that, oh, you know what, actually that was a really back and forth game, you know, 6-10, they fought for it. No, actually not. They had a 5-0 lead where everything was looking sunny and beautiful. And then after that, it's just a draw. It's literally 5 rounds over the course of the rest of the game that NIP pick up. It hurts massively. They felt powerless. They were at the mercy of FaZe, and they have to react on the second map.
Well, they will have to react indeed. No chance for them to rebound on their own map pick. It's going to be Overpass coming into the mix as the second map of this best-of-3 quarterfinal. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
We need to see reactions. I think we have to start a conversation with Brolan. Obviously, he is one of the most talked about player in the side of NIP, the highest rated player coming into this playoff. He was the best T-sided player they had, and he was nowhere to be found on Nuke. First playoff for him. Do you expect a reaction? Should we expect better from Brolan on that second map?
I think so. I think it's a map he's very, very comfortable in, kind of lurking around, finding those options. But it's going to be hard to handle. We'll see how he actually handles that pressure, because FaZe were ruthless. They did not give any player any time to breathe or kind of get into the game, get any groove. So we'll see if they can mentally reset for this overpass. But yeah, he needs to step up.
And I like the fact that you mentioned space, because it has to be one of the key words when it comes to overpass, when it comes to the map control. Sure, you can from the get-go just call a B rush or whatever this is. You have some strategies from the first second. But the truth is, most of the time it's played through taking map control, you know, grabbing that banana control, maybe into the bathroom, going towards long. That requires, I guess, a little bit of risk-taking. And if you're Brolan, do you really feel like taking risks after that new game? Do you really want to go up against Rain? That's going to be straight in front of you after that first game. I truly believe that there is a mental hurdle that they have to go above right now if they want to make it competitive on Overpass.
So with FaZe starting on the CT side of things coming into Overpass, who are you particularly putting your eye on, Matthew?
It's too easy. It's really too easy. I have to go for Rain. I mean, I would have had it even without that performance on Nuke, but for now, the choice is extremely, extremely obvious. Rain, just like Fur back in the days, that's a little bit of a topic right now. Just like Fur in the days was one of the, and still is one of the most aggressive A side player we have. You talk about taking space, he'll do it, he'll be in your face, and he's got the confidence rolling for it. And you have to figure him out if you're NIP. If you allow him to just roam and take space, I think it's over.
Yeah, and something they did really, really well on Nuke as well. They seem to always be able to claw back, even though they had that rough start. They got a round, they got two. They just kind of felt like they always had some answers, some things to like throw in there. And Karrigan is one of those IGLs that is so good at these tempo switches. And he knows how to abuse it. He knows when people are thinking and they're caught in their brain to kind of, you know, anti something they have in their playbook, and then he just switches it up and brings like a completely chaos round into it, and they pick up a lot of those rounds as well, and that's something that is just based on the timing of the call. It's not necessarily the call itself being super good or very detailed. It's more of a surprise move, you know, and he's really good. I think one of the best in the world at just that.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see FaZe taking on this ground as well, because we've only seen them once thus far at the Major. It was against Eternal Fire. It was a bit of a stomp from the side of FaZe. Brokey was the man of the hour to kind of really be stepping up into things, which is interesting when we're looking back at that first map of Nuke, because maybe we were looking at him and go, is he potentially feeling some of those nerves of being on the big stage?
I mean, the least we can say is that he hasn't delivered what he is supposed to, but also it's a win. It is a W, so if you will, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? You didn't really play at your best on the first map, but you had colleagues, you had that support group around you that carried you through the finish line. Now we are on Overpass. I don't think he can allow that kind of performance. I think his role is way too instrumental with the AWP. But as we talk about AWP, do we expect the same kind of crazy performance from ESETAG? Because Overpass was the ground where ESETAG put Maui Snake in his pocket and where he destroyed Vitality, right? So do we expect that kind of performance? That's a moment for ESETAG.
He has historically been really good on Overpass with the ops, so I actually expect him to actually show that quality again. We saw him on against Vitality completely demolishing them. But something for me that's important to bring up is that I actually know like the NIP coach very well, and he is one of the best brains of Overpass that I've ever talked to. And that's something that's going to be instrumental coming into this prep for this map, because they knew they were going to get it. And I think, you know, yeah, it's just going to be instrumental because he's so smart.
Starting on a T side. If we keep on with the ESETAG train, it has to be a prism through which we look at it. CT side, coming into the playoff, 1.25 rating. He was surprising everyone. He was doing a massive job with the AWP, where we thought he would falter. But on the T side, lowest rated player for NIP, 0.84. And that is kind of the Amanek syndrome, if we will, in the sense that you have a hybrid that goes full into an AWP. On the CT side, just fine. If you are clever, if you can figure out positions, rotations, and when to cut back, you're going to have a couple of kills. That's beautiful. But on the T side, this is where usually you struggle to create something out of nothing, to create an opportunity, to get these entries, because you need a little bit of intuition to do it. And that is something that usually Hybrid don't provide. And it could be why we see ESETAG struggling so much on the T side.
And it's definitely something that I question whether he is going to be able to replicate that same form versus Vitality, because let's just put it bluntly, it was a completely different type of opponent when NIP were coming into this. We've already seen FaZe fully fired up after winning their map pick of Nuke. In that matchup, I don't know, Vitality just looked uninspiring, I think was the word we used to describe their Overpass. So, you know, I think it's just a completely different context that he's coming in with it too. And I do just want to point out, Hampus was talking about ESETAG in a recent interview, and he was saying, you know, the communication is something that he's really had to adapt from, coming from a completely different role into this orc role. We were talking about him, you know, being incredibly selfless as a player, taking on this role that the team really needs to be filling right now with the absence of Device. And I think this is going to be a huge test for him if he is going to even try to replicate even remotely close to what we saw against Vitality.
For NIP as a whole, it's a gargantuous task that they have in front of them. There's no other way to put it. They kind of ghosted through the first map after that 5-0 lead. They have the ghost again of that Stockholm, you know, major playoff where they didn't show what they wanted to, and I'm sure they all came here with the intention, the firm intention of doing something different. But the problem is you go up against FaZe who live and breathe through the stage. Men like Karrigan, men like Rain as well, big time players showing up when they have to. They've just done it on Nuke. So the task is gigantic for them to react.
And I also want to mention, I know we spoke about Rops not showing up on the server, but I'm not sure that's a negative, because if you're going to beat FaZe and Rops actually shows up on the server, you're going to have an incredibly hard task in front of you. Like, he should be, you know, I see him as a superstar. He's so methodical. You know, he's that kind of player you would love to have as a coach, just because he always makes the right move. He clears everything in with 110% intention, and you know, he rarely makes mistakes. I think he just lost a few duels. He got a little bit nerved in the beginning.
Oh, he was nervous, yes.
Yeah, he picked up the op, he got a few frags, so I think he's back into it. I think he's comfortable now. He got the man like Carrigan to help him out, basically. I love that from
We're
Carrigan.
talking about comfort. Carrigan is his most comfortable when he's up in front of a stage.
He feeds off it.
In front of a crowd.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
He feeds off it. I mean, individuals ask people, there's two ways. It's fight or flight, right? When you're in front of a danger, when you're in front of pressure, you either disappear or, like this man right here, you feed off the energy, you play off the crowd. He was always famous to be able to do that. And I think when you face this man, when you face FaZe Clan on the stage, it's in the back of your mind. It's here, it's grinding your gears. You know that they will just feed off of it. Any round you give them, any clutch you give them, suddenly everyone's be shouting. Back in the days, he even had his little tool like Carrigan was. It was horrible to play against.
Yeah.
But he always knew how to rile them up and have the crowd with him. He's a fan favorite.
Yeah, no matter how many fans you might have in the crowd, Carrigan
more.
has literally everybody else in his back pocket as well. It's absolutely phenomenal. I do want to bring one more name into the mix for the side of NIP. It was somebody that you have been, you know, really impressed by. Rez, the fact that we've got to see his form really improving for so many years. We wanted to see the Rez of 2017, 2018 really coming into fruition. I feel like he was doing that through the Legends stage. Do you feel like there's any more pressure for him coming into this playoff match?
Yes, there is. There absolutely is. Look, if a couple of players next to him don't do what they are supposed to and don't provide the same amount of kills, then obviously there's going to be a disbalance. But I still think that Rez has to do more than what he did in the first map. By the numbers, you just look at 2022, and he is, what, the 7th highest rated player that we have on LAN. If you filter it top 20, that's a really, really high praise to be giving him. But it's all worth nothing if you just show 60% of that when you're at the major. When you're on the stage, if you are just traversing the game like it goes, that can't be. We need to see more from Rez. Not that he was exceptionally bad on Nuke, but he just wasn't Rez.
I just want to say, like, NIP, they just have to forget that map. Yes, they had a lead, had a chance, but that's good enough. Take that in with you. We had a chance to actually win Nuke. Positive feelings, positive energy, and just bring that around the team. Know that now it's our map pick, it's our choice. We know how to play this, we know the protocols. We are well drilled enough to close this out. So I think they just have to bring all this positive energy. Don't think about the negatives that you had the lead. You had a chance. That's it.
And that's something that Hampus was, again, praising DGL for coming into this. He was saying, you know, it's not just tactically wise, that he's really, really solid. He's a really good people person as well. And maybe, Devil, do you want to give us a few ideas of what exactly you're expecting from him on the T side of things? Because we know he's not afraid to get those tactical pauses in quite early on for NIP.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what side they start on. He uses 2 free pauses usually on that first half. And I think that is to calm them down, make sure they're in the game, don't get over-focused so they can't take communication in. And he's instrumental actually in their T side approach. When they start T, he usually takes very early pauses if something is wrong to pick up a few rounds to gain that momentum. So that's going to be instrumental going into this overpass.
He needs to wake them up. He needs to wake them up if you're NIP. If you're going with the same mindset, the same perspective you had on the first map, this is it. This is 2-0. FaZe is going to mince them. There needs to be a reaction on the side of the suite.
Do you see FaZe having the ability to be taking this 2-0 double?
Absolutely. They love this. They're absolutely loving it. So I don't know what else to say. They are thriving in the environment. It doesn't even seem like they have any pressure on them right now. Now it's on NIP's pick. Anything can happen.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out. Overpass on the cards. It's NIP's map pick coming into things, and I cannot wait to get into this one. Scorny and Lourdes, how are you feeling down there in the arena?
How am I feeling, Freya? I'm feeling pretty damn good. I'm probably feeling just about as good as everybody else in this arena. Yeah? Oh, that's light, guys. That's light.
How many FaZe fans are out there in the crowd right now? And we can't forget about the Swedes on the other side of the server. How many NIP fans are there? Oh, they're keeping up.
Okay, they're out there.
Yeah, they're keeping up. That's a big brand that
And,
you've got to match up against.
What if I said, how many Counter-Strike fans are out there?
Oh, yeah. You know, I've always said if the Ts and CTs work together, they win way more rounds.
You'd think. Put your differences aside.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have teamwork here, and it was teamwork that got FaZe through that nuke. It was the unlikely players reaching the top to maintain the streak, but a little absence from some of the mainstays to make it close. And NIP with a strong first half on a map they should have never won has made this veto very scary. They know they could have lost nuke and still win this series.
Yeah.
It's not like some others. In this situation, NIP look forward to Overpass. This is the map that is conducive to NIP, their identity, everything about this team. We look at Brolin and now Rez playing on this roster. The most interesting part is that we've seen Rez migrate from the A site over to the B site, and they have Brolin now picking up bathrooms. That's NIP showing us they're giving him space to work, and Rez showing comfort on that other half of the map. That reinforces both halves and has improved their CT side. And then we have DJL and Brolin again when we talk about the T side, has made a map that they are already picking, ready to play against anybody, even more well fortified, even more scary. And so this won't come down to one half for NIP. And for FaZe, they know this will be hard, but they are looking at, you know, 3 maps where they have 100% win percentage, one where they played just once and they were able to take it. NIP, at least when we talk about Overpass, are beating almost everyone they face, but they do have some losses, and some weird ones at that. I mean, we come out of Pro League, LFG, Liquid, Copenhagen Flames have all taken them down, but what's most important in Counter-Strike is recency. Vitality, ENCE have been their victims. Combined, they got 11 rounds on Overpass.
It really felt to me after that Vitality matchup that if you were going to try and, you know, duke it out with ninjas in pajamas on Overpass, then you had to really bring it. They walked in, thought maybe just a little bit of mechanical skill, a little bit of talent could be enough, and we saw tidbits of game plan, but I think you need to be S tier if it comes to locking horns with ninjas on Overpass.
Yes, absolutely. And they might not have 5 ready to game. Now the thing is, you can bet against Rops as many times as you want, eventually you're going to lose. He doesn't go quiet for an entire series. You know, maybe once in a blue moon. And now that they've survived the first map, just like they did versus the Copenhagen Flames, when we got into map 3, not only did Rops frag, he took over. He absolutely decimated the other team. And Rops in this opening game when he came on the FaZe Clan and they started to play Overpass, also absolutely murdered the competition. Rops is a guy who can win this map almost single-handedly, and that's not to even talk about the rest of the stuff they have behind it, the great game plans we've got from Kerrigan, the very scary T side that is better than almost any other team. And you know, the fact of the matter is, NIP play Overpass a lot to the point that a lot of teams have probably studied them a lot as well. Whereas FaZe, they're hard to pin down. We don't know exactly what map they want in almost every single veto, and that's something they dangle above all of the rosters that they go up against.
A guillotine that'll cut right through you if you are not cautious. And now, Ninjas in Pajamas, they're going to have to throw caution to the wind and play with their hearts on their sleeves, because if they do not take their map pick of this matchup versus FaZe, then they will fall at the same hurdle as they did on home turf in Stockholm. Ladies and gentlemen, map 2, FaZe and NIP!
Let them know, Antwerp, why we should be here for the major. Make your city proud. FaZe and NIP going down on Overpass. Nobody knows who wins this.
And nobody knows who's going to show up either. I'm still waiting with a bit of hesitancy to see which of these 5 from FaZe fire up. But I guarantee you something, one of them will. And if 2 of them or 3 of them really pop off, then NIP could just be outclassed. We'll see. It starts.
Raindrops outside the bathroom. But it's not pouring. There's only one here. And he's not falling all the way back to the site. So they try to get him out of his position. But maybe they haven't put up enough work. No decision's been made just quite yet. Rain will see one off the corner of his screen. That's Rez out.
Comes back. Fires another couple shots. Gets into cover. Goes for Brolin. And that's where he's going to fall. Man taken right back, even 4v4. We get those rotates upwards from the CTs, but I mean, the Ninjas aren't all in on this.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, look at the map right now. We've got a lurker still. Tag throwing a nade here. Zek is coming towards the B site.
Nice jump, but Twist's gonna end that. Kerrigan had the bit of a surprise.
Oh,
can't get a second. Again, his USP, good for that first headshot, as it was on Nuke. Man advantage as bomb is planted. Hamp is right here to try and help, to try and bail his teammate out of a troubled situation. They're being attacked from both sides. Brokey holds off. Twist waits, but also pushes ever closer as the other T tucks into long. Both die, and FaZe pick up pistol.
Yeah, they do. They secure it. That's Kerrigan with the composure. It looks so sharp. You take the name tags off, I'm not sure I could tell you that was Kerrigan. You know, he's not the guy we look for when it comes to mechanics, but he has completely upped his individual level. I mean, whether or not the stats showed it in terms of what we've watched so far. He's winning duels versus basically anybody. So they're on the board. Starts out 5v4, a light fake for NIP over towards B, but FaZe do not bite. And most importantly, they had Twist right side monster to deny Tag from coming in. If that lurk came out, then the rotations become a little bit more believable and understandable. But FaZe makes sure that it doesn't get out of hand. Now they're the ones looking for a conversion. Coming off the back of winning one pistol, losing the second. Sorry, the opposite. Now they've actually... they won the second pistol on Nuke, and now they continue on with another. Kerrigan surveying the scene, making sure nobody's doing anything sneaky. And it's a very interesting part of the map here on the inside of Monster. You can walk out very often.
Ooh, they get ahead of that. No, they don't. I thought he had taken enough of a step forward.
Yeah, it was actually, the perfect resmoke, and Kerrigan was right there to watch, stand guard.
Here it comes. So many players. Kerrigan takes the nade out, gets back around the corner. Twist will bring one with him. MP9 done at the hands of Hampus. 3 kills from Hampus inside this bomb site. Forced by working wonderfully as Rez cuts one down outside connector. Rain comes at it. 2 kills back for him. And just as NIP think they can bleed around onto the board, the stoic Stone Golem comes back in with this 1v4 at hand. Halfway there, snaps it up and goes down to the Tech 9 of Tag. NIP bounce back.
A moment there where Hampus is so low, it's a chance. Top of the site with a Tech 9. Brave spot to be in. Rain isn't ready for it, and NIP deny the conversion. It's all because of Hampus coming in 3 frags, low HP after Kerrigan drops his incendiary, was ready to swing off a flash. Any kind of monster hit came in, but they found a good timing to come through that smoke. He ends up having to fall back on the incendiary. His teammate has the chance to fight them while they're standing in it, and neither of them get a kill.
FaZe just gonna have to lick their wounds after this one. Try a bite back if they can, but for now they're just going to stay back, insight and tuck. Heavier towards that B lean just in case NIP were to throw more of the same as we saw in that last one, but nope, they're going to carve out a path elsewhere. Using their utility inside a connector, making sure all is good.
This is a huge thing about NIP that's been good to talk about, is that now they're finding space where they can walk silently and create a lot of gaps, but also they know where they can apply pressure without sullying their own plans and being able to walk in incognito. Rez joins the fray towards the site. Silence is deadly at the moment, and FaZe are walking around blind.
Kerrigan thinking about attacking from the back.
Yeah, and maybe they do have a little bit of info here.
There's one thing FaZe tend to have, it's that firepower. Smokes go down in front of the site. That's actually going to give Twist a pocket to play in. Rez finds him though, so no problem. 2 kills down, Rain, 1 and done. And Robs can't get into the mix as he's smoked off. Tag holds flank, and the Ninjas, they'll slice straight through this 3rd round to give themselves the early lead.
That's how you know you got a good execute, okay? There's an overstack from the CT side, but there's not enough space for those CTs to be comfortable. Back dice gets exposed, one on Optimus gets mollied out, and the continuation flashes to allow the scaling to occur go down perfectly with timing. And that's a spot where they stopped, paused it long, and waited for that flash to pop so that they could swing. And it looked like for a moment there was an option for the CTs to start attacking. No, the utility comes into play, and NIP put together a very solid round versus a very hard and really ready stack in a spot where FaZe, they don't have much to work with, but they had enough people to at least put up some kind of defense. Only a single kill in round 3, NIP clear them out and show us why FaZe should be worried about them on overpass. As much as this should be the map that NIP can go to, you know, we are talking about a new level of pressure in the stadium again, players that need to prove that this isn't too much for them, staring into the crowd, being able to see the fans cheering back, and they didn't prove it at Stockholm. They lost in the quarters 2-0 to G2. They crumbled. And we can talk about great game plan and all of these other things, and we know NIP have already proven all of that is second to the pressure. I mean, the execution in moments like these are what is the most important part. And sometimes we look at FaZe and we talk about how messy things are. You know, the land calling from Kerrigan. It's actually a way to talk about how scrimmy sometimes it gets. But it's the confidence behind it that always works out because he has the players that believe in the calls. And that's a story that NIP are trying to tell. They can do that too.
Hampus gonna get dinked, but deals with Rops, and the frag is the end of Twists. So nice utility. And honestly, nice start for you from Hampus. Every once in a while, I feel like we get these moments from Hampus where his individual level is almost like that of his stars.
Yes, I mean, for a while he was the best player on the team. I'm comfortable saying that. Not only was he calling, but basically the only player that was worth his salt on T side, a player who would make space, a player who brought ancient wins to NIP, a player whose lurks won the maps on Mirage, who won the maps on Overpass as well. But now he has some help, and he's not the guy we have to talk about every single time. It's not a desperate-looking NIP that relies on his individual level. He still has it. It's there. It's just not required anymore. And we also have seen the game plans on T-side be tailored not around Hampus anymore, and his overt risks when it comes to trying to create space to try to get 2K entries so his team can execute behind it. Now we see him actually playing a lot slower, picking his battles when it comes to where he lurks. And instead he knows, again, that if he doesn't get kills, they still can win the round. So that only powers up the team from the perspective of allowing him to shine, but also it just allows others to shine. And you don't want to lean on individuals in a game like this. There's too much that can go wrong that's not your fault. You can play the best CS of your life, but if Rops peeks you one way, you're just going to die every round and there's nothing you could do about it. That's why this is a 5-player game.
Pressure on this one. Yeah. Buy back in from FaZe, sure enough.
If you guys missed it, it was on Overpass where we saw Esatag have one of the most unreal maps possible. He would be on CT side when we switch over, which we inevitably will, hopping outside of bathrooms, controlling space, playing in a variety of positions, and hitting absolutely everything. He had a magnet on the end of his op in that series, and again, versus one of the best players in the world in Zywoo.
CTs want to get aggressive. Not looking to shy away and hide inside their bomb sites. This is a nice one from Kerrigan, and he's not just going to go alongside his teammate. Twists a few steps behind.
Rain here, of course, always going to take first contact on these setups and see they're throwing nades while they're walking. This will make it harder to read, but they don't know how much information has been taken back.
He's on high alert. He's going to bring Brolin down with him. Plobsky tries to chase that and Rain's on the escape, but doing an excellent job. Brokey comes in with an assist through the bathrooms, and this entire time, Kerrigan has just been holding that walk key, slowly getting closer to this setup, and inevitability as Kerrigan delivers a kill to the back end of this train. The pain mounts on NIP. They don't have bomb in their possession. 45 seconds, and Hampus brings one off of that bomb site. They could still slow squeeze this.
Yeah, they're fighting in a mire right now, and I mean, they can last as long as they can, but eventually the end is coming. Brokey stops them from getting anything in CT spawn or any further kills, and Rez will control the spray for one. 16 health, bomb beside him now in a 1v2.
But the player on the bomb site's the low one. Brokey also tagged as he takes 2 kills in this round.
What kind of read will Rez have on the situation?
Twist still pretty far removed, but coming back. Utility looks good for Rez, but there it is, Twist.
Oh.
He disappeared and comes back through the smoke to just execute inside that site and give FaZe a round win.
That was an exemplary round from Kerrigan, and I think another thing that we can talk about with this team, we won't have Ancient in this series, but what we noticed from him is he was sending Rops to push the A site over and over again. This is the part of the map that some would say is the most scary, with the way that the ramp splits into 2. You can't always peek down the stairs, but FaZe have been trying to push the hard sides of maps very often. The absolute scariest thing to do on CT side of Overpass is push Monster, and he's done it 2 rounds in the first 5.
Looking to take this one by storm. Take it by force. Ninjas move beyond the fountain. First face was from FaZe, and they fell back. Looking like a boost. Rain's got to be cautious, though. They're getting dangerously close to him. And as he jumps up, Brolin knows that he's got 2 players locked in. Oh! Nice. The spray goes on from Brolin. And he's just going to keep this one with a great tempo, but Rops delivers an instant headshot and puts an end to Brolin.
Slight misutility. Brolin trusted it. Molly and CT is off. Rops creates space. Totally reset of the situation. They have to think about this all over again. How do we get back in?
Kerrigan, he's going to walk right into the scope of S&Tag. Patient as ever, he stayed posted. And those first 2 kills, by the looks of it, Rain shooting the boost that he really wanted when Brokey actually doubled back towards as if the long play.
Well, this is an interesting spot. I mean, it's still obviously maybe an insurmountable attack and twist. He only uses as many bullets as he needs, but it's still too good spacing here between Plopsky and Rez. The trade was inevitable. The bomb will get planted on the B site, and there is no way back in for Mr. Rops. I think everyone on NIP already are aware of this. They have earned this round. Another rifle to their name. I like the confidence, though, from that position we saw from Rain. He actually had the chance to clip somebody off from going downstairs before they ended up trying to assemble that boost on the outside of Divider. And in that spot, Brolin controls his spray like a guitar, and I can't believe that he got the second frag after using so many bullets into the wall, but he managed it, and that's the firepower on T side that NIP have hired.
30 rounds downrange. He cleans it up. Robs hangs on.
Even tried to wait. They even tried to wait to peek him. Use up your ammo. You're not going to figure out the last 10 bullets of the spray. That's not the case. Don't test Brolin.
Nah, he's on it. Crazy to see him go from that international roster of Fnatic, which he was very clear after leaving he was not comfortable with. He wants to play Swedish CS.
Yes. Well, as they say in Sweden, all things come to an end, except the sausage.
It has too.
And this might be the final stop for Brolin. It depends. He seems quite happy in this position. It's also the patience from S&Tag. I think one criticism, honestly, is that when he opts, he will sit on an angle maybe too long in some positions. And in this spot, I know, of course you're going to be mad if you're Kerrigan. You just peeked after all that time, and you ran right into it. But Kerrigan will...
A boost attempt here from the AK. Oh, connects. Oh my. Now, you want to talk about 30 bullet sprays? Well, Rops will give one back the other way. Twist comes in from a little short control, grabs an AK, fire on the feet of Rain. He's got the dual Berettas, and he's down to the hands of Brolin. We've got fights all over, but ultimately NIP come out on top.
Count him up. Kerrigan taking space outside Monster again. Shut down. Only pistols on this, but from that last round we saw Twist try to put up a defense over on the B site. And NIP have been quite difficult to figure out exactly where they want to end. But one thing they've been doing well is grouping before the hit comes in, not separating up too much in the lurks, throwing their utility from safe positions and hitting sites together. But it looks like they're willing to scout.
Really strikes me as like one of the best pieces of evidence of an S-tier overpass team. It's not about how well you expand across the map, but then how you contract back together. And NIP are just the best.
And it looks like the scout pays off. Brolin sees nothing. Twist might be able to grab one exiting, but he's too far away to punish Hampus. And you know, now they know it's going to be scary to walk back to A. NIP would not make a snap decision like this unless they had pushed, but it has to be respected.
There's a chance for Brokey to grab another gun, and he has so little to risk here. Why not? Oh, but Hampus guards it. He is the most Swedish troll there is. He's always in the vents. He's always in the caves. He's always in the tunnels.
Yeah.
Ooh, but Brokey still gets what he wants.
Okay.
As Hampus walks into that one, sidelines, so the second rifle is saved.
That is a big upgrade considering they could use the extra money, of course. Brokey has an addiction. It's called the op. It's very expensive. He always goes back for more. Started out this year, first 3 or 4 months, and Brokey was literally the best player in the world. Now that's cooled off a touch. When we talk about the end of 2021, I think you can safely say that BO3 was not the reason that FaZe didn't make it into playoffs. And in that situation, BO3, tried his damn hardest to get there. But now they are there. They're sitting in quarters, and his Legends performance wasn't as comparable to Stockholm as it should be, and what they need. And especially doesn't reflect his consistency in the year to this point.
Ooh, big boost, very fast as well. Oh, oh my God.
Okay, Twist, only Twist. A headshot from the AK to do
distance.
99 damage to Esatag. He survives that. Maybe he's made of magic. Maybe it comes with joining Nip, but now Rain over on the other side of the map thought this was free space to be taken over. They confirmed the 4-man boost, but they disassemble just as quickly as they assemble.
The fact that Esatag also falls off of that giant stack of players and doesn't die. No scope's gonna miss.
Oh!
Second chance connects, goes back with the headshot into Blobsky. And then he dies to the hands of Hampus. Rops shaves him off of the party, falls away. 3v1 here for FaZe as they look to close that gap.
Everybody's been talking about BO3, but now you see him. Don't expect them to miss 2 no-scopes in a row. That stairs locked down. That's the round right there. Look at the amount of players left from FaZe. They trade him out. He doesn't get his 2 frags, and suddenly Nipper in the power position once again. But now it's lonely Brolin. The best part about this round is the clock for Brolin, but even that is about to expire. And there are a trifecta of CTs waiting for him.
At the very least, found himself in the middle of them all. Everybody's hunting. Rob's trying to give chase, a little bit of a jump spot.
Oh! He waited for that jump spot!
Brolin with the most ridiculous first headshot to crack that bomb site wide, and look at the CTs react. That sends a shiver down their spines. They call him the best that Sweden has to offer. And he smashes that first helmet wide. Kerrigan cooling off, and Brolin's just waiting. It's Robs and Kerrigan on the other end, and they stop him, but
what a shot.
Let that be a warning sign of things that could come.
He heard a pair of shoes hit the ground. He paused and peeked for the next jump spot. That was clinical from Brolin. Absolutely insane. And you better believe if he kills Kerrigan in that spot, he's almost guaranteed the 1v1. He has so much space. That is ridiculous from Twist. A pre-aim to spawn. That's 2022 CS right there. And a round that was saved by BO3 early on. Nearly comes close to leading the way of the Swedes. Attack timeout called here. Maybe to congratulate Brolin for hitting that shot, but it wasn't the round win. That's what's most important. We got fans from all over the world here already in Antwerp. And as days go on, the more packed it will get.
But which teams will be left?
That is
for
the question.
To see in the flesh, we'll see. For now, FaZe stabilize.
Yeah, every team will have to earn it. Brutal in the quarters. So much promise coming out of Nip.
I actually don't know whose shot was sicker. Twists with that 99 damage dink, or Brolin tapping the guy inside of sight.
All in the same round.
How is that in the same round of CS?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, what a wonderful sandbox. Oh, that we've got here. BO3 spots one. They don't throw the first incendiary to allow it to not be smoked to spot the cross. It's a good tactic, but the opportunity is gone. FaZe can take a breath. So can Nip.
Shots into the bottom of connector.
Oh, the amount of trust they have on Rain when we talk about him in all these different spots.
Nails it.
Yeah, puts
Goes
it
for
together.
seconds.
What is that? Slide out from Rain.
He could sense that they were near. Brolin gives him an opening by firing some shots in the floor of party, and down he goes. 5 versus 3 for FaZe.
And he's slippery, but he's got his shower shoes on. He's the one who's dishing out the liquid. NIP lose this. Bomb will get picked back up again. What are the ideas? We saw FaZe pull off a 4v5 or 2 in that first map. And there's no shame in losing those situations. And even harder to do it in the 3v5. But if they're really that good on overpass, there is always a chance.
The 30-second squeeze sets itself up. Full belt of utility here for Esatag. A little nervous about that flank, but nothing there for the time being. Kerrigan, he gets a little bit more proactive. Plopski's gonna throw util, and down he goes. The peek down monster, not gonna work for Twist, but Kerrigan, ooh, he cuts 2 off of the play and gives Esatag the chance. He gives him the choice. You can leave.
Yeah. And
he will. A 4th for FaZe.
Hey, a gracious move from Dane to Dane. Said, get the hell out of here, kid. You're not cut out for this. 4th round for FaZe Clan. Rob stays alive. I can't help but feel like Rain is stealing the show. Map to map now, round to round. The amount of times that he doesn't have any support, the amount of times that he is taking his own liberties, he's voyaging out in through the bathrooms, he's floating around the B side, he's in stairs alone, and he is winning these duels. On Rain, for Overpass, Rain is a player born of FUR. FUR laid the groundwork for how to be aggressive on CT side. Rain and Kerrigan have copied the plays over from that lineup, and now have innovated and developed to take them further.
Nice nade. The new blood gets dunked on. And Rain instantly curls back up alongside Robs. A snake pit set on the CT side of this A site.
Let's see if NIP can tangle the web a little bit further. They've been doing such a good job of going unnoticed for long portions of the round. We got some unconfirmed damage, but it's just that. It might matter, but they haven't found their opponents in Rain. Brand new position.
Trying to get tricky. Brokey, he plucks up Rez. A pluck off of the base of Connector. Rain giving himself a little wiggle room. Also has support from Robs, who keeps that sharp. Woo. And Twists. No, he'll find the head of Plopski.
Man, I swear Rob shoots bullets like they cost $400 each.
Yeah, conserving them as he can. And this one, the life just kind of falls flat. Twists on the side of the smoke. Oh, finds Brolin. He could feel him. He could smell him. And FaZe is going to tie up 5 rounds each. Esatag, again, just looking to hang on with this op. And this is a big question mark, I feel like, when it comes to NIP's T side. We look at Brolin's high rating. We, think of DJL's impact in the calls, but Esatag, not always weaponized, but clearly sharp. I mean, even these frags, man. It's so hard to take his op away. Robs will try and succeed in doing so. Tied game as 5 hits the scoreboard for FaZe.
Absolutely, oppers get exposed on T side. It is incredibly difficult to be consistent, be a two-way player on some of these maps, and T side gets harder by the day. So that will shine a light on the weaknesses of Esatag, but there is still so much to say once we swap over about what he can do and what we know him to do, and further, what we expect now that we've seen it. That story will be told in just 5 rounds, but for now, NIP will have the save and potentially allow FaZe to grab a lead.
Fast one from Rain. Finds Happus immediately. Think of that round where they got that stack. Rain went into the playground to dominate, and this anti-eco falls as flat as possible.
Yeah, they could have killed all 5 with how precise that shooting with those M4A1Ss right now. It looks like they have wiped the crust out of their eyes. FaZe's members, their core players, their hot shooters are starting to wake up, and the scoreboard is so much more even than what we saw on Nuke. NIP, do they feel comfortable with the quota of rounds that they've gotten so far? I mean, I'm sure they feel like it's right now it's okay. If they end 10-5, it's not even close. So NIP, they'll clock in, but will they continue to work?
Always risky business, that one. CT smoke it off. Try to ice things for the time being. Plopski, dangerous game to play, but sure enough, he finds Twists. Man advantage for NIP, but Plopski, he doesn't realize that door's wide open, and he goes right into the crosshair of Rain. Then all of a sudden, the pop-up from Brolin.
Oh, he's not counting that.
Challenge from Connector. Brokey drops him, and that leaves Robs inside this position.
They didn't know about the boost.
Nope.
It was the bottom player to take out Plopski. He was looking the other direction. And look at the amount of times that Kerrigan has been here, but now he's gonna get spotted. He doesn't win his duel.
Gets caught. But how about this? What if Robs comes up? He thinks maybe he can surprise them and nobody really knows what's on the other side of that ladder.
There is a chance he goes up. Now, he has a rotation to go back, of course, through the stairs, but there's no one in the B site at the moment here for FaZe Clan. Broky, he could get lurked upon as well. Will he be aware of the threat that's oncoming?
Broky doubles back, gonna play this one a little safer. Now Essetag's gonna be calling to his 2 other teammates, the other cohort of NIP on the other end of the map.
Well, thing is, I mean, it looks like, okay, we got some utility now here coming towards A. FaZe are the ones who are blind here. Rops is making an executive decision to come back to this site. It looks like this little bit of utility is going to do what they want. Get this rotation going. 15 seconds, and the plan is about to be dived, and Essetag, like ships in the night, will pass by Broky.
Bomb plant off of it. Rob doubles in through connector, so he's still gonna have this pinch on the retake. The CTs aren't able to collect themselves. Broky gets deleted as Essetag peeks into those tunnels and kills him with absolute ease. No chance at that one, and with it, it feels like Rob's, that's the life of the round, gone for FaZe, as NIP will make their way through. But think about that aggression from Kerrigan. He almost finds them with their backs turned. He detonated before.
It comes down to him having his knife out in that spot. There were so many chances for them to rotate back. If he had his gun out, then he might have been able to win. He could still die jumping up in that position, but at least it would have been more of a fair fight. But again, I want to point out, they're opting to push Monster so often that it demands of the T side to dedicate a solo player to holding that for long periods of the round, which is very scary for NIP to deal with, but they have been winning despite that fact. I think we both can say that FaZe have got themselves back into this game off this informational play, but at the same time, NIP pulling out 6 T rounds, staying 1-1 right now with the CT side of FaZe, says even more.
Getting the job done, keeping the economy alive.
That was such a good round from NIP. There was so much going on between all the lurks, and Essetag, without even shooting anybody, is the reason that they're able to score a plant.
That one flashbang that pulls Broky and Robs away.
It's the flashes get stronger the later the rounds go. Looks like we're gearing up for something, but both teams have ideas.
And we've seen a heavy B lean before. They get a lot of space for this play. They're gonna try to pop this. Exec's coming in. Broky's looking to hold in. Oh, but he gets deleted by Brolin immediately. Plopsky, that's 1 kill from him, but Kerrigan over on Monster, in between everyone. Kerrigan carries again, as FaZe will take that 1-round lead. He is so sharp in a sea of talent on FaZe Clan.
Absolutely.
He still manages to put up highlights.
That's a spot where we see some of the best players in the world fall short, and he deals with the entire split as the entry pack comes in like a bulldozer to take out all of his support. Twist, his right man beside him, helps him with some of this ADR, but Kerrigan is the front man and had no one to trust as far as he was concerned in that moment.
Big delivery from him. Pushes half of the NIP players back into the pistols. FaZe, they do not want to give up this lead. Drops right into the fight. And that late lurk from Plopsky will not be an option. His gun hits the ground, as now it has to be Hampus. Broky's falling away from this. Lots of contact to be made here with NIP on the front side of the bathrooms, but already we see the CTs start to posture, start to get closer and look to hold.
The tether was weak for a second, but now he's got so much support, he can actually be free.
Runs a risk. Knocks down Brolin in the background. Hampus on 37 as the utility takes him out of position, and risks can continue to be run.
Oh, now they're establishing full control here. Picking off these early targets. I can't believe how close this game has been in terms of how well both teams are playing. But it's the T side that's even more impressive. It'll be the stress for FaZe moving into the second half, but for this one, they might be able to keep a meter stick between them and NIP as they get an 8th round here and lead by 2 in round 14.
Couple easy claps from Broky to close that one. CT side racking up those rounds now, looking for the 9-6 finish.
This is huge. I mean, another tack pause here called by NIP, saved just for the last round of this first half, and I gotta say, some Some of these rounds are so good, they're so detailed, there's so much to them that they have options coming into round 15 that most teams would not have because they rush monster too often, they did too many set tactics, they always ended A in the situation on overpass or try to default in this direction. No, NIP have shown themselves that they can finish now planting on the A site or on the B site, and I think for FaZe, they've got a lot to think about, and I wonder if they're going to try a more catch-all setup or if they'll try one of their boost tactics like they did over in the B site, inside of stairs, and look to counter something they feel like is coming from NIP. But I have no idea what play NIP should look for. And the one thing I've seen that we haven't seen, I should say, is a long control setup or something fast towards that half of the map. Oh, looks like for FaZe, they're going to be front-facing. Sometimes it's just been rain up here.
Okay. Extra M4 in sight if either of the operas need to swap under pressure. Roki's going to lay down a smoke after that first contact, but they don't know whether or not he leaves.
Yeah, look, man, they got 2 ops ready for this. And Brokey, he's encouraged to shoot as much as possible.
Oh, Kerrigan dies.
Oh man, rotations are so tenuous right now. Like the fact that you have 2 ops kind of doubling up in this spot, they want to respond to the pressure, but look what it does to the setup.
Close contact. Robson's going to have to hit one very near to him. Oh, but he misses the first shot, and now he's under pressure, trying to hunt him down in the corner. He's blind, and Hampus gives chase for the frag. Woo! They get one of the 2 ops off of this A site with a 5 versus 3 advantage, and in that moment, Brolin was able to slip ever closer.
Oh man, okay, the one thing Brokey wants right now is an early fight, and the last thing NIP should give him is that. The longer they wait, the more insecure he'll get. And of course, we see him just peel completely out of this position. Another great position for NIP. They found themselves off that opening kill from Rez. But Twist answer back, bomb in sight, but they can't get to it. And it might be a red herring. I don't know if they want this.
They pick it up and they're going to move it towards connector. They're going to get it out. Why not? They've got enough time. Get it into that A site. If both of those players fall, if Twist is able to continue outwards, then all of a sudden NIP are in a world of hurt, but there is still obviously the chance that Rain and Brokey can join forces on a retake inside A site. The Ninjas looking to keep this half as close as can be, and with Hampus landing that first op shot, it feels like Rain can do nothing, because Brolin's timing is superb. He falls into the bomb site as Brokey goes back, and just as Rain comes around that corner, gun down.
Just like we talked about with FaZe literally having 70% CT round win percentage on Nuke, we've got NIP with 60 plus here on CT side overpass and a lot of big wins behind it. This will be hard for the team that has put together some of the best T-sides and T-side comebacks in the game in FaZe Clan. But as far as I'm concerned, NIP were the better team that half. They put together really difficult rounds. They looked like they had such a varied game plan. There wasn't ideas from the beginning to the end of the round. They followed some good kills. They got a lot of the openings. Yeah, they survived a ton of treachery right there. I actually think the pressure is on FaZe when we look to the second pistol, even though we are almost dead even.
Hampus still at the helm, and Brolin onto the party. Couple shots exchanged, everybody stands. Critical second pistol. FaZe have already picked up 2 of the 3. Would be a great way to hold on to that lead if they can get this one as well. Gush into Brolin. He survived that first fight with a lot of health, but the second contact, that one cost him. Oh, Kerrigan spotted. Oh, he's gonna finish off 2.
Who is this guy?
Turns it right into Rez. And with that, we get this electric push through the bathrooms, ever closer to that A site. With utility, it sells the fake, because that's what that is.
Oh, they've starved them. There's no choice but to bite. Hampus now has to deal with everybody coming in his direction. Kerrigan was in this spot before.
2, 3.
Fight him up, only a few
He continues to tap. It's Rops that stop. Plopsky in the front back. What is that? They look like they lost it.
I'm so sorry. I was not ready for that. I can't believe he put together those kills that cleanly. It was the perfect call from Kerrigan to go back down to the B site, and they nearly nailed it.
That second kill from Kerrigan, what a sick response. But I mean, after 3 kills in this position. These two are so clean.
Oh my god.
And the 4th guy in, dazed and confused, stunned by the impact of Hampus, had no idea what to shoot at.
If only he had a P2K. And he might have been in business. God damn.
Insanity.
Yeah, that one's, he had to reach down into the depths to find the ability to grab that. Put a molly here from Rain to the top of stairs to clear things out. If they're not mauling the bottom, they'll clear that out themselves.
Little manual labor with the MAC-10. Scout on ESA-tag, M4 for Roland.
And they bought themselves a little bit of space with this wonderful T side. But ESA-tag, now does he feel like he's been studied? Again, one insane map from him in Legends to prove his worth on Overpass. Looking for the repeat in an more important match.
Roland boosted waits. Shadow's gonna draw him in. Oh, he falls off of it. So far, so good. Broky's able to push past. SFG hunting Hampus. Damage! And Hampus holds it in from Truck. Rob's looking for the clutch. He's pressured. There's support on the other side of Dumpster, and of course that 3rd player runs upwards. Half health for Robs in the post plant.
Oh, they gave him info. I mean, both running.
Nip looking for the force, and they'll finish.
Okay.
Roland up close, 2 rifle kills before Hampus gets his hands and his deagle into the play.
There's some beautiful pistol work there behind Brolin. That was such a good attempt from Rain. The flash dodge was extraordinary, but ultimately it came down to a 1-on-3 because everybody from NIP pitched in. They made that round their responsibility. And Hampus continues to put together some great pistol highlights for us coming out of the opening round of the second half. 19-11 with so much more to go. No idea when this game will end. FaZe on the half buy, on the full investment actually.
Yeah. And this didn't work out for them in the first half because that's 2 pistol rounds for FaZe, 2 force buy wins for NIP. This is what started off that convincing T side from NIP. Fizzled out, of course, but early bouts of success tell the tale.
We haven't seen NIP choke. They have lost to some force buys, but they were really good. They were hard to deal with. But there have been no absolute tragedies for NIP so far in this series.
Ooh, Rez, double headshot. And then Rops is able to answer. Tech9 into the rifle. Blomsky's under question here, swapping to the 5-7. He goes down to Brokey. It's something for FaZe, a little footing, but that footing gets fragged. Brokey's gonna come back with another one, but Brolin shows up, and when he shows up, the party's over.
And that's why we should both be scared of FaZe, but at the same time, respectful of NIP, because these rounds are hard. I mean, you're going up against such an even pack of top performers that, like, they're going to win rounds with Tech9s and Deagles. But at the same time, NIP have played very sound in the anti-eco positions on CT side. They're never looking too flustered. Rez puts that rounds into his hand. And again, this is a new position for him to play on this side of the map, only coming in because Brolin has taken over on A. But he just looks like, he looks like a barrels player, a monster holder. It looks like it's in his DNA. And Rob's, I think he's getting a little angry.
Time to power up.
Yeah, he's starting to find his form a bit.
But he'll be sidelined by the frag grenade here in round 19. CT's busy trading nades, and that's going to be Kerrigan to get a little bit closer. Plopsky takes the place of the dead Rops, and with Rain's headshot, it's a warning sign. Warning signs on both sides, but CT's successful. Clamping down on the pistol round here from FaZe. Looking for those double digits, the coveted 10th round for the CTs to take.
Extremely comfortable position here for NIP. And now that it doesn't feel like the pressure has mounted, now that it feels like they're playing the CS that they know, the CT side, they can go off of the protocols they've already established. Brolin patrolling this position, doing great off the signpost. Another solid round, another solid hold. And now NIP can see the finish line. Inferno on the horizon. another map that they have worked tirelessly on. And I only see that because not only can you see the results, but you can see the quality of the T rounds improve again. They're not just a team that are known for execs, they're not just a team that are known for defaults, they're a team that's known for variety and solid execution. But they're not through the woods. In fact, they are 7 rounds away from getting eliminated from Antwerp right now. And at the end of the day, we would be talking about 2 times in the quarterfinals getting 2-0'd. It's always cool to contextualize the losses and see this team has improved. But what's going to matter, the farther away we get from this result, 2-0 in quarters. They can't have that.
Counter terrorist still playing with those nades. Looking to throw them before this comes. Look at the numbers here. Ninjas. Oh, they've lost Brolin in the front side of that site. Wasn't able to get into cover. What can ENCE truly offer? He kills Kerrigan at the very first. He's still within this first bit of fighting, and Twists will take the better of him. Plopsky back by Truck, dies to the hands of Rain.
Oh.
Brokey's into the mix now. Counter-terrorists attacking this left and right, but it leaves only Rez. And he gets that headshot into Rain, losing half of his health and sending them elsewhere. They're gone.
Oh my god, 20 seconds. He can make the executive choice to run now, and he's got a faster rotation than them, but he won't beat them into heaven. It looks like he is walking this rotation, worried about a lurk in this spot, and he's almost running across. One goes down, 10 seconds left. Robs to the one-on-one, and the clutch from Robs.
Finds that deep range headshot, just like Twist did to the T-spawn. This time, it goes to Robs. And he had 8 seconds. Does he want to plant? Does he want to play the clutch? No, he looks for his fight. He leans on mechanics, and he smothers Rez in the 1v3. 2 steps forward and 2 steps back.
Yeah, Rez sharp shooting, but he's not happy about it. He understands that like he can play as well as he is, but not getting these rounds. Not getting these rounds in a map that could very easily go 30. Could be the last chance, over and over, and it could always feel like the moment. And you want to have no regrets. They need to leave it on the table. Another tack timeout has been called, and they've spaced them out. The last one was at the end of the first half. They've waited a good amount of rounds to see what FaZe have to offer. And actually in this spot, have you ever seen a CT round from FaZe with a setup like that?
No, it's far more active.
Far more active, far more in control. Rain at the front of divider, inside of stairs. This is a spot where Brolin, okay, in the NT ecos, he can play signpost on the site. That's fine. That's actually a good spot. If he has an offer as well, he can support a boost. But he can't start there versus rifles that are encroaching and then get flashed. Like, oh my god, I can't believe they flashed. He has to know that that's coming. We need to see him be more aggressive.
Just the deagle for Plopsky as a tag. He's able to get into cover.
Yeah, they don't see him. They might not be able to read this.
Kerrigan's so good at slipping through those cracks. He thought he had an opening.
Ooh, he is much better alive than dead, even if he only has this Mac 10 on 10 HP.
Robs versus Plopsky, deagle versus AK, and for the time being, Plopsky just needs to pay this one patiently.
Yeah, got the bomb rotating over in this spot, but how careful will they be? The one right by Plopsky, it's a wild one.
Puts a smoke down in front of it. That could be an easy upgrade for Plopsky. Is he the one-man army right now?
Oh, it's a scary position to flash into because he could be standing anywhere. They might not be able to cover this, yeah. Oh, they want to punch this rotation. They're mad about this. They're foaming at the mouth. But they have to respect this amount of time that will get drenched off the clock.
And he's still just very much on his own. He has been left here the entire time. He's going to get a second. Rain's up next, and that's the answer for FaZe.
They sacrifice Kerrigan to get that information, but that means that NIP have the man advantage. Another offie here for Rez.
Nice. First one, can't manage the second with the spray, though. It's a ton of damage, but there's just layers to this defense. Hampus, he's the one to die empty-handed. We've got 19 HP left on FaZe, and then Brolin, a missed spray. He's able to stop that bomb, but now Twist's got to jump up. Tag on the reload, and Twist's so patient. He gets back. It's a fake.
Oh!
Clutch from Twists.
He jumps up and puts Tag down. 6 feet under, another 1v1. here for the FaZe Clan. Another 1v2. What a move. That's low HP and trusting yourself.
Into the smoke and back out again.
Believing in all the effort that you've put in to know that you can hit the clutch shot when you need it. Twist, the last great Canadian here in playoffs.
There's been a Canadian representative of every major. We've never won one.
It's coming, it's coming.
He's the one to take up that role today. But you gotta survive this test. Ninjas in pajamas, they're gonna group up here, looking for that one fight, and poor Rops on the other end is gonna find nothing.
He said he might have said they're all there. I think you could call for confidently the amount of CTs that have shown themselves, and that'll be enough for Twist to get towards the site.
Brokey with an opening.
Yeah.
Good recovery already, shooting through smokes, just trying to test the waters of what could be a lingering NIP player, but nah, there's nobody here. It was all in B.
Man, we're talking about Robs taking out Rez in a clutch T round. Now we have Twist winning his 1v2 solo and save off the back of it.
Back 10 makes a little bit of money. Esatag and Plopsky actually with a couple kills between them.
Yeah, there aren't many players left over, but there isn't much time either. No kit here for Esatag.
Grabs the Galil. Could find the fight versus Twist, but an excellent flashbang is going to end that one. Any life left in it from NIP gets drained by FaZe.
Yeah, they set him up for the dunk.
And the T side is going.
Yeah, it is going. It's got a lot of, this is a very, very strong T side. I mean, every round is a fight. It is a battle, and it's not that NIP are just throwing these rounds away. In fact, Rez almost wins his 1v3. That's how close it gets, and ends up losing the clutch. But again, just like looking at that, 2-0 stat and getting farther away from it, just thinking about the fact that they got clean, that's all that's going to matter. The map's on the line, their tournament run is on the line, and these clutches are starting to pile up. And we think about the money, how that changes hands as soon as Twist wins that round. This round is basically free. Another attempt for NIP, but this will take a next level composure to be able to build back into this game. They just have to tell themselves what we already know. They can do this. They can do this. FaZe are fallible. They rely on money as well. There are chances for free rounds. This comeback is possible. But Antwerp, NIP are going to need your help. That's just to get us to a third.
Try for the double dunk, nothing. Counter-terrorists not there. Trying to line things up.
Sometimes I think if Robs is alone at home, he's still jiggling.
Yeah, goes to the kitchen,
Jiggling.
Walking down the halls.
Yeah.
Sitting and waiting for the rest of his team to piece together this picture. We've got this two-man play through Con with also the bomb. And top mid uncontested. But like you've alluded to, right, the Ninjas in Pajamas in comparison to FaZe's CT side have been way less active. They've got the numbers here for that B side push.
Yes.
And imagine if they had that monster control.
Yeah.
Imagine if they pushed through that smoke.
This is just the first attack. It's not the final attack for FaZe Clan. They're trying to draw out utility. This could be retake utility to the A side if they switch on over. There is too much space.
And who's up there? It's Esatag.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great gun to have here, but there's no one to help him out. How close is his teammate? Is he sitting on Optimus beside him? Yeah, Brolin. But this is a fully passive setup in this position, 25 seconds.
Again.
Yes.
We've already seen this one falter. We've seen FaZe break their way through, and they will test it again at 20 seconds. Flashbang connects. Plopsky's gonna get one frag elsewhere. It's Esatag trying to stop them on long. Brolin's got one. He's got himself a second. But now the gun is empty. And as he keeps Twists occupied, there's no bomb plant. Brokey stuck as Brolin keeps this rolling.
Well, yeah, he's rolling. He's rolling. Wow. A pristine hold.
It fizzles out this time.
First thing, a pristine hold. They put it together. But it's still a worrying sign that FaZe picked the right site. They haven't opened bathrooms. They have enough time to get to that bomb plant zone, and there are 2 CTs sitting back there, letting them have all that territory. When they played against Vitality, they played the opposite. Okay, we had ENCE moving up into the front divider, looking for picks on jump spots. We had them peeking down mid. They had the more activity within the stairs. And I always say when a team is getting nervous, they start to lose these ideas. The default way to play is passive. That doesn't make it the incorrect way to play, but if that's all you see, I think that's a damning sign. And right now, even though NiP win this round, you have to be concerned about the fact that FaZe figured it out. They got what they wanted. And just because they lost doesn't mean it was the wrong move. Let's see if NIP can do, even better. They were graced with that. Maybe that's got their heads on straight.
And a reward on the line with everything purchased up from FaZe.
Oh, they don't extinguish the molly. This is a QB sneak from Twist. He's going to try to run up and abuse the sound bait here. Looking for a duel versus any kind of op that comes in. Looking to punish a rotation. But once again, man, this is actually such a smart move from a couple of different angles here, because not only have we seen NIP fall back really quickly, but now Twist has a position where if they do try to change it up, then he can try to punish that. And if they don't find anything, he has skipped a lot of utility and earned themselves a lot of time on the clock so they can get up here even faster. His team follows suit right behind him. I can't help but feel like Kerrigan's thinking right now. They're still missing things though. They don't have a lot in the toolbox. Stress on Brokey and Twist, the 2 rifles of the round.
They get very close and the smokes start to come over. ENCE's got an answer. Twist is going to have to go through that. Missed shot from ENCE. Remember, he has support close left. Brolin with a double and a third. As he gets them locked into that corner, Kerrigan's able to bring it back with something. But Brolin, again, is a presence on this bomb site and a gift to NIP.
Yeah, he actually can't be ignored. That is so insane that he does that with a first op shot missed. That could have been open lines right there, but
Kerrigan trying his damnedest, and Plopsky puts an end to that. NIP to tie this game at 12.
Wow, I mean, holy hell. I guess it makes a bit of sense if Brolin can continue to do that. And this could be a situation where NIP see this as an anti-eco themselves. Maybe they didn't anticipate the actual sheer force of FaZe coming into that round. There was a chance, of course, that they could have been able to win that, but normally, if you think it's going to end it's anti-eco, you have 3 at least. You have 2 rifles, you're off there. You try to spot over on Beast for some information. And this is FaZe fully depleted. So not only was that a round where they had just 2 rifles, but now they have even less.
It's a tight match with a pulse on the side of FaZe Clan. You can see Kerrigan's brain working.
Yeah.
Trying to get things to slip through, trying to find that crack in NIP's CT side, but so far the Swedes are locking in round wins, and now off the back of this one, a lead.
Listen, it doesn't look sustainable to me, but Brolin's consistency is proving otherwise.
Brolin very much up there, right with Hampus. And that's the tag. He's going to lock in the easy one versus Twist. The big question will be, can he continue to do that once we get back into guns? If he didn't have Brolin on that A site, I wonder to myself whether or not FaZe are stopped as bluntly as they were by Brolin. He's going to power up here in the anti-eco, but that is, of course, the reward for NIP.
Let's see the evolutions of the game plans. We've seen right here, we've seen FaZe learn from what they've seen. And we've seen NIP play relatively static, trying what works over and over again. Where do we go now that NiP is in the lead? FaZe are back on a bye. We're closing out this map. We are very close.
Last 5 rounds.
NiP went from seeing the finish line to now tasting the gravel near it. They are so close to breaking through this ribbon and breaking ground for them in major playoffs.
And all of a sudden, we get a much more forward Brolin. And this to me, when he was first introduced to this formula for NIP on Overpass, it was here inside of Connector that Brolin truly shines. But he gets Molotoved out of his initial spot. Has to move around. Luckily for him, there's nobody coming over top of Party because this is going to be the walkout monster. Grenade in the hands of Plopsky. They chase. They've got that first kill. Rez only 1. Rain stops it there, but Hampus is quiet.
Oh my
Hampus
God.
is sneaky, and Hampus can be so slick.
Oh, Rain just being fully well aware of his threats, not overstepping in this position.
Brolin's rotating around that graffiti corner, trying to lend his helping hands to Hampus. There is so much time, but Esatag, he gets pressured off of Heaven.
How?
And while Hampus is blind, he finds that wallbang. Rain's down. Bomb's still gonna be planted. A boost into the site. Twist gives chase, and 2 go down. FaZe tie 13.
Yeah, with that combo, the monster walkout. After all of that action towards bathrooms, they go with a contact explode. And it ends up being perfect. Fumbling with grenades, no one left side monster, no warning system from the barrels, instead just Popsky crack spotting and hoping that they don't pull this play off. And a spot where they were watching both short and holding on to the half wall. Half wall is a great spot where you can split the difference. You have good fights versus monster and versus short, but you don't get to see anything versus monster. Sometimes you want to play up on the grate. Sometimes you want to double up with someone and peek at the same time. Yeah, no G2 here. And they would have been another threat for NIP.
Just gotta be better.
Just got to be better. I mean, they got to win. I mean, the teams that have got here have absolutely earned it. It's the fact of the matter. Well, things become interesting again.
Yeah, big gun round here. I'm waiting for that tempo pace. I'm waiting for that sudden exchange of damage. That major momentum type round. Oof. It's just been more of the same. Each team posturing closer to the finish line. But now NIP again look to pull ahead 5v4. Wallbang not quite there. It's good damage. Drops res by half, but Kerrigan can't get those kills like he could on Nuke.
Yeah, that was a big timing res walking out. Knowing he's going to go into this duel, and he doesn't have anything else to watch. Robs does have to watch up top. So that's why that goes down. 4v5. How wet is Kerrigan's brain right now? How fluid is he thinking?
So much util still to play with for the CTs, and we see it here on Monster.
Oh my God, Rez, peeks out in the middle of the smoke. One more at the end, but clears out the tunnel. This is the activity we're looking for.
Yeah, just that little bit, that X factor.
This is a good moment. They can start searching out A if they believe it's going to be a B-side hit, but FaZe go unnoticed for the time being. Late smoke comes through.
Spacing's good here for FaZe.
So much utility left for NIP. They're doing so well at this point of the round.
They'll have to clear both of the players off Monster's side, and Plobsky, he's going to be that first contact. He eats the flashbang. They come running in. Hampus, 2 kills, and then Rez stops that third, so Kerrigan from the back line is all that's left. NIP pull ahead again by the looks of things.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Sure enough, Hampus ends them.
Oh, yeah.
3 kills from the Swedish IGL to keep himself at the top of that scoreboard. To do what Kerrigan did for FaZe on Nuke, now it's Hampus with NIP.
Yeah, he keeps drilling. He's got that thing plugged in. It's not stopping. What an enormous hold.
That timing, if that first player obviously has to look towards Monster, but I mean, Hampus just skated by death's door.
Absolutely. You know, could have got swung on, one tapped in that spot, but they gave him just that 1 millisecond of timing, and he gets the molly off as well. They can telegraph the hold because the nade's coming over. FaZe try to beat that out, but now they're beaten down.
Hero AK for Robs.
They might be potentially just giving NIP 15 rounds right here and now. And Robs looked like, honestly, some of the shots he was hitting, it felt like he was back in form for this map, but at the same time, he's been hard countered. I mean, Rez cleaned his clock on that last round, sneaking out towards Monster. He's been killed by nades, by players who haven't seen him, refragged from the grave. That's a sign of a really good team, and NIP's utility has been something to write home about. Unfortunately for FaZe, NIP are perfectly comfortable in these spots, especially versus the half-buys. They actually start to extend, you know, towards long, and Esatag is going to throw a smoke down and spot with the op.
Ooh, timing here on util. Esatag, he saw him come out
through.
from bathrooms. He's going to miss that shot versus Reigns Deagle. Dive back into cover. Brolin lines him up. And that's 3 for Brolin. Fires away. And as Hampus gets that kill on the rotate, we've got Kerrigan in another clutch. outnumbered, outgunned, and NIP arrive on 15.
Oh, they're at the tippity
map
top.
Points.
They are right there. They just need to plant the flag. FaZe almost too far away from stopping Inferno from being next, but they did play to have a chance. Okay, in this situation, they saved where they could buy. They had the one AK up. In moments like this, Kerrigan is so good at accumulating data, synthesizing it, picking the best play. Usually ends up being a very complicated round that his team, with full trust, can execute behind it. But another opening kill for NIP. It's Brolin up front this time.
So clean. And Esatag's gonna connect one. Double man advantage for NIP. Utility in abundance. And the challengers in FaZe, no joke. But Overpass is their turf.
Oh, hell yeah. Inferno potentially up next. But there is time here. There is time. There has been space created. We do at least have some control of the map. The bomb is left so far back. I mean, FaZe are just wondering, how do we get this kill to make the execute possible? But NIP have not given them an opportunity.
They've been choked out on this second half. The turntables in full effect as we go nuke to Overpass. Rez tries to find that gap.
This would be more than ridiculous. Look at the amount of mercenaries here.
One smoke for the heavens. That's Hampus cut off. It's just Plopsky and Rez. That's all you have to deal with. And if Kerrigan can get a kill as the split comes through, they're good. But Rez locks them out of Monster. An incendiary in front of the short play with 20 seconds left over, and the ninjas in pajamas, they do what they couldn't on their own home ground in Stockholm. They push it the limit, and they find new territory in a 2-1 series needed between them and FaZe.
Yes.
A map win in the playoffs.
Hell yes, we get Inferno. Let's put the fire to FaZe. They're the ones who didn't look that sharp, or NIP had all the tools. Now the execution. They're not scared of the crowd. They are delivering.
Yeah.
What a monster map that was, man. The CS that they played was phenomenal. That was just beautiful from NIP. And there's so many good things to say about Inferno when we get there. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, that was quality. That was quality, and there was a chance for NIP.
A chance. They grabbed it and they pushed it forward. Inferno to separate two great teams. Isn't that how every major series should go?
Absolutely.
We'll be back soon enough, folks, because we've got Inferno up next.
Inferno is undoubtedly the perfect third map, deciding map coming into this series, but Overpass, man, NIP managed to inch that one out. A first for Hampus' squad, actually managing to seal a map at a major playoffs. And that's what I love to see coming out of NIP. We were kind of doubting, maybe coming off of Nuke. Is their lack of confidence going to affect them? No, they come into this one fighting.
For the entire squad, this is the first map they have ever won in a playoff of a major.
Yeah.
Even Rez, who had been there before, didn't manage to do it in Katowice back in time. Such a great obstacle to overcome for the side of NIP. I feel like it changes the whole dialogue. The fact that Hampus was able to go toe-to-toe to Kerrigan, and we are going to talk about the mind games. We're going to talk about the strategies and the reads that were done. This was done in style by NIP.
And I told you Brolan was a big game player, because he really stepped up when they really needed him this game. He got a lot of impact. It was constantly bringing that impact. He started a little bit slow, but he really got there in the end. And I've seen so many overpasses from him, and he's just so comfortable in these moments. And here we see some highlights here from him.
Oh yeah. We have to give him props.
Yeah.
We have to give him props for the work he's done on the CT side as well. You have to realize, formerly used to be Rez playing his position. Formerly Rez was that secondary rifle on the A side, right behind his AWP. Now Brolan takes that position, but he does the job. He did everything that Rez used to do, and even better. So many multi-kills, because there were a few rounds just before NIP pulled ahead and got into the driver's seat, where Hampus wanted to play a very passive game, very passive defense, mostly on the A side, in the dark, not really knowing what's going to be thrown at you. And this is where you have so much pressure as an individual. You can get just caught off guard And that happened to Brolan a couple of times, but he saved NIP in a bunch of those.
And it's these adaptations we were talking about being so instrumental for both sides of the equation. You know, we saw FaZe having some success, taking towards those A hits, then NIP adapting, and I feel like Brolan was a key instrumental part of one of those, as Maniac just mentioned, the multi-frag ability that he was able to get from some really, really cheeky positions.
Yeah, and it's so hard when you play like the A site the way that they do. They basically just saved utility, they weren't over-peaking, then you Brokey had the angle for the jump spot, and it's so risky and it's not easy to be in a position like that and just play basically without information, and you know your rotate's gonna be late, and when that execute and push comes, it is now or never. You have to find the kill. If one guy dies there first on the A side, the round is over. It's just done. T's have that, and it's so hard to retake A site.
Well, let's take a look at one particular, and we've got round 17 to put under the spotlight, where we see Hampus making a bit of a hero play, backed up, of course, by Brolan.
Prefacing what Hampus was about to do in that CT half. Hero play from Hampus. Look, force buy from NIP, clever boost with the M4 on the top of Brolan, got one kill, but then the trades come in fast. Because they don't have that deep information we were talking about, this should be a T round. You can see how they constrict, but Hampus with the quick deagle shot puts 2 down and saves NIP. This round tells the story of what was to come. A defense that sometimes was passive, saved by individuals. Here it was Hampus, the man went on with 30 kills. 30 kills. And how many times in the last 5 to 6 rounds he had the perfect read. He was in position. He bails them out around 27 when he rotates CT spawn. He was in the game, fragging, moving, and this is a huge scalp for Hampus.
I also want to give a little bit of credit for Carrigan and his tempo switch, because they actually utilized a round where they basically faked the default and went for that contact monster play. So just kind of, it's kind of giving that feeling of like safety to the NIP players. Okay, they're just playing a default, let's just calm it down, and they got caught off guard. And that's what Carrigan is so good. I thought it was over by then.
I know.
But NIP pulled it back. They with that Brolan play that you just explained, which was huge for them winning this map.
What would you say was kind of the most instrumental factor then of NIP being able to close this one out? Because we saw some incredible adaptations coming out from Carrigan on his side of FaZe as well. What do you think was the key for NIP to really be unlocking this map?
I think, very funnily enough, they started extremely passive. They saved themselves a couple of rounds, but I think they realized, Hampus realized, or DJ realized that this wasn't going to pan out. It wasn't going to be enough. You started seeing them getting the opening kill onto Robs, for example. Rez went down a door. I think Brolan did it as well, got that kill. Tag was posted sometimes a bit forward in the long A side with the AWP. You had to punish Carrigan. You had to close the door on him. And again, I have to mention, Brolan on the A side, Hampus on the rotate. These two 58 kills together. I don't think we need to look much further than that.
No, I think it's a great call by NIP, because they were struggling. They were overplaying their hands at times, and when they just fell back and let FaZe execute, because we have to remember, FaZe is an incredibly skilled team, and it kind of negates that skill a little bit. I'm not saying all of it, but when you let a team execute, they have to run forward. They don't have that, you know, kind of prowling ability to get picks and find the duels that they need. So I thought that was a great adjustment from NIP, and we will see how they adjust on Inferno.
Well, as all perfect series, it does come down to end on Inferno, the third and final deciding map between NIP and FaZe to see who will be making it through to that semi-finals. You do not want to miss it. It's coming up after this break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
It all comes down to Inferno, the final map to determine who will live to fight another day here in Antwerp and make it to the semi-finals of the PGL Major. So gentlemen, let's take a quick temperature check of both of the teams coming into this one, specifically on Inferno. How are you kind of weighing up both of these squads, Devil?
Well, I think everyone is starting to get warmed in their clothes. I think every individual have their moments so far in this series, so it's just going to be an all-out brawl on Inferno. I think it's going to be incredibly exciting, and I'm not really sure where to put my thoughts on this.
I think on the side of FaZe, you must feel uncomfortable right now. There is no way around it. Again, we have to hammer it back home. If you're a Kerrigan, you're showing up at the Major, you have everything you need. You have all the pieces you need. You have wins in your bag moving into 2022. And all the signs points toward it's now or never. It's literally now or never. A man that still has missed opportunities at lifting the trophies. The trophy that would in itself celebrate his career, put him in a new category. But now he's 1-1 down against NIP, or 1-1, I should say, on the third map. Literally 16 rounds away from losing the quarterfinal.
Yeah, Inferno definitely haunts Kerrigan for multiple reasons.
Oh,
but I do
no,
want
why
to
would
bring
you
up,
even mention it?
Yeah,
I just remember now.
Yeah, a bit of PTSD throwing it back to a few years ago. I do want to bring up maybe another moment that might have haunted Kerrigan coming off that Copenhagen Flames game, because that was a bit of a question mark for us in terms of the form that we were expecting FaZe to come in with. It proved that they could bleed against some oppositions.
Yes, and in terms of map pools, I was ready to say Inferno is a safe bet for FaZe. Remember, to win the Major, you have to have a safe map pool. You have to have maps where you have insurances as to your level. I didn't see the loss against Flames coming on Inferno. That took me off guard, and now we circle back. What is the confidence level on Inferno? Have they fixed whatever went wrong? To me, that's a lot of questions.
Yeah, and also, you know, you and me know both. If you win the first map, losing that second map, going into a third is not where you want to be. You would much rather lose the first, grind your way back and get into a much more positive mental space. And, you know, looking at NIP's Inferno, it's very, very hard to play against because they hold their utility a lot on the T side to make sure they have enough flashes for that explosiveness. And I think it can be tricky in a third map to play against that style because you want to push into them, but they have been very methodical, so that could punish FaZe like a lot, because I don't think they want to sit back and watch those execute come at them.
We are starting off with NIP being on the CT side of things, though, so maybe flipping the script slightly. What are you kind of expecting, maybe coming out of FaZe's T side, Devil? What do you think we should be seeing from them if they have hopes to take in this one?
I mean, one advantage I've seen, well, when I think about even a disadvantage maybe for NIP, is that they tend to use a lot of their early pauses on the first half, no matter what. And I think they need those pauses on the T side to keep grinding the rounds out, because they got a lot of good rounds here on Overpass, utilizing the pause as well. But if we look back at Nuke, when they started on CT and went to the T side on the second half, they didn't post that many T rounds at all.
I think it's about a good start for FaZe as well. Remember, we've watched now twice in a row a 5-0 and a 5-2 start on the side of NIP. So if you're Kerrigan, maybe just buy yourselves a little bit of breathing room at the very beginning. You don't have to fight back so hard. He could do it on Nuke, and I think he's got the cards he needs, he's got the assets he needs to do it on Inferno. But having a good start, putting pressure straight onto the economy, taking the AWP away from S-Tag, for example, that is a win condition.
I think that's maybe an interesting thing when we're reflecting back on that series versus Copenhagen Flames, because it was maybe some uncharacteristic plays from some of the members of the FaZe Clan. I do have to put Rops under the spotlight for that one, because there were some mistakes which we literally never see Rops do. He is one of the most calculated players within the server, and that was kind of a one-off I expected. So I'm hoping that he's got some more confidence coming into this.
You're totally right. You are completely correct. That game against Flames was one of the first times I saw this man on our screen being caught off guard, maybe a second off, a second too late, peeking when he shouldn't, being caught out of position for a man that usually clears every single angle that exists in Counter-Strike. And now we tie it back to this game right here. 34 frags, 35 deaths. It's been a quite average, a medium performance from Robs so far. And don't get me wrong, all these players have high expectations on them. But Robs is supposed to be the key that unlocks the puzzle for FaZe. When he joined that team on Inferno, he immediately made them better, immediately had statement performances in Katowice, for example. Where is it now? Are we going to see this now?
I think Robs on Inferno specifically he's masterclassing that AAPS. Like, he is so good at that, and finding the timing, using baiting as a tool, I think is an important subject to bring up as well, because that's the right way to play AAPS. Because if you lose that control in a very fast way, then you basically have no chance with refrags on the A side. So I think he will be key if they're gonna post good numbers and get into afterplan situations, especially on the A side.
Yeah, I remember him taking a few uncharacteristic pieces you were kind of mentioning towards that mid area, and it was just something that we really weren't used to Robs doing, particularly in the moments he did them. It was towards quite late in the map when it was really key to be getting those rounds on the board. And somebody else that didn't really show up, we're not looking at Kerrigan to be showing up necessarily coming into series, but I think that is a good sign for FaZe coming into things, because Kerrigan has been fired up. We always heard him in interviews when he was coming in, building this squad, saying, when we get back to LAN, that is our time to shine. And he is kind of the epitome of that theory. He loves out there on that stage.
Look, the second map was definitely more quiet on the side of Kerrigan. Same for Rain, right? We hyped up the two veterans after the first map, and we did rightfully so. Now I think we have to reset all expectations, and we have to understand that the destiny of both these teams are going to be settled in one map. It's literally a best of one. And in that regard, I am hoping to see Rain and Kerrigan have a good start, because it is an extremely high pressure moment, quite a unique moment to be one step towards the exit of the event and one step into the semifinals. And this is when people like Kerrigan or Rain, as we see right now, have to step up. They have to lead the way for the rest of the team. And
they have the chance to dictate the pace on this terrorist side, right? So it's going to be interesting. They, as you say, they need to show up and they need to play into their hands. What to be careful of? NIP has a lot of good flash plays on their CT sides, so they need to be a lot more methodical than I'm used to seeing FaZe if they're going to be able to neutralize those plays from NIP.
And this is where it becomes such a mind games between the IGLs, and I think it's a fascinating point to touch on, because there are not a lot of IGLs out there that I would be ready to give an edge over Kerrigan. It's already been established that in these conditions, in the arena, he's going to be in your head and he's going to outcall you, he's going to outmaneuver you. It's not what happened on Overpass. It's not what happened on Overpass. 6 rounds of the last 7, it was actually Hampus with the right reads, with the right rotations, always knowing where to be and getting the multi-kills. They start on the CT side. What if suddenly we see Hampus find that momentum again, reading, being in the game, 3rd man on the B when he has to, 4th man on A when he has to? That could change everything. A good map like Overpass will fill you with confidence, make you feel like you're in the flow state. What if he takes that with him to Inferno? Yeah,
let's continue on the script of talking about NIP and just looking at some of their recent results. Most recently, of course, against FURIA in that best-of-3 series, taking them down 16-10, looking pretty solid doing so. And one man's name on everybody's lips, Brolin. He was looking like an absolute star, and I would love to see him continue that momentum that we saw him finding on Overpass, bringing it into the 3rd and final map.
Yeah, and I think he will. I think he will. I think he as warm as he can be. He knows how important he is to this squad. And if they're going to have any chance, of course Brola needs to be there. But we need rest. We need other people as well. Hampus has already stepped up. We need him to continue doing what he's doing. And Plopsky being on that... I almost forgot where he's playing right now.
Because we are not expecting him to show up. You're not,
no,
not even
but I think
here.
every individual needs to be there.
Of course.
Because FaZe are no easy task on Inferno. Absolutely not. They've been dominating on that map.
Any final thoughts for NIP coming into this one?
All I'm imagining, all I'm thinking about is what Hampus shouldn't think about. That if they beat FaZe right now, it's the winner of Spirit versus Furia. They would play in the semi-final of the major. Can you imagine? I would come to you with an offer. I'd say, listen, here's my offer. You're going to face Spirit or Furia in the semi-final of the major. But first, you have to beat FaZe. They've done half the job now. They have 1 map out of 2. They need another one, just another.
It's tantalizingly close, and closer than NIP have ever been at a major playoffs as well. I already kind of want to say this for NIP. Even if they do go down versus FaZe, I am way more impressed with what they've been delivering than that we saw in Stockholm, because they really got trounced, unfortunately, by G2. They didn't really have any room to breathe on their home soil, which was such a shame. And I'm so glad that they've managed to find these puzzle pieces that we are seeing before our very eyes connecting.
I mean, Roland seems to be such a net positive for the team. It's incredible the way he's uplifted that team. And I have to give props to Astralis. I mean, I know we started this whole broadcast harping on how much of a problem he would be, how much of a liability he could be in a structural approach to the side of NIP. Hasn't been the case so far. And 46% of his kills went with the AWP prior to the playoffs. It's not like he's been shying away from playing with the AWP. He's done it. But now we're on the CT side. We said we put the numbers down. Very great CT side, very troublesome T side. That's now or never. He's got a half. He's got a half right now to make that kind of difference.
Well, hopefully he'll get comfortable and warm in his clothes for that T side.
As warm as I am right now.
Yeah, maybe a little bit warmer even. But he's also one of the best flashers at the event, creating flash assists for his teammates, being proactive, creative. That I've talked about pre-planning on the CT side is essentially when the Ts are coming somewhere, like let's say long. If the Ts come long, I will flash for you, small pit, we will do this move or that move if stuff happens. So it's trigger points, using trigger points to elevate and creating a game plan before stuff happens. And that's what SCTag is good at. And that creates a comfort when you're playing.
We need movement coming in from NIP. We need movement on their CT side of Inferno. I repeat, I have seen so many teams at this major, for some reason, sticking to their guns. 3-2 setup, 3 on A, 2 on B, in the dark, no idea what's happening. Mentally speaking, it puts you in so much doubt. You have so much uncertainty if you don't know what's going on. How did Hampus beat Kerrigan on overpass? With movement, flowing around the map, being that third man on A when he had to be, backing up on the B side, moving pieces. If they just play static on Inferno and they just hope to have the good setup, then it's not going to work. They need to bring in that same kind of energy and the same kind of movement.
Gentlemen, I don't normally do predictions up here on the desk, but I do want to do it for this series because we're coming onto Inferno, NIP FaZe going head-to-head. Who are you thinking, Devil Walk? Who's going to be taking this one?
I'm going to say NIP.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to make the spicy baked here. No, I think the game plans I've seen on Inferno so far has been so good from NIP. And I think that they will continue with that and bring that forth for us to see.
Let's create debate. I'm going for FaZe. I think they have a deep roster on Inferno. So many players can do more than what they have done so far in this game. I think that has to be the key. Robs has to unlock. Robs has to give us a Robs performance. For now, he's been average, and he's nothing but average. He's not average at all. He's extraordinary, and we need that kind of performance.
Well, we've gathered our thoughts, and we've got the teams up on the stage, raring to get going with this third and final deciding map. It is going to be Inferno, an absolute banger to be rounding out this series. Scrawny and Launders, how are you feeling down there?
Feels electric, Freya, and you know, now that you guys have kind of set the stage for us coming into it, we hear you. A little more?
Yeah. Let him know. Let's go.
A little bit more!
Make it happen. Oh, there's so much to show. I think the desk rounded that out perfectly. We have both an amazing map here, an opportunity for NIP that was hard fought when they had to give up map number 1, but they get Inferno. And we have FaZe, who haven't had every individual open up just yet, but we've seen consistently that by map 3, that regularly happens. So will that be the case right now? Will this really be the pinnacle of CS for both of these two teams? And will NIP be able to stand up to one of the hardest challenges in this major right now in this quarters? Antwerp, let him know!
That's like we like to hear.
I tricked them into being NIP fans.
Yeah, you got him, man. You got him. Hook, line, and sinker. Roland's here on Banana. He's going to kick it off. NIP! We got Berettas, baby. Berettas with 2, but just 2. They stop, and then everything just leaves. It just goes so silent. They turn their head back towards this top mid push. 2 dinks between Rez and Happis. Woo! And then Happis, he's going to stop this. It should come to a grinding halt. It should. But we've still got a couple players trying to attack in from short. Rez in the back of this site with just a little bit of health left over. And Kerrigan, how many times do we see him in the clutch just fall as he attempts to get anything going? It's the Ninjas in pajamas with first pistol.
And we had FaZe winning both pistols, but stopped on the conversion in the first and on overpass. And now NIP win another, and these could be pistols that define the series. That really define history between these two rosters, especially considering how well NIP have been playing. And the most interesting mismatch right now between FaZe and NIP when it comes to Inferno is the fact that FaZe are winning majority CT rifle rounds, really good on T side overall, still like 49%, but that's pretty good these days, and having much bigger wins than NIP overall. But NIP on their T side are winning 56% of their rounds, which is basically unheard of on most maps at this point.
Ooh.
And they've got that to look forward to. That's after this pistol, but can they even survive the conversion?
NIP took it twice, 2 times on overpass. FaZe win pistol, only to lose versus Force. And they say what goes around comes around.
Hampus, you're up to the plate, son.
He's going to try to push in, lines up 2 players. Broky's now in with the Desert Eagle.
Jesus.
And if we talk about that star-studded roster on FaZe Clan, it's Broky, Twists, and Rox.
Yeah.
That's who it's supposed to be. And in this round, with this kick back into the head of NIP, it is those exact 3 players.
Yeah, we talk about kickback. We just went from Sriracha to DeBomb in one go. That was a huge round from the pistols here on FaZe. And just like NIP did to them on the second round of overpass, FaZe denied the conversion. Steal back momentum when they need it the most, and we see key players come into play.
Still costs on this one, though.
Wait a
MP9
second.
start to shred the players
Wait
apart.
a second. We're far from the bomb. Plopsky, he's diving for it. It's planted cold. Kerrigan moves into position. He's got the P250, but it's desperate. Are they going to allow the plant to go down?
He's
no
got a
way
kid.
FaZe moves like
He's
that.
got a kid.
No way.
He took it.
He's got it.
He took it back. NIP, from the shadows of their missing giant, just robbed a way around by waiting outside of the apartments. Plopsky sprints into that bomb site, jumps on it, and as a tag, he kills Kerrigan, who was simply too far away.
That situation distills. Have you ever seen something like that? A push down mid in a spot where the TTs are so far away, like there's no way for them to get back to it. They all, in perfect coalescence, get those frags and make it back to the site. Of course, Kerrigan's over in TT spawn. The rest of his teammates have left entirely, and he only has a P250.
Those are not the mistakes you can afford to make in map 3 of the quarterfinals as the favorites of this major.
Absolutely.
Or at least the finals.
And again, this side could be a dream. The T side will be a nightmare.
That is one that's going to send just a shiver down FaZe, but just look past it. As difficult as that probably is, just look past it. This is how it was meant to go. No force buy win for FaZe. The pistol gets converted. The rifles are here for NIP. It's a 30-round game. It's just one hell of a start.
It'll be a good coach talk for FaZe for sure, but they didn't call attack off this. They'll let that ruminate. They'll have to stew in it.
Ugh.
And they're back to a similar buy. Ooh,
that's a tag clears close.
What a cute flick right there.
Nice boost outside of the smoke, but it's no opening. Not yet. Roland spams away.
Uh-oh. It's getting too hot. Twist be cooked up. And the rest pureed. And the sauce is made. And it's made of FaZe. 3-0. They have already survived tragedy, and they get 3-0 start. But just like you said, they mentally FaZe might have moved into the idea that they won the second round. But if they hadn't, they know they'd be playing from 3 in the first place.
Hit that reset button.
Holy hell.
Focus on this one. First guns up from FaZe.
Solid HE right at the feet of Kerrigan inside underpass. Great util has been the name of the game for NIP. Has to be said, DJL really making a name for himself with this roster. Minute 20 on the clock. FaZe pause. This molly is for Esatag to push him back out of position.
Cap though. Oh, what happened?
What is that smoke?
It's not what they needed, that's for damn sure. And now we're gonna get aggression as well towards Banana. Brolin looks to lock in. Twist comes around the corner and hopes to bring this one back for FaZe. He's gonna give chase to Plopsky, but the question's where'd he go?
Yeah, the molly landed in between him and his teammates. That slows him down. The rotation comes in. Twist still on to the plate. He gets that through the smoke.
Oh, but Plopsky's able to come out. That's a trade frag at least. Brokey with the op goes high, and Plopsky dies to it. The Opera connects. Spam damage from Rez and an upgrade to the A1S. Esatag nowhere to be found, and it looks like Twist at the head of that push from Banana will put FaZe on the board.
Yeah, that was Twist in his little race car there running up Banana. Pedal to the metal. Wow. Yeah, both players on the B sites getting decimated, and Plopsky and Brolin again have been joining hands in an effort to support each other, former teammates working now together on CD sides on site to lock down B, give new dimension to NIP, a fresh look, simply something different. And right there, it clearly wasn't enough. But in the long run, of course, we know that NIP can do better than that. So that was a very healthy performance out of Twist. A double entry is not out of the realm of possibility. Just because that happens to you doesn't mean that you're necessarily the worst team. You can get that same action out of some of your T-side entries. I'm sure Brolin has got something to say when they switch over. Surviving rounds lost like that is part of this game. Full strength buy here from NIP, but it costs them every single penny.
Looks like they want to try and turn FaZe away from Banana early. It's just a 2-round lead, but it's a start for NIP.
Yeah. They're playing back, they're playing passive, or are they playing pensive? Is there a chance for some late grenades to catch off the T's who look to take over the top of Banana? And one thing that's hallmark to the FaZe T sides, besides Rops moving into the apartments, typically by himself, is them taking over space on the arch. And we look to this setup right now. Hampus peering into mid with just his rifle, about to get smoked out of position, and there it is. The wrap smokes come through, and he'll try to delay.
Frag. Oh, lands. Hampus peeks into it. 1 kill. Kerrigan, nice answer, but it twists again in front.
Another on the site.
A second. Esatag's got that first and second. Nicely done inside of the bomb site, but is it enough? A 2v2 at a critical early turning point, perhaps.
No late moto smoke. This speeds up the retake tremendously.
Smoke goes out from Brokey. Must have picked that up in sight.
Yeah, they got one.
Esatag hands busy with the op, wasn't able to lay down that utility. CT start to get this rolling, and then Brokey pops up. He's got his op, and he's got Plopsky up close. Both kills from Brokey, and 2 rounds for FaZe.
Wow, bring around the Rosie and leave it to Brokey. A clutch opposition, sometimes stronger to just have a rifle in that spot. I think he recognized how dangerous that could be, but didn't want to stand in a standard spot like Cold and potentially get pre-fired. Trust his instincts here. Beautifully done. Well handled, and he was smoked out of help from his teammates, so that could have very easily been a one-on-one situation. But the rotators from B get shoved out. Twists earn a second. pistols for NIP. Man, that was new from FaZe. I haven't seen them do that often. They threw their arc trap smokes and then hit lane really, really quickly. We have seen them take slow arch control or go for the full wrap consistently. Now there's CTs everywhere where the Ts are fighting.
Twist just tried that reload close. Kerrigan looks to run away. That's bomb.
Oh, the bomb. They have to get it back. They picked apart the mid set of 3-on-3.
Broky's
Molly on the bomb, yeah.
That'll at least stop the CTs from going any further, but this is still a retrieval mission.
I don't think they picked up any utility, so the smoke is very good. CTs will look for a timing to spam.
It's all about that. Brolin's gonna try to go through, piece together the picture.
Oh my God!
He's got it with the USB! Potentially a second critical error in the opening 6 rounds. And Broky, quick movements, just trying to dodge, dive back into the fight. Broky's got it!
You heard about him, and now you see him! Don't sleep for too long! Broky's in the server!
With Latvia on the map and FaZe on his back, he just grabbed that bomb and ran. That Tech-9 shot into the snap to Hampus. You thought you had it, but that's a recovery for Broky.
What on earth?
Critical round to take back. We're tied early on, and this start is electric. Fire goes ahead. Twist, he got caught sleeping at the wheel last round. He rounds that corner so close to dual Berettas with his name on it. But now it looks like he's looking for revenge, and we've already seen great things from him. Oh, there it is, clean as can be. Brolin with the answer though, and he's been the response for FaZe.
No, important to talk about. All the limelight stolen from Broky. That mid-round play though with the USP, the rifle spamming behind it, Brolin up front taking that responsibility. Here he finds a gap again. Rez up in the treehouse. That's a frag, instant refrag into the head from Rops.
Clean as can be. Hampus drops one. Rez comes back into the action with a hold on short side, and NIP's defense doesn't die.
Yes, sir. Rez makes an appearance. Lane player with the rifle. So much to think about. Inside a mid, inside a boiler, up on the T-apps, and he starts off up high. That gives you so many options later on. You get that first frag, then you can be in a normal, natural position, and it's somewhere brand new. So well done. Look as he flicks his mouse across the pad.
Gives a little bit of breathing room to NIP, but these are the rounds that get wild. Incendiary down mid. CT side again, press into Banana, a little bit of vision. Just trying to pepper, trying to push FaZe back a notch. Crazy start. Frag goes deep. Damage onto Rain.
Want to make sure they keep this lead. Hampus one of the two now over on B. They shove the T's back. No choice but to respect it. No window flash available. They can't even close flash into the smoke to take over B. They can wait this out, however. That's always an option. Estak gets a bouncy Kerrigan out of the sky. The fact that they recover after that ridiculous loss into the buy, clean up, and now get the anti-eco and continue dominating. Terrifying here for FaZe.
Just gonna see what he can squeeze out of this one. 1v5, unarmored Deagle with 0 kills to his name here on Inferno. Contact found with Brolin, and that's the end of him. NIP looked to stabilize after a ridiculous back and forth.
Yes. Yeah, when the dust settles, a lead here for the CTs. Confidence knowing they've got the second half. T-side, that's where they specialize. That's what they love. FaZe, did they even see themselves going to a map 3 in this situation? Did they think they were just going to pop into the server and dominate, get through this quarter? Well, if they did, they were dead wrong. And now, not only are they tied on maps, but they're down in rounds. Desk was split on the predictions. I'm glad I didn't have to make one.
Frag, good position. That's Twist down to 40. He's been key at cracking open the heads on these entries.
Well, this is softening him up.
Brolin's been successful in stopping him. Brolin jumps, and that's a critical error for Brolin.
Yeah, that was a huge gap. Did they even molly logs in that spot? Well, Twist was low, but all right, immediately.
FaZe get fast.
They press for mid.
They're going for the arch side. They walk right into Hampus. A double kill from the Swedish IGL. Plopski over towards Banana. Nesatag lays right into FaZe. You thought an opening kill meant something. It all gets taken back.
God damn.
Double the rounds now of FaZe. NIP, CT side, certainly rolling.
A move like that could rock a less 30 team, right? They didn't account for that kill to come from Brolin. That wasn't a fight that he agreed to. Instead, he thought Banana was clear and they were going to establish. As soon as that kill comes in, FaZe, maybe they wanted to wait a second. Hampus, the fact that he can swing on mid with his M4 and trust himself is already insane. Now the op is the one on lane and they're putting pressure on him. FaZe pick the prime spot, but they can't get through the captain of NIP.
Brolin, easy test in Brokey.
You cannot understate the consistent impact of Brolin in these games. Not one small mistake gets punished. FaZe don't even convert the rounds. The amount of times he saved them on those A-site holds on overpass. Oh, well, all right.
There's an answer.
All right, let's change the narrative, says Rops.
It's just one blip. There's the second. Twist Steagle also rocks him.
Res left.
He's
They
been
know
spotted.
where he plays. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right back at it, sharp as ever. Twist looking for a little bit more. He's at least piecing together this picture, and they're giving him a little footing, but he will be chopped down inside that bomb site. DJL's starting to get a little excited because NIP's CT side is starting to thrive.
Yes, yes, and the Swedes, they stay calm, they stay composed. I mean, we're talking about a NIP that might be, you know, the best version that we've seen since the original lineup at this point. How versatile they are, and they are much more resilient in 2022 CS that has gotten harder than ever.
This team's
the quality of play.
LAN.
Yeah, the quality of play coming out from this roster so early on. There's a sight to behold.
Twists ahead of the pack, chases into that. Saw the utility getting used.
Ooh, actually, man, that was a really solid disengage. It rocks the CT setup. They get a kill on the other side of the map. That's Rob saying, hey, don't go to,
nice.
What? No way, 7 bullets spray to the bottom of stairs.
Yeah, straight to the head of Rain. That's gonna put things back onto Twists to lean into this B site. Entropiq, he got punished trying to peek into the balcony, of course.
That's absurd. Residual damage here on Brolin as they put him up. FaZe have not been able to wrap Arch a single time. Hampus grows with confidence. Again, floating with the rifle is just improving the map for everybody at the moment. Plopski and Brolin, former teammates looking to work together to defend.
Oh, that's good damage. Remember, Brolin, he's still here! 1 kill. The fact that he brings one with him, something flash into the head of Kerrigan as he crosses over. Another smoke towards CT, but the CTs themselves are here. And those shots so close to denying Brokey his plan. FaZe inside of the site, they've got a post. Can they hold on? Kerrigan jumping up, caught out by Plopski in this forward position. They didn't see it coming. And what's left of FaZe is gonna have to lean back. Utility here in abundance from NIP, and it's gonna be a problem.
2 Ts, both smoked
but
out.
It's a bit to the left.
Oh.
I think Rob still has a bit of vision. Plopski takes down Brokey from beneath him, and there's the retake from NIP.
Chop him down.
8 rounds already.
Chop him down in the legs. That totem pole is cooked. The retake utility is just enough, and that little outpost position from Plopski catches out Kerrigan, who starts to feel less safe, sitting in emo on low HP. Jumps up and looks for a new fight, and that's the kill that allows the retake to occur even faster. Now we've got a retake to their name, a fast round, damn near won an eco. It actually did in denying the conversion for the FaZe Clan. 8 rounds, 8 to go.
On fire as well. 5 straight here. FaZe, you gotta answer. You gotta answer before this is too late, before suddenly what feels like a major you're supposed to be contending for slips through your fingers. No reason to look at that trophy if you can't even get over the first hurdle. Molotov goes over and ENCE has to fall back. Arch has been problematic, but right now it looks relatively open.
Yeah, it's finally been exposed, but in response, actually, this is very tricky from NIP. They rotate 3 into the site, so they took a small risk on B. They've done such a good job of conditioning. They actually are trying to encourage the A site to be taken over. Double pit indicates here that they're ready to deal with anybody like Rops who might come out late. They've got support in this spot. Moto smoke comes down, 45 seconds. Plans are laid out.
Last util goes in. Rob's 1 kill. Hampus, he's looking to lock this in for Pit, but now we've got FaZe back into the kill feed. ENCE dodging death as he dives down inside a site. Oh, but he gets rocked by Twist from behind. Beautiful bait from Rain. And now we take Plopsky into the clutch. A 1 versus 2 with bomb planted. And Rain has been so quiet, but at least he served up that distraction so that a guy like Twist can shine.
Sight volley coming down.
A frag grenade to follow. Twist's already behind that tall box. Beast with the double, and they both got this locked in. FaZe Clan break through that
Oh,
A site.
that little bait by Rain. He's the guy who will always lurk the smoke on Arch, and he finds a rotator before the sight hit comes in. So that's something they know they have to deal with later. And then Robs gets a kill, their lane players gets a kill. And honestly, Twist is one of the very best players in the world at entering when it comes to lane, which in my opinion is like the hardest place to entry on basically any map with the crossfires available to the CTs. And we had 2 pit, 1 site, and they almost got the trades required to be able to close that out. And even though NIP are up on rounds, the rounds in which FaZe are actually able to win have been really good. This is just to show you how damn well NIP are playing right now. A new look over on B. And just like we saw, Kerrigan on Ancient pushing A with Robs, Kerrigan on Monster on Overpass pushing himself, Twist continuously taking space aggressively by himself over on Banana. Always trying to call them out on one half of the map at all times. Oh no, wait, was that a T smoke that landed inside of mid?
No, CT.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, CT Molly, that looked like a weird bounce. Anyways, it's perfect. Okay, we'll give it to them, but they're coming back for it. ENCE open lines. He knows if he gets flashed, he's screwed. They give him a dry peek, he's in.
Puts down another one. This one a little bit wider. Oh man.
This is so late.
35 seconds left over. We get more utility coming out of pit now. That's apartments
B.
completely smoked off. ENCE misses his first shot, and that had to be hit. A second off of the mark, a drive-by from Kerrigan. Everything falls onto Hampus. He's able to get the player off a porch. They know he's here, and he knows they're coming. So a second kill is critical, but Rain into the library, silences Rez, puts him down to bed as Brolin and Plopsky just can't find openings. FaZe find 5.
Yeah, this is big. The fact that, again, Twist goes to B, even though NIP have done such a good job on that part of the map, pushing him back, he has either gotten a kill, stayed alive, sometimes died with 1, always got something out of it, and continues to not be scared. That opens options. And what happens? NIP rotate 3 over to B because they can't continuously fight. They're tired. They've been doing it so much. It's just that FaZe always, again, play like they're winning, even when they're down on rounds. And that's what allows them to come back slowly. Quality rounds here won by FaZe on T side. Enormous entries. And of course, ENCE could have put up a defense there on the A site, but the important thing to notice was FaZe picked A when there were 2 there.
ENCE had chances.
He did.
Arch opened up, that let Rain to go deep.
He said that this is, it's not the first stadium that he's played in, but it is the first one he feels like he's earned. Playing at the Blast Fall Finals, getting wiped out there, but guaranteed to be able to play in an arena like this. The major is not guaranteed. The playoffs here are not by any means. There was an enormous smile on his face when he realized that he put in the work to allow his team to get to this point.
Twist shut down. We've seen him with success on these entries, so for him to be rocked at the start of this one.
Yeah, this is a huge move. Now they'll begin to cheat over. FaZe want to stay on their tails. You can see watching mid having no idea what's going on over on Arch. Man, Nib are making decisions right now, and none of them have to do with supporting the B players on this rotation. They'll boost up into quad. Will this be the play that saves the day for Nib?
Good luck. Incendiary into the pit. Kerrigan, he's going to decide to wrap around.
Okay.
They feel swarm, and Rain, he's got them both! Over the top of the boxes, he's going to send NIP into a save call. Clean entries here from FaZe, and that was off the back of the 4v5.
That was, yes.
They fixate in on that intention, take that B site, swarm from all directions, and even if Rain doesn't crack both, they were there in numbers.
When people talk about hard rotations, one thing that needs to be understood is that, okay, it's simple. You get your Arch Opper to rotate over to B when you think it's going to be B and come back. No. The difficult part is not how you route to that rotation, it's when you do it, because the rotation is so long. The fact that if S-Tag leaves his spot, goes and supports the B play, leaves Arch open for a timing, certain timings in the round, then FaZe are going to be able to win. So we saw some communication trouble there from Nip as they were deciding what happens on the A site. And it looks like it has no knock-on effect over towards B, but it does. We have two players there trying to hold 2 rounds in a row where there's 2 site players on the site that should be stacked higher. And okay. Rez just goes picking off one more at the end of the round, and the op doesn't even get recovered. They can't even cross over to it.
Too afraid.
Wow.
All right, Robs.
Back in the game here with 6. Nip still have the T side to look forward to, but this game is so much more than past results. As much as they matter, and as much as Nip proved that they can withstand the pressure, we are at the paramount level of pressure. Map 3. Tournament life on the line, the entire grind, the RMR. There were no free spots at this major. The entire Legends run. The expectations, as much as Nip can say everybody has doubted them, they have started to earn a reputation for themselves to be a serious threat.
Their reputation is they're the threat you don't expect.
Yes. But clearly, they're being taken seriously. Amp is quietly up to 15. Off of his presence on the Arch plays, has done fantastic work from Nib.
Another clash set for the top of Banana. Oh, Brolin jumping MP9.
Okay.
Yeah, come get some.
Okay, Brolin.
He runs it down Banana. 2 kills for him right off of the tag pause. They unleash the kid. And FaZe left shattered in round 15. It's Rops and Brokey left.
I can't believe that. I mean, his feet were not touching the ground when he got that first kill.
He said, go forth, my son.
But there's more to it, right? Brolin doesn't jump there if there's only 2 players. They start out 3B, ready to take the fight down all the way to steps.
S-Tag pressing up close here, also with an SMG. Rops trying to fake out that smoke.
Woo!
And a clean execution that only costs him 14 HP. With that, a 2 versus 5 from FaZe. Is it really that unthinkable?
Look how careful that smoke was. Gave him a gap to stand in and ready to peek, and he's now looking for more.
Look at this. This is the stars of FaZe trying to join forces.
Oh my God.
And Rops gets a second, but that one costs him a ton of HP, so you'd think he's setting up Brokey, but that frag was right on Rez.
Who has the gap?
The Shadow!
Rob with 3!
3 kills into this 2v5, and Robs has done it all. Brokey's nothing but support at this point. Plopsky throws out that smoke, trying to give him space to work, and Robs says thank you.
That's the invitation. He
He's
can
gonna
phase
hide.
this. 15 seconds, Brokey on the outside. They can jump fight, they know that.
Switch guns, Brokey onto the A1S. Plopsky goes over the graveyard. Brokey tries to hide, he gets that first one. A single kill away from keeping this as close as they can. And it's Brolin, the boy wonder.
Oh!
FaZe Clan, 2v5 to send them a message and to send NIP to the second half with a 1-round lead. That's it.
Wow.
That's all.
It starts with Rops. Dropping a smoke with the accuracy he has with a rifle into Arch to give him the tiniest gap to allow him to take out S-Tag. An unbelievable start to this. And that's enough to scare rotations. They come back to lane. They put the pieces together. Sight smoke gets abused. Rez's footsteps coming across it. They spam him down and leave the rest to Brokey. Another clutch for this man. Kerrigan feeling the pressure just as much as his teammate playing. 7 rounds, hard fought all the way through. That's a round to remember.
Pistols start to trickle up mid. Flashbang already to the side of it. They've got a trap here. 3 CTs in position, and they keep this one clean. Clean as can be. Clean as FaZe need. Ross in with another. And it is Rez in the 1v5. If NIP truly think that they can push their limits and get into those semifinals, then they need to make sure they can dance with the very best. And FaZe right now, they're spinning on their heads, as a CT pistol win would tie us up at 8.
You can grab 56% of your T rounds, but you better believe a stat where the pistol comes into play is going to taint that a little bit. That might be a necessary one for FaZe. We see Hampus talking now. It's ideas that win matches. And on T side where they're more important than ever.
Such a perfect trap, those 3 players.
Oh man, there were when you killed one player ran out of bullets, there was another. It's clutch time here.
And as FaZe look to hope to hang on, isn't there just this poetic element where we saw Rain and Kerrigan kick off this series on Nuke, and now finally in the 3rd map before the end of them, the way that NIP would want to cut down this first challenge, and it's Rob's Twists and Brokey at the top. As the analyst said, their performance is inevitable. And it's here in the second half of map 3 that NIP are going to feel the full wrath of FaZe. Don't forget for a second, tied game.
Sweden looking to plant a flag. Seven years since they've been able to win a major. Chance to get through one of the best teams at the tournament right now.
Rain under pressure. He's got 3! Stops them in their tracks on the cusp of that site up north. This half-armored buy is nothing. That rock, that pillar, that core of FaZe Clan. He's been here since the start, and he'll be here to the end. He locks in that B site as FaZe take a 1-round lead.
Yeah, it's a lot of money left on the table. All of the FaZe players live. Spacing out their tag timeouts here, and NIP will take one before they establish. They had an investment. I don't know if they can buy again. They'll sit and talk either about this upcoming round or the next. They cannot let FaZe get comfortable. And again, they've got back to this point because they always played like they were winning. They can visualize that trophy.
Up close and personal too, those Tech 9s, that Deagle, and he withstood all of the damage as well, tucks right in and finishes it easily.
Some frustration here, as they could feel it. I mean, they've won an eco, they've won a half buy in the past. That was entirely possible. There's always a chance on Inferno. That's why this map always delivers in map 3s.
Deagle's in for NIP and Plopsky.
That's a cut down. Rob's now, he's been severed from his next rotation. He has to just fight his way out of this. Rotation comes in, Hampus goes down, and a smoke now at the bottom of steps. Twitch will support.
Recovery. Damage through that smoke as well. Gonna confirm they are down there. I mean, they should be. It's their spawn.
Oh, now he's going after them. No room to breathe. Props up your neck.
He chops off Plopsky from that apartment's push. Yeah, and they get that sweet revenge. They may have killed Brokey, but it cost them all 5 of themselves. 2-round lead here for FaZe, and NIP back with their bye.
Yeah, into 10. 2 of the strongest Inferno teams we've got.
3-round start for FaZe.
Yeah, and 7 in a row.
We saw that total shutdown of a CT side on Nuke. That's what got us here to map 3.
Oh, the FaZe fans are getting loud now.
NIP are gonna have to withstand that. They got further than they did in Stockholm with at least a map win, but no home field advantage. They'll need to lean on one another. Rez into the apartments, Plopsky's trying to join him, MP9 pushes through.
Okay.
That was an invitation for Rops to chop down another. And then the fights go the way of Kerrigan. He's just flexing the FAMAS on the front of Banana. An answer though, Hampus. He gets one of these players peeled off the B site, rotates already over, but no smoke on that cross, costs ENCE tag. And Hampus, well, he'll be on 58 HP as the onslaught continues. He'll need all 5 kills in this one. The 1v4, too much to ask, you'd think. If he doubles back to Banana, Robs has got that locked in, and FaZe continue closer.
Yeah, Robs just hit 21. Robs just hit 21 frags. That was a guy we had nothing good to say about basically in the beginning of this series, but also somebody we knew does not stay asleep for that long. Devil Walk put it on the desk, somebody to watch out for inside of the halls. Almost always puts on a masterclass. Other players have a lease. He owns the apartments. Get back to the happy Hampus. Perfect guy to put the hero AK on.
He's a trickster. And he's looking to just pry over top of this, look for some contact, look for a mistake, anything, but Twist isn't gonna move.
It's hard to walk up with a slope on mid. They've got an opportunity to catch a rotation back. They aren't throwing a molly his way, but he finds the duel just as it goes. Twist is gonna be kicking himself. How many guns do they think are available now? Rain here peeking. He's alone, but he got full vision of Banana, and now the rotation comes back. It's as if nothing happened on A.
Still fighting versus man, disadvantage. Robs takes Twist's place, 2 CTs leaning over on that arch side. Somebody better keep eyes on apartments, because Hampus could use that 1 AK to jackknife open this round. Brokey cannot afford to miss. Robs is going to be under pressure. Crossfire set, and it's good. Robs locks this in. A single kill means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Round 20 belonging to FaZe. ENCE tag can run, but he can't hide. Kerrigan locks this in, and now we have FaZe on fire.
Yeah, well, that's 5 straight just in the second half. They closed out that first half with a streak as well. They just have not lost for so damn long. Nip with another substantive buy, and I think one thing that at least we can say for them is they haven't had many attempts with all the guns and all the utility. They've tried to get creative, bring the ingenuity, but usually with half of the tools that normally you'd have to work with. Now they're at full strength, now there's no excuse. FaZe have shown what kind of CS they're going to bring in the 4th quarter.
When it most certainly matters most. Rops, the red carpet rolled out for him before he ever arrived. 24 frags.
We saw a tactic there, a play that worked. A thin silver lining. And again, it's ideas that win matches. There's no shortage of them here on T side, and right now they'll play it extremely slow. It looks like FaZe are playing directly into that as well. They'll counter smokes in mid. They're playing inside of brackets with high activity, even waiting for any kind of arch wrap. Halls is wide open. There's 2 CTs back on the site. Nip know this, but what do they think the setup is?
Oh, they just dismantled it. Twist is going to be left on an island here, but he decides to run in.
Okay.
He takes 2 players down. ENCE tag answered by Robs, and Brolin deep mid with 40 health left. But is that spotted? Yes, it is! Brokey plucking Hampus from the sky as they leave Brolin 1v3 with Bomb on his back. He runs in, and Brokey's just hiding. Brokey's hiding and waiting for his chance to strike a second time.
They're getting punished right now.
Getting owned.
They're skipping their under Balk incendiaries. They want this duel, but they're actually not good enough to take it. They need to take space as opposed to these opening fights, and maybe give themselves the chance to go into the execute, but clearly FaZe are really well prepared for the T side that is oncoming. The way that Rain was disrespecting all of their action over on the B site, standing atop the barrels when they come back to A. we've had multiple cameos between Rob's Twist and Brokey, all taking turns playing under Porch, which has been a pristine spot, has granted them a number of opening kills. Now for FaZe, it's just about staying in the lead. Underrated, but fantastic tracking from Brokey. Could have been shoved out of that position with pit control given over to Nip.
Looking to give away a 14th here.
Oh man, and it's another half buy.
Not ideal. It's 2022 and we have to ask, does Nip Magic still have that extra essence? This is a round they so desperately need. FaZe would be foolish to write them off. Good amount of utility, but we've seen it multiple times already. Getting past brackets, even just looking for footing inside of the A site comes at such a cost, a human cost of all of the ninjas. They simply cannot break through this CT side. FaZe, from Nuke to Inferno, are looking rock solid on the defense. But there is an opening here. No longer is Twist in his corner. No longer do they have that closer threat, but a lean back, in fact, from FaZe. Now that they get those 2 steps closer, do they just want to take this? They're going to press hard into the pit. It's Twist!
Oh my god.
With a quick flick of his wand, they're all gone.
Mix them up.
Easy pickups on this half by Brokey with a lending hand. FaZe 2 rounds away from semifinals.
Oh, what? We don't throw one-ways now? We don't care? We just swing on pit? Oh, he's just ego peeking him, going back in for more. We saw Robs go all the way down to mid. That's something that Kerrigan has given the keys over to his teammates to do. Take that space, trust yourself. You're hired guns because of your individual level. And right now, Nip are trying to scale the mountains, but their ice picks are losing grip. This could be their last full buy. Esatag on and off.
He's gotta be that X factor.
Brolin has been torched down to 3 HP. Rain opens up on Hampus. Top fragger down.
Brokey, whoa. Esatag's already crossed, but he's too scoped in. Brokey comes back for a second. And this guy simply does not miss.
Statements.
Every time. Brokey rocks their world, and Brolin's been sitting on 3 HP since the start of this.
Wow.
World-class opping every time.
Yeah, he has been the bottom line for FaZe in a number of situations. And we're going back to the 2v5 off the first half. Feels like years ago. Brolin, who got hit by the molly early on, still recovering from his wounds. Not gonna get that HP back. 3 health, and FaZe have just so much money that they could even hunt him down all the way in the back of T-Apps. They have the whole map to play with. And FaZe, after this insanely hot start from NIP, survived it. Brought it to the second half. Flawless run. Still have yet to lose. This AK is going to be something to bring into the next, but they fully invested. There will be no op here for Nip. In fact, there will be no AKs beyond Brolin's or what he can drop. There is no residual cash left over.
Nothing.
They have not stood up to Brokey. They have not won a single round in this T side. Their best side on any map. And they've got a goddamn UMP on res.
It's desperation at this point. 7 chances. 7 final lines. How many Swedes does it take to break through the best Dane in Kerrigan? They just can't get past this game plan. They can't get past the stars. We sat and we waited and we questioned the certainty of Robs. And not for the first time in Antwerp, not the first time at this major, Had he started cool, but now he's coming up clutch. It's another test towards this A site. Fire at their feet, Galil in their hands, the lesser weapons, but still that hope, that dream of pushing past the quarterfinals. Twists inside of his pit. He's got them close. Excellent utility, but Rob's inside that bomb site. He lines them up, knocks down 2, and over towards the arch. It's a fumble from Hampus. Man advantage for FaZe as they push into this site, and Hesitate cowards. They're down. They are done, and FaZe Clan move on to the semifinals in Antwerp.
The prophecy is foretold. The favorites win. No weakness at the end of map 3, just to instill fear in their next competition. FaZe with a statement map to get through quarters.
They are not perfect, but some of these CT sides damn near impenetrable. Kerrigan at the helm of that one takes a back seat with Rain, and they just let those stars shine. Antwerp, give it up for FaZe!
We hang our hats for NIP. Their major run comes to an end, maybe the best version that we've seen from them, but it's still not enough.
The fact that they're able to give us a marked improvement, at least one map here in the quarterfinals, something that they couldn't do in Stockholm, and we have to remember this is such a fresh-faced roster. Brolin, the best in Sweden, they said, and with one chance, he takes them into the playoffs of a major that so many people had written them off of. Beautiful first showing here in Antwerp, but obviously not enough.
Man, that was the series we deserved to be kicking off the playoffs here at the PGL Antwerp Major. And do FaZe seal that one up in style? Just an absolutely impenetrable second half. They make NIP totally turtle up and they lock in their spot at the semi-finals.
13 rounds in a row. 13 rounds in a row for FaZe to close this map. A drop that turns into a tsunami. A few mistakes made by NIP turn into the full confidence and the full might of FaZe. And we had the pleasure to observe so many different players popping off, but we have to start with Robs. Finally, he showed up. Welcome to the playoffs.
This is the Robs you want to see. He is so good at Counter-Strike when you like. It's impeccable. Like the way he shows up when they needed him the most. You see your stats on the screen right there. 27 kills and 13 deaths with 100 ADR to make sure FaZe reach the next stage of the playoff.
It's incredible how momentum shifts. That's what was beautiful about this game. It's 8-3. The scoreline is so tight. NIP seemingly in a commanding lead, and then you close your eyes, you open them 10 minutes later, and it feels like FaZe can do no wrong. Broke is taking every duel, is punishing them every single time. Kerrigan is reading. It was just, they couldn't do anything. They had to taste the full force of FaZe Clan.
And that's the perfect example if you want to be talking about Kerrigan's adaptations and just his stellar qualities as an in-game leader. Sure, we're going to give praise to a load of the players on the side of FaZe with their firepower coming into things. But the fact that Kerrigan can do that with his men and just look so strong, such a force to be reckoned with, Devil. Huge congratulations to them making it through to the semis.
Yeah, I mean, for me, we were talking in the green room, watching the game, and it was like, this looks very, very bad for FaZe. They were 7-3 up, I think, NIP at one point, 8-3 maybe even. And then basically from there, they win huge clutches after clutches. And you could see how that mentally broke NIP. And they just continued with the pressure from there on and sealed the deal.
Well, before we do dive into the nitty-gritty, we do need to hear from one of the veterans on the side of FaZe. We have Rain with Banks after that series.
Thank you very much, Freya. That's right, I've got Rain, as FaZe have managed to achieve the first win here against NIP. Now, Rain, certainly not an easy fight, but one thing that I find interesting for you guys is no matter if you're down, even just on the Inferno game, they kind of had your number early on right in the first half. But do you guys ever feel the pressure? Because you seem so cool.
No, we don't really feel any pressure. We know we can do great comebacks. Even if they're up 15-7, 15-6, we can still do a comeback, right? So there's no pressure. It's more like we kind of get too excited sometimes and throw some rounds away, as you can see at Inferno. And the same happened on our overpass, lost both second rounds, so we're too excited sometimes.
But the win still came your way. And the good thing is, right, we look at the experience mix between yourself, Carrigan, you know, some of the young guns across it, Twist in there as well now. Do you feel like you guys just have the perfect mix right now? You're riding such a high rave. And I think some people maybe thought you guys were maybe not in peak form, given they looked at the Legend stage just because they didn't go 3-0. But how are you guys feeling?
Oh, we're feeling really good. The chemistry, the atmosphere in the team, it feels like a big family when you're playing, right? And that's what you need to have in a team. You need to have a good mood, and everybody needs to be getting along together, and so far it's really good for us.
Now individually, you are kind of doing a big whirlwind here in terms of your own performance, I've seen. We look back to IEM4, you're saying that was the last time you were kind of highest rated. You're now closing in on that. Something changed, extra motivation, or just feeling good?
Some extra motivation from all the hate I got, especially after Katowice, you know, all these people saying minus rain plus whatever. So that's some motivation for myself to play better, and also the young kids in my team, they always bring me up and they always they motivate me with how much they play, right? So it's just that.
So this is where you thrive, right? On the stage, in the arena, and this is where all that experience pays off?
Yeah, of course, and it feels so good being back here after missing Katowice and just playing in front of the crowd. It's an amazing feeling.
Well, it's a great start so far. Let's see how you go on for the rest of the tournament. Rain, thank you very much. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you so much for that one, Banks. Great to get to hear a few words from Rain after a spectacular series. So many things I want to touch upon there. First of all, being Rain's individual form. You pitted him as one of the players that really need to be stepping up coming into this one. Didn't start too hot, but then absolutely turned this one around, Maniac on Inferno.
Yeah, I got worried on Inferno. I really did, because after a blistering first map on Nuke, where he put FaZe on the map, he put them on tracks, he disappeared on Overpass. I thought he was one of the liabilities, and then the start of Inferno is nothing but desert. There's nothing happening. It's dry as hell. He's got 0 and 10 after 11 rounds, 18 ADR. But this is where you test the true value of a player. We're going to touch on it a little bit later. Who in his shoes makes the right decisions and comes back into the game? So many players would have disappeared from 0-10 at the major, and he actually comes back into it.
Talk about mental fortitude, right? I've been in the situations before, and it's not easy to, you know, feel like you are the liability, feel like you are not bringing it, you know, on the server like as you should, and he really stepped up when they really needed him. And I think one of these big clutches and moments, they always fire you up a little bit extra. We're gonna see a few rounds here on repeat. Take it away, man.
That's a very good example right here. I want you to focus on Rain in that 2 versus 2. He gets the...
I think this is the first kill he gets.
Exactly, and look at this, the way he stays in the smoke, right there, right now, staying alive. That to me is cold-blooded. It was so composed from Rain, even though that was his only first kill right before that. He was instrumental in winning that 2 versus 2. And you might look at the scoreline and realize this was the first round that FaZe won. Moving on to the next, ENCE missing 3 key AWP shots on that long position. It's Kerrigan crafting a solution with no time and no utility to play with. Incredible. Again, good positioning from Rain. He's got that early drop into the library, and from that moment on, it's all under control from FaZe. And shall we even talk about the last round? This is the last hurrah for NIP.
For me, there should be no way into this round. Sure, ENCE goes down, there's still a 2v4. Hampus oversteps here, and here I'm in the green room screaming, Rest, go backside, 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 backside. Because then you can buy at least 4 or 5 seconds for your rotation to come in and help you. But it was too late. But this is a big play from Brokey.
It's huge.
Oh my, that movement right there set him up for this kill.
We could see it from the very beginning. Of course, we're going to talk about the triple kill with Tech9 from Brokey, right? But the way he plays the clutch is someone that's activated, someone that's in it. It's super fast, it's decisive, gets the first kill, get the hell out, hides, hears the CTs coming over, and then peeks him with the M4 silencer. From this point, I mean, NIP didn't win a single round.
Yeah, exactly. The first round of that package, that really was a turning point with a capital T for FaZe. The fact that NIP literally couldn't come back into it, the huge props to that momentum shift for FaZe coming into this one.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine losing one of these rounds is already mentally breaking enough, but one after another and another, yes. Like it's just so close together. Like, how are you gonna repair from this? And you don't have much time before the halftime starts, you know. And going into the pistol, they got absolutely demolished. And you just feel so
You know the game is-
deflated at these moments.
Yes.
It's a great thing he's mentioning here. You talk about between half times. Some competitions have a little bit of time when you move on from the first half to the second. Maybe a few deep breaths, being able to shake it off. You can move on to something new. Here, it's almost instant. If you bungled the last 3 rounds of your half, you better have a rock hard mental fortitude to go on to the second one.
And we love a redemption story. We alluded to it earlier. Rops, man, he was a man on a mission coming into this one, particularly redeeming himself after that showing against Copenhagen Flames, where we were saying in the pre-show he was absent. He was making uncharacteristic mistakes. It is great to see Mr. Cool just looking ice cold coming into this one, Manny.
Yeah, because before that third map, I thought it was not sufficient what we've seen from Rops. I mean, we hyped the hell out of this guy for rightful reasons. He's been definitely a great asset for FaZe Clan. As soon as he joined, they started lifting trophies. The correlation is very easy to draw, but map 1 and map 2, as far as I'm concerned, an average performance from Rops. He wasn't taking over. He was making a few mistakes. He was definitely shaky on the first map, but here we finally saw the beast again. Very clean, very composed, good cross placement, rarely caught off guard. This is the Rops that I was hoping to see here.
Yeah. No, this is the Rops we love and are used to seeing constantly for the past, I don't even know, like 4 or 5 years. He's just been shining through and being an absolute beast.
I think that's the thing, when he does fall off, maybe even slightly, because he is Mr. Consistent with a capital C, we really do notice those uncharacteristic plays, so it's great to see him really coming back in full force with this one. Somebody else, full force on that map, we do have to talk about round number 6, coming out of Brokey. A crucial 3v3, sure, maybe not in terms of the momentum shifter, but in terms of Brokey's own confidence, we're talking about how important it is to be coming in full force to one of his first major plays.
I mean, this could have gone horribly wrong. This is round number 6. That's the bomb down there. That's caught by NIP. Then Broline with that clever move going through the smoke. From this point on, this could be NIP running away with the first half.
Slick movement.
Look at this.
Here.
So fast, bunny jumping around. And then he realizes he's going to have people on his tail. Turns around, quick scope, gets the Tech 9, almost graffiti worth. Crazy from Brokey. And it started his great map. He ended up with, well, let me look, 20 kills, exactly 20 kills on Inferno. He did what Estak couldn't. He took over on the CT side as well.
This is the really difficult thing when we were looking at, I believe it was round number 13 in that package, the fact that, you know, Estak is making those misses in such an instrumental position for the AWP. Sure, I'm not going to blame anything on him coming into this one, but it's the fact that there are those little holes still on the side of NIP and they allowed them to really be letting the water into this one.
It's not about just putting on him. I mean, it points out towards the structural issues that we might see for NIP. It's something we have talked about before. You compare Estak and Brokey on this map, and it's night and day. The insurance that Brokey has given to his team in his position, Estak isn't doing it. But I feel like we should also put the screws on Rez just a little bit. Rez, the player that was the highest rated on LAN for NIP this whole year 2022, in the top 7 as it is, just passing through this series, never taking over, never granting, never gifting around to Hampus. I was expecting more. I thought he would give more, do more, and I'm disappointed a little bit.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I do have a little bit of the side of the coin. I think they were so mentally down, you know, the drain, that it's just so hard for these young players of NIP to come back from that situation.
Rez isn't young. That's my problem. In the grand scheme of Counter-Strike, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's definitely not as old as I am. We don't need to enter into that. But he's been around the block, right? We said he was the only one who had actually been in a quarterfinal. He was used to it, or I mean, more than his teammates. I'm expecting him to do more. I think he had the talent for it. He had the year for it. He was coming into this major with the confidence built around 2022. It just didn't materialize, and of course that's a win condition that goes down the drain for NIP.
Yeah, no second chances when you're coming into the playoffs. Unfortunately, NIP are eliminated from the tournament, but for FaZe, man, I am so excited what they're going to be delivering going forward. Devil Walk, the fact they're making it into that semi-finals, and I feel like all the cogs, they're starting to turn at the right times, at the exact right moments for FaZe coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays from everyone in this lineup. But what's so special about FaZe is when they smell blood, they won't let the pressure off. And we saw that. They broke NIP. They completely destroyed them. Once they felt they would flicker a little bit, they just shut it down. And that's that's a championship team. Like, they can win trophies with this. They can go on and actually go all the way in this major, because that is ruthless, and you need that if you want to win.
I think you're so correct when you say that is what makes a world-class team. Of course, they will be moving on to the semi-finals here at the PGL Antwerp Major, but it's time to be finding out who will be joining them. FURIA are taking on one of the underdogs in the competition. It's Spirit coming in full force to see if they can take down the Brazilians.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
It is time to put our young commentators, Hugo and Harry, together, but also against each other in the ultimate test of skill. It's Counter-Strike 1.6 time that neither of you have played before. Hugo, you like the feel of it so far? You had a few rounds of warm-up?
I've played a few. I played a bit of CS Management back in the day.
Okay.
A few hours, maybe 20 hours of this game. I'm more of a Source player. It feels a bit junky, but I'm ready.
Okay. Harry, what do you already told me the registration of the bullets felt good, you know, better than the versions we currently have.
Yeah, it's probably the best thing I've ever played. On top of that, I think, you know, I have quite the track record here. I'm actually undefeated in 1.6.
Damn.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
I've never played, so I've never lost.
Well, technically, yeah, because it means Hugo has definitely lost some rounds and you haven't. All right, so give us a restart, Harry. You're in control of the server. We are on LAN, so it's all fair. There is no ping. There is no freeze time. You've got to get your guns in your hands. I'm going to start looking at Harry. Oh, he's clicking his hands together. All right, very serious. And are you starting with the AK?
I'm trying, but it's all the way out there. There you
go. You got the gun at least. Oh, he thought he saw him. He's trying to one-tap him.
Now look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this? How did people play a game that had this in it? And he can get me?
You got destroyed because he had the AWP.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the AWP is
kind of
noob gun.
Oh, that's my gun, man. How are you going to say that? So Hugo with the 1-0. It's the first to 10. I love how focused you both are.
There's pride on the line, James.
Oh, he got you on running as well, blapped. Why you have the AWP? You can't miss with the AWP, though. Hugo.
James.
You're an AWPer, yeah?
Yeah.
You're also choosing the M4, the less superior weapon. Oh, but he's still headshot come through. Crispy Hugo with a 2-1. Trying to spray through the box, taking some damage. I don't know what that spray was, and then he gets blapped through it anyway. Harry just smiling to himself.
Undefeated. Just remember that.
Until today.
Harry, you're not using the boxes for cover.
I'm trying to run at him. I want to run at him. I want to put salt in his wounds.
Hugo's still in the lead.
I can't find a gun. Ah!
Nice spray with the M4.
Where's this come from, man? We were cracking. This guy couldn't get 2 kills.
I am winning, Harry. You're undefeated.
He's awful.
You're undefeated.
I don't know. That just feels
a bit cheap, isn't it?
Well, you know, a win is a win.
Trying to shoot away. Oh, he blapped him good through the dink. The dink got you good. The dink was a problem.
Bit shaky.
Whoa, it didn't reload my gun after the round?
No.
No, it doesn't do that automatically.
Welcome to the 90s, baby.
The technology just wasn't there yet.
Harry's really going for like the flicks. Oh, Hugo pushing aggressively.
No, dude, that's
you got punished hard. You got punished hard.
Pro.
Harry's now taking the lead at 6-5. It's quite even between you two, you know. I'm impressed. And you got absolutely destroyed.
Sit down!
Let me get the AWP, Harry. Let me get the AWP.
No, I ain't letting you get AWP abuser. James, bro, you sat there laughing. I'm crushing you next.
Come for me. Come for me. I'm ready, Harry. many you got, Harry? You got 9.
Yeah.
Oh my, Harry could be winning it. One more, and Harry is going to be champion, but no.
Oh, the pressure's on! But he's molded under the pressure as Hugo Byron.
9-6, Hugo's feeling it. You cannot die, Hugo. Harry's still going for the one taps over the top of the boxes. Let's see, come on. He knows he's close to it. Oh, Hugo's out with the open. You put yourself
There we go! Sit down!
Overtime.
Sit down, Hugo!
Overtime, one more.
So that was 10-6? That was 10. I love how you still want to go for this. It's 10-6. Harry definitely won. They're not stopping. It's it. Harry won. Harry won.
Give me the fisty.
I thought CS was first to 16 back in my day.
This was always first to 10, and you knew it, Hugo.
No. Doesn't count.
So you like the AWP? Not such a fan of the M4A?
No, not really.
Yeah?
I'm more of an AWPer. He knows it. You know, if it was an in-game leading contest, James, I'd be winning.
Okay.
But you know, it's an
If it was a competition of who's the best support player,
Yeah.
Hugo might be there. That's his kind of thing.
Yeah, if they allow flashbangs,
I'm the guy who
You're the
goes
aimer.
out and gets the kills and makes the magic happen.
I agree with you there.
So come on, boys. Stand up, shake hands, you know. Harry fairly wins. I'll stand in the middle of the...
Hey! I've hit him with it. I went vintage on it as well. I went back to the 2000s. Oh! Sit down, Hugo. Let's go.
It's just disrespectful, isn't it?
It's fine.
No,
it's
no,
not
go on.
Commentary,
Go on, bro. No. We can do it for real this time.
He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it.
I don't trust you.
That's the end of that chapter. Harry is the winner.
I'm keeping the fallen mouse pad, James.
That's the way it goes down, and Hugo's stealing my mouse pad.
Some of you guys might have noticed that in the ad breaks, we've been doing some arty challenges. So naturally, when FURIA entered the building, I had to get the man himself, Art, on the case. Art, are you actually a good artist?
No.
Why the hell are you named Art then?
I don't know. It happened. What can I do now? It's impossible to go back. Now everyone's going to discover I am a fraud.
Well, maybe you do have a hidden talent. Maybe you need some more confidence.
Yeah, maybe with this beautiful model here standing there, I can do something great here. Let's see.
Well, you've spent a lot of time with Kay Serato, your model, today. I mean, you've literally been on holiday with this man, played with him for a few years now. Is there anything that you think when you look at Kay Serato in the eyes and in the face?
It's the eyes so deep, you know. You can see his soul through the eyes. It's so deep, yeah.
Do you love him deeply?
Yeah.
Deeply?
Yeah.
Now, Kay Serato, how do you think Art sees you? How do you think he's going to draw you?
Probably going to do a mess with me.
You've got 3 minutes on the clock to start drawing, and your time starts now. Genuinely, this is having an effect on me.
Okay, let's start by his little head here.
This is actually quite a good start. I'm not going to lie. I'm impressed so far. Spoke too soon.
No pressure to me. Okay.
I think he's kind of envisioned you. He's imagined that you're wearing like a turtleneck jumper, I think. Did you have your hair modeled on Drake?
Yeah, Drake. Yeah, they call me Brazilian Drake.
Yeah, he's also known as Brazilian Drake in Brazil. You look so beautiful, Serato. You're gonna love this. Oh, your little mustache here. Let's make
You're
it.
definitely going to have an emotional reaction when you see it. I can tell you that.
God made me in 9 months. He's gonna make me in 3 minutes. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Name the artwork.
It's gonna be, I know the perfect name.
I can imagine.
The Monarato.
That's such a great name. Okay, sign the artwork and then we will reveal it to your model. Okay. Oh, I really, really hope I open your sticker in one of my capsules later today. Okay. Would you like to reveal to the model? Are you ready, Kay Serato?
Yeah, I am.
This is how Art sees you.
Like a shed, you know? Very, very strong.
Monarato.
Like
Monarato.
Yeah, Monarato. Monarato. It has like a Italian ending, you know? Monarato.
Monarato.
Mona Lisa, Monarato.
Ah, I got you.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Oh, nice. I like it.
You like it? You're gonna put my wall?
What?
You're gonna put my picture
I'm
on
gonna
your
use it
wall?
on my Twitter. For sure.
All right, done.
How do you feel about your eyes? They're devastatingly empty and haunting.
I'm in love with you, man.
Oh my God, give me a hug, man.
Linda.
Stop pushing, please.
Stop baiting me, man.
Stop baiting me, stop pushing.
Well, I've never seen two teammates love each other more deeply. Obrigada, boys. Thank you so much for joining us for the art.
That's me looking him pushing everywhere. What are you doing, man? Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Major, live from Antwerp, Belgium. We are about to get into our second series of the day, Spirit Up versus FURIA. And I think a lot of people may say, hey, we just saw an amazing series. It was FaZe versus NIP, Pimp, and Maui. But they have so much to be excited for when it comes to this one as well.
For sure, two teams who so far in this tournament have played a great amount of Counter-Strike. Spirit in particular, the big surprise coming in here. Going 3-0 in the Legend States, playing some aggressive but good, well-foundation Counter-Strike, and then going up against FURIA, who's always a bit of a wild card. This game is going to be a banger no matter what.
There have been a couple of gems that have really jumped off the page from both of these teams, but I think Spirit has to be the biggest surprise of the entire tournament. No one picked them 3-0. Show your pick 'em. Send them to me at Maui Snake if you actually picked Spirit 3-0, because I don't believe it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't believe it.
It's such a wonderful story, and I feel like they fly under the radar, even with other stories that became bigger than life, right? Everybody was kind of counting them out, and they have consistently improved for Spirit. Let's also maybe pull up the bracket to see who they will be up against. FaZe was able to beat NIP, and these two teams are at the same side of the bracket, Maui, so it's going to be a rough one, but yeah.
Neither of these teams should be ones that FaZe should be sleeping on. I am sure that Kerrigan and the rest of the team are going to be looking intently at this because there are some crazy antics that will be taking place before us today, and you know Kerrigan's going to want to get to the bottom of them.
There's no way a major semifinal is ever going to be easy for FaZe, but I will say that I think NIP was the biggest hurdle for them in this side of the bracket. To be completely honest, I have been very impressed with Spirit and FURIA so far, but the way FaZe is playing right now, they're the favorites in that semifinal, regardless of whether FURIA or Spirit wins tonight.
And I think that gives us a lens to look at this matchup at, right? Because now it's a completely different ball game. Now you are in front of this crowd who we know have been very loud already. You're going to have to show a different level of Counter-Strike, both in this series and both in the next one if you do meet FaZe. Let's talk about the teams and talk about the big stories around them, starting maybe with Spirit, as said, underestimated constantly, but having some youngsters in there like a Siren, like a Patsy, who have thrived in front of the camera and on the server.
Their way coming into this quarterfinal of the major is spectacular, right? They qualified for the qualifier to qualify for the major. Then they qualified from that qualifier to get in here. Yeah. Then they got into the major qualifier where they qualified, and I'm pretty sure they also qualified from the Legend State, the Challenger States, going into the Legend States. And from the Legend States, they qualified to the playoff as well. Spirit came from nowhere, and they are now in a quarterfinal at the major, and that is amazing.
This is like Inception.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a dream within a dream within a qualifier within a qualifier. The road that Spirit went on to get here is unthinkable. It is the longest, the hardest road, and they have passed with flying colors. And those players, those youngsters that you mentioned, Shocks, the Patsies, the Sirens, those guys have delivered massive performances against some of the best teams in the world. That's what shocks me about this Spirit team. It's that they are playing well above what these players are known for to be their standards.
Take a look at the results in front of you right here. They've only lost one game, and there was a very close game against G2 in overtime. Outside of that, they beat, as you said, world-class teams. Heroic, FURIA, Copenhagen Flames, Astralis for that matter. They made them look like a bunch of noobs, sent them home. Spirit right now in this tournament have played some of the most surprising and some of the most, I guess, newly innovating Counter-Strike as well. They do it very basic in a way, but they do it with such a high quality that it's been super impressive to see.
Absolutely, and we'll get deeper and deeper into kind of the meat of the matchup as we continue. I'd like to juxtapose that to FURIA. I think for the side of Spirit, you have players coming from a region where there is tons of Counter-Strike talent, maybe in the shadow shadow of some of the better teams historically in the region. And I feel like when you look at FURIA, the last hope for Brazil, they have been a little bit in the shadow of Imperial so far, right? The fans were so fired up, but they are the team that the Brazilians should be rooting for now, Maui, and they have a lot to root for.
They are the best team from Brazil, despite the fact that they are the little brothers of the Fallens, the Furs, the FNXs, the guys that were on Imperial. This is the team that everybody should be looking at if they want to root for their home country of Brazil, because they play an eccentric type of Counter-Strike, an electric type that is led by Art. This guy has been so creative, so innovative over the years, so many things that he brings to the game in terms of new smokes, new timings, all of that. It is integrated into the meta, and it's almost like Europe sometimes has to catch up what Art is bringing out from Brazil. That's unheard of for the meta of CS. Everybody knows it's the Swedes, the Danish people that are coming out with all the new stuff. But no, this guy on your screen right there, he is a mastermind. He is one of the best. He comes up with just too much of them.
It's a team that has rediscovered their identity as well, because they did have a period where Art was the primarily AWPer for FURIA, and we saw glimpses of what he could do with the AWP, but that was not suited his style. That was not suited FURIA. So they went back, they brought in Safe, and now they have this well-rounded lineup once again, where they can allow Art to be this ultra-aggressive rifler who can create space for his teammates, and then Safe coming in with the AWP, who so far have been nothing but a joy to watch.
Has been incredibly consistent since he has joined that lineup as well. And by the way, we're saying Safe because we heard it from him himself. That's what he wanted to be called. So don't get mad at us. In any case, let's talk about Safe, and in the context also of FURIA and their development. As said, that piece coming in as the AWPer who had the experience in Pain, of course, and how that unlocked the rest of the lineup.
Yeah, so as soon as Henny left this FURIA lineup over a year ago, everybody knew that there was a space that needed to be filled. Art tried his best. He tried his best, but it just took away from the identity of the team. When the main guy that's supposed to be the aggressive player is hamstrung by the fact that he has to wield the most expensive weapon, his playbook will shrink. Now that they have Safe, this guy has been incredibly solid for them. He is the missing piece of the puzzle that FURIA have wanted and looked for. So many people from the community were looking for this change, but I have talked to Safe himself, and he says it's pretty hard to integrate into this FURIA system. You don't know what's going to happen every single round. It's just on Art to call his play, and then you have to pick up the pieces from there.
And that was one of the problems FURIA had for the longest period, right? They tried Junior, this young American coming into the lineup, didn't work out at all. Art on the AWP as well. Everyone said that it's incredibly tough to integrate into this lineup, but that's what I love about Safe. Coming into this lineup, he doesn't require a lot of space, right? He takes care of himself in a way. It's not a player that is necessarily needed to have a player flashing for him or setting him up at all times. He's a relatively passive AWP player, but he fits perfectly into the system that Art is playing with in FURIA.
And it does go to show that you can have those puzzle pieces that work, but the whole puzzle needs to make sense, right? And I feel like with Safe and FURIA, you definitely see that. Let's talk a little bit about Spirit as well and how they have been impressing on this major so far. To summarize, the young guns and especially Patsy. I mean, what a star in the making, Maui.
Patsy is a guy that can just take space like it's nobody's business. He will rip every little inch you think you have away from you, and he's going to get a kill while doing it. That's what's so impressive about him. It's that he is a high-flying fragger. Little bit of support coming out from Chopper. You'll usually see them working in tandem, the two of them. Chopper throws a flash. Patsy goes for a swing, and he doesn't miss. That's what's so frightening about Patsy right now. He is playing well above and beyond anything I have seen from him in the past, from Spirit Academy, any rosters prior to that. He is looking like a bona fide star, and if he comes into the playoffs with the heat that he has been delivering, then Spirit, they're on fire.
That's what I want to hit on, right? Because he's a bit of a surprise in the sense that coming into the tournament, no one was really rising an eyebrow, when you talked about Patsy. His rating coming into the tournament so far for the year has been 1.08, and at this tournament, he's playing significantly better. As Maui said, against better opponents, against some of the best teams in the world, he's playing with so much confidence. One thing that strikes me, and one thing that I did overheard Yakinda say yesterday in the HLTV podcast, was that when you watch this guy play, he does make a lot of risky plays, and he does get away with making a lot of mistakes. And yes, in group stage, yes, against teams who are not well-drilled, you can get away with that. But when you're in a major quarterfinal on a stage, you cannot get away with making any mistakes whatsoever. And that's what I need to see tonight. Can he continue the performance he's shown so far here in Antwerp? That can be a massive win condition for Spirit.
What I get so excited about, though, with Patsy even more so, is that there's going to be some strong contention from Art. The fact that they're both such aggressive players that have made their name for themselves by just flying at opponents. I want to see these two forces collide because I know there's going to be fireworks. network shocks.
It's going to be unreal, and I think that's one of the reasons why we got so excited, even though everyone was like, FaZe and IP, and we're like, FURIA Spirit, man. It could become so explosive. Let's talk about some other factors in Spirit as well, because of course, Patsy, he picks up the op, but it's secondary. It's actually key to kind of the setup that sometimes Spirit love to run. But we have Dexter there, who has also been surprising so many people, and may I say, is also just a wonderful guy if we've had him here on the desk, and has, I believe, 180 hours in so far at the major.
That is unreal. You know, those numbers are absolutely unreal. I can't remember any point in my life where I played that much Counter-Strike. But that's part of the history as well here for Team Spirit. They are not coming to this success without working hard for it. They're putting in all the hours. They're super motivated. It's a relatively new team coming together as well. Had a period where Chopper was in and out of the lineup. They tried to rebuild the entire thing. Magix as well, you know, he had a good period, then he had a poor period, then now he's playing well again. So it's not like they're coming into this sleeping by no means. They're putting in the hours, and the results, well, you see it on the server.
That's why I see them as just a spoiler for this entire tournament, and they already have played that role. The fact that they all have above 100 hours in the past 2 weeks, at least that's what Dexter said when he came onto this desk, 180 for him, that you cannot sleep on any team that is putting in that much work.
Besides that, what is it that pushed you over the edge from, oh, Spirit, they're doing pretty well, into, oh, Spirit, actual dark horse?
The stats for Spirit in the challenger stage are what convinced me the most. When I looked at what Spirit was doing successfully, the flash assists. They had the best flash assists. They had the best trading percentage of every single team through the challenger stage. It did fall off. They cooled down in the legend stage in terms of that sort of teamwork, but the fact that it was high-flying fraggers, geniuses in the server like Dexter, and I mean that. I really mean that. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic about it. I think Dexter is a genius when he plays the op role. He barely ever gets caught off guard, but when it's combined with Chopper putting together a solid game plan where everybody's working together, trading, flashing for each other, that's why I think Spirit are in the upset territory.
Dexter and the map pool, right? The map pool is very strong. Often we talk about these underdog teams that have a weak map pool, or they have a couple of maps where they're really good and can upset some of the best teams in the world. But we've seen Spirit so far. They play a lot of different maps, and they won a lot of different maps in the tournament as well. So to me, yes, you have guys like Dexter. Yes, you have a guy like Patsy playing well. And we can all agree all the players right now, individually speaking, is playing better than any of us would have anticipated. But the fact they, as a unit and as a team, have such a strong map pool coming into a major against the best teams in the world, that is highly surprising.
Absolutely. Magix and Siren always being consistent. And then Chopper, interesting story also, actually ended up on the bench for a little bit, right? And then came back and is now doing what is a difficult job, right? New members, and especially young members that need a lot of help. They don't have their coach either. So in terms of what he's been able to do with the squad, very impressive. Let's put that across from Art and what he's going to have to do in this match, because I feel like the conversation changed a little bit. Before the major, a lot of people would dare to put FURIA very deep into the playoffs without thinking about it twice. Then there's been a bit of ups and downs, right? So where do they need to clean up in order to regain that status that we have awarded them with before?
I still want to see more from the star players. Yuri and Kesarado are two players we always talk about when it comes to FURIA, and they've had a decent tournament so far, but they haven't really played as well as they could. They are two absolutely gifted and fantastic Counter-Strike players. One is a monster on the T side, another one is a rock-stable CT side player. But, you know, without playing really well, FURIA is still inside the quarterfinal. I still feel and I still think there's way more to come from those two. And then you have a guy like Safe. He's played well so far, but there's more in store for this guy. I've seen him in pain. I've seen what he can do.
Yes, in terms of what some of these players on FURIA are providing for this event, none of them are even matching what they normally do at other events. They're all playing statistically worse, but yeah, they're here. And they're still going to throw out a crazy game plan that is going to be upsetting for opponents, but I really think that people shouldn't sleep on Drop. This guy makes some great decisions in the crunch time, and he is going to have to be that last line of defense, that rock that FURIA need if they want to have a comprehensive victory here.
I beg to disagree a little bit. I think Drop is the weak link within FURIA still. I think it's a player that has grown into a position within the lineup where he's definitely justified to be here, but I still want to see more. He is still one of the players that sometimes falls out of the game, sometimes struggles to find impact. He can get 13, 14, 15 kills in a game, but I rarely think to myself, you know, where were the impact, right? I want to see a little bit more from Drop, but that's also another side of the coin. Often I like to phrase it like this. If your weak link, if your weak player, so to speak, is playing a good game, that's when you usually win. So if Drop can elevate his level just a tiny little bit today, that's when FURIA becomes very dangerous.
So I think Drop fits gets in kind of the general perspective we have on this match into how many of these younger players are going to be able to step up to the plate. Talk to me about experience when it comes to LAN and experience when it comes to playing in front of big crowds for the both of them and how you see them reacting.
I mean, for FURIA, you may think that they've been in front of the crowd a million times, but not really, right? They've been to a couple of stadium events. It is one of those teams that's been around for a long, long time, but we had this 2-year period with COVID, obviously, where they couldn't play on any stages. And then before that, them making the playoff, sure, it happened once in a while, but it wasn't a consistent thing all the time. So for FURIA, they have more experience than Spirit, no doubt, but it's not like they've been up there 20 times of 25.
Yeah, but on the flip side for Spirit, the only guy that's really been in a stadium event has been Chopper. Star Ladder, handful of years ago, losing the ENCE in the finals. But that's going to be where this gets really rocky. And that's why this game should get a little bit messy, because we want to see Patsy, we want to see Siren deliver as they did in the Legend stage, but you can't expect a youngster to come in front of thousands of screaming fans. And this crowd has been fantastic, by the way. They will get nervous. Everybody will get nervous in that one. But FURIA does own the edge just slightly. The 3 big stadium events that they've played in the past, although the fact is, Safe hasn't actually played in front of a crowd. So that might be a weak link for FURIA too. But 4 of these guys, they were here in Stockholm last time at the last major. And even though they didn't deliver, they got a taste of it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Good maybe for Spirit that it is Chopper who has kind of the experience at least, so he can kind of give those rays of confidence to the rest of his team. And when it comes to FURIA as well, there are tons of Brazilian fans in the crowd. I think that's going to give you a boost, right? I mean, you as an ex-professional player as well, when you see that, it's all about taking that energy, I guess, in the right way and turning it into a good performance on the server.
For sure, and you can feed off that energy. But that goes for Spirit as well, you know. Some teams, they like to be the underdog. Some teams, they like to feel like the underdog. Yeah, they love it, right? They feed off the, I wouldn't say hate, you know, but they're rooting against them. And that could be a turning point for Spirit as well. If Chopper is huddling them up and saying, you know, listen, guys, the crowd is against us, the world is against us, but we are the better team. You can use that energy against it. There's not that many Brazilians out there, but what I do know is that even a small portion of Brazilian fans can make a lot of noise. So I would be worried a little bit if I'm Spirit.
Yeah, one of the guys on the Spirit staff, Constantine, told us that Spirit, they didn't have any expectations going into this at all. And that the fact is that they didn't have to qualify for the major. And so they were able to play without pressure on their back. But the thing is that even if you didn't play without pressure on your back through a studio environment, playing in front of an audience will create pressure. Even if you think, I don't get nervous. I've heard so many people say I don't get nervous.
Yeah.
And there's very few that really, truly
They run to the bathroom like 7 times before they have to be. I mean, we do the same sometimes when we're nervous. But in any case, as we get closer to the introduction of the teams and after that, then the map, Fido, let's get into a bit of the nitty-gritty and in terms of the CS styles that we're going to see here. In terms of Spirit, what would you say their strong points are, and what do you have to look out for, and what do you want to see him clean up?
I think the thing with Spirit that you need to look out for is how Chopper sets up Patsy in every single round. That's generally how they're going to try to start everything. On Nuke, you know, he's going to be flying outside. Anywhere that you need to take space on a map, it's going to be Patsy's role to do that. And the thing is that you contrast that directly with FURIA, and that's why this gets so exciting, because Art will be doing the exact same thing. They will just butt heads. But the thing is, Patsy's in such better form than Art. That's where I give a slight edge right now to Spirit in this matchup. The thing is, Art has the experience, but Patsy has the mechanics right now. And so it's a very deadly combination, the Chopper-Patsy combo, because even when Patsy doesn't find that frag, Chopper's there for the trade.
Yeah, maybe let me jump on what you said there before about Patsy being extremely aggressive, but sometimes making some mistakes. And obviously that comes into play here, right? Because if you're Art and you're very experienced, you're going to have those timings down.
You should, but Art is also a bit of a wildcard himself, you know, and I agree with what you're saying. I think individually speaking, Patsy may very well be a better aimer than Art, you know, so he could win out those duels, but you go up against Yuri, you go up against Caserado, you cannot allow yourself to take one step too far, or, you know, jiggle peek a little bit too out far left, because you're going to get punished in that scenario, and that could be a problem for Patsy. Another thing I just want to highlight as well is Dexter taking care of his own business. Not necessarily being aggressive from the beginning of the rounds, but the mid-round aggression. On a map like Overpass, you're always going to see him in toilets, but never in middle. You know, he's always halfway there, you know, always mid-round aggression, always being annoying and always getting the information. Dexter is a win condition, and without Dexter playing well tonight, there is no way Spirit is going to win this game.
Wow, so much to look out for in this series. And of course, we need our players, and Frankie is standing by to introduce our teams.
You guys, after disaster at the PGL Major Stockholm, Team Spirit didn't just go back to the drawing board, they nearly left Counter-Strike entirely. But now, they're the biggest surprise in the tournament, and they're here to teach you one thing. Never underestimate them. Falaise show some appreciation for Team Spirit! Well, there are quite a few people in this arena who are excited for their opponents today. They made it to the quarterfinals of PGL Major Stockholm, but they couldn't quite capitalize enough on their wild synergy to make it to the top spot. But perhaps, Sports Falaise, this is the year that changes. Ole, ole, baby! It's FURIA! Well, I'm going to talk to Dexter from Team Spirit first. So, in the past couple of weeks, you've been quite busy. We hear 180 hours in the server. But how can you prepare for this, Dexter?
I think this guy is great. They are incredible and amazing fans. But anyways, I would like to say for everyone who is supporting Team Spirit and he is not here, you can write it in the Twitch chat. Let's go, Spirit!
Let's go, Spirit. Thank you so much, Dexter. I'm going to come over to Art now. Art, Spirit beat you on Nuke in the Legend stage. So what's the plan for revenge today?
It's going to be easy. They got lucky.
Are you sure about that? Because it didn't look that close, and this is the best of 3. How are you preparing to take down the underdogs?
We're going to play our game. We're going to be very aggressive. We're going to do our best to win.
Okay, well, do your best then. Get into that booth, get ready. We'll see you on the server. Things are absolutely heating up here at the Sports Falaise Arena. Shox, are you feeling tingles right now?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love it from Art. His interviews are just like his play style, you know, they got lucky. And I think this is a great starting point, I think, for our discussion, because they have faced recently. And FURIA wasn't able to beat Spirit there. Talk to me about what it was in Spirit's game plan that was able to take FURIA down, and of course, then also, how do FURIA avoid that happening again?
Spirit CT side, and Spirit were able to shut down the aggression that Art is talking about. I love the fact that he says we're going to come out aggressive. You know that is a given every single time, but that's one of the strengths for Spirit so far. Their CT sides, especially against teams who want to play aggressive, who want to play fast, they've been so good at shutting that down.
Yes, people like Siren have just been monster anchor players or small site players. Whatever role he's going to be playing on, whatever maps we get to, and I'm sure we'll get to them soon, he is going to be such a force. He's just so hard to dislodge. That's the toughest thing about Siren. He just picks his favorite spot, and mechanically speaking, he is so gifted, and the hours show. All that 100 hours past 2 weeks, all of that comes out in the server because he deletes people from his bomb sites.
So much then also comes down to if FURIA or Art can get the better of him, right, in the beginning of those games. And I know that you were looking specifically at opening kills for the two teams.
Spirit in particular have been great in opening kills so far. They're one of the highest rated teams in the tournament at finding the opening kill, and more so, they also have one of the highest conversion rates when they're playing 5v4. That, of course, is interesting because when you get the opening, if you're Spirit, you have a very high chance of winning the round. Now, the counterpart to that is that FURIA have been one of the worst teams in the tournament at finding their own opening kills, right? So that could be a problem for FURIA, but FURIA is one of the best teams in the tournament to play 4 against 5, so they're very good at fighting back in that scenario, and that could be a very interesting point in this game.
That has been the MO of FURIA for almost the entirety of this lineup. They're used to playing with some chaos. They're used to losing that first kill from Art. Even if Art isn't having a great game, the backline from FURIA is dominant. Serato and Yuri, they are some of the best mid-round, late-round players. They're probably the best too in the server today.
Yeah, and I've asked for the map Fido to come in because we have about 5 minutes until we're going to get into the game. And there is a lot to look out for, Maui. What should we be expecting?
I think the first bans should be relatively clean here. I think Spirit is going to want to play D2. What is Furia going to do? They're going to ban that one out. On the side of Furia, they haven't really been liking Dust 2, as I just said, or we got that Furia ban out there.
I got it out,
Yeah, and then Spirit should be banning Inferno. Yeah, that's been what they've been going for. Furia here could punish with Vertigo. I think that's the option for them, and they're going to take it. On the side of Spirit, I think they want the rematch on Nuke, Pimp.
That would make sense, you know. It would be a bit dangerous, but it would make sense. Ancient coming in right here for Spirit. A map they haven't lost in the past 3 months. They are 100% win rate on it, so they're coming in with confidence, but that is also one of the good maps for Furia, and that's a point I want to reiterate right here. The fact that Spirit have to remove Inferno is a bad thing for this map pool for Team Spirit, because that's not a strong map for Furia. So already in this scenario where we get to see Mirage being the third deciding map, I think Furia have won this veto.
I want to remark on one thing. Art said that last time around Spirit got lucky when they won on Nuke, but he still didn't want that rematch for the third one. So
I think that's smart.
Yeah, maybe the action's not mimicking what he's saying with his words, but I think when we go to this first map here, this is a great pick from Furia. They are some of the first people that really understood ramp control to a deep level, and you can tell when you watch Patsy play against Copenhagen Flames recently in the Legend stage, that gave him a lot of trouble. Only 3 kills on the T side when he was playing against them, and so many players from Copenhagen Flames were able to just chime in and take him down. Wasn't even that difficult, so he needs to reinvent his entire playstyle towards that side of the map.
Yeah, I just got the update. We have 10 minutes until we're getting into the game, so we can really dive deep into this map pool. Let's explore Vertigo for a little bit then. Already coming out of Maui, the fact that it's going to be a tricky one. Talk to me about that ramp and about how aggressive Art is and how he likes to approach this map.
Well, Furia is a good CT side team on Vertigo, and I agree the ramp control and the aggressiveness coming in from Art in particular is something you have to look out for. If you're a viewer at home or if you're a viewer in the arena, look out for Art. You know, there's going to be rounds where he's going to be in T-spawn within the first 20 seconds of the round, and that is unheard of when it comes to Vertigo, but he has this, I guess, genius way of finding the timing and really getting in behind the enemy lines. But I do want to switch the focus to the T side. We are in a scenario right now where everyone is, I would say, complaining, and everyone is agreeing that the CT sides are very strong in Counter-Strike. On this map specifically, in the past 3 months, Furia have won 67.2% of their T rounds. They are ultra strong on their T side, especially on Vertigo, and that is something that Spirit will have to shut down for, because as you see right here as well, Spirit is a team that have won a lot of rounds so far, but they are also the strongest CT side team in the entire tournament. So we have a very strong T side going up against a very strong CT side. That should make for a banger.
I think one thing that's going to be really curious is how Spirit, in particular Siren and Magic, so they're usually over towards that B side of things, how are they going to deal with the variety of plays that Furia has in store for them? It is very tough to take that bottom stairs position away from Furia. They will want to contest for it, and even if they sniff, if they have an inkling of a feeling that you are stacking too many players towards the B side of the map, they're just going to speed up towards ramp, and that's where things get incredibly dicey for Spirit, because even though their CT sides have been good, it's really been a lot of reliance on Dexter and Siren, and Siren's not playing A. He's on the other side of the map, so if Furia just speed up A, it's just Dexter in my opinion. He's got to shut everything down.
And this is a major. That means your playbook has to be very deep. Not only that, you have to be able to adapt on the fly as what's being thrown your way, and I think that is now kind of the next hurdle for Spirit on the stage with this crowd against this opponent who is incredibly aggressive, having to keep your cool also within the mid-round decision making if it's not going your way.
Yeah, and on a map, you know, like Vertigo, where your confidence may not be as high as on the rest of the map pool, right? They've lost only 2 maps so far in this tournament, one of them being on Vertigo to Copenhagen Flames, a 16-10 loss where the game wasn't really close at all. Patsy, the guy we talked so much about, has played a fantastic tournament. He was nowhere to be seen in that game. So if Copenhagen Flames can do it, there's a lot of learning, obviously, for Team Spirit. What went wrong in that game? What should we change? Should we come out? Should we be more aggressive? Should we help Patsy some more? But also, if you're Team Furia in this scenario, right, you look at that game and you think, okay, can we replicate some of the stuff that Copenhagen Flames did so well in that game?
There's definitely a blueprint to take from the things that Yabby did, from the things that a couple of the guys on the side of Copenhagen Flames did. I think that the problem with Patsy when he's taking ramp control on this is that his routes are very predictable. predictable. His timings are very predictable. It didn't seem like to me Spirit had that late ramp control type of procedure that you're talking about, Shocks. When you need that deep playbook, that is something that every good Vertigo team has on the T side. It's very quick plays that they want to run. They're not always using the entirety of the map towards middle. If they want to have a chance here at taking a map away from FURIA, who in my eyes are the heavy favorites going into Vertigo, then they're going to have to look at what went wrong last time and definitely improve on that mid control too.
I love how I believe you came into this segment being high on Spirit and what they could do here, but the map veto has changed your mind completely.
I really think that the kind of lack of nuke is or no, not, I'm sorry. The lack, I mean, Vertigo is just tough. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for Spirit, and I think that it just puts a map into the back pocket of FURIA. If they're able to do what they came to, then I think I see this being a 1-0 start for FURIA here. I've been wrong in the past, but this time around, I really do think that FURIA, they are looking incredibly strong on this map.
I want to give it to Spirit, though. The Ancient pick didn't surprise me necessarily, but there's a reason why they picked it. They played it twice in this tournament. They've beaten Copenhagen Flames 16-6, and they beat Astralis 16-6. Not even close, right? In this tournament specifically, Spirit have looked like the best Ancient team we've seen so far. And we talk about a map that all of the teams in this bracket, they play. You look at Na'Vi, they play Ancient. You look at FaZe, they play Ancient. All the good teams nowadays, they play Ancient. And Spirit so far has looked like the most convincing team. So yeah, the lack of nuke may be a bit questionable, but the way they've played on Ancient so far, I wouldn't necessarily worry for Spirit, to be completely honest.
Oh, most convincing team on Ancient?
So far. We only played 2 games, only two games, but 16-6 against 2 Danish teams who play the map at a very high level. We even had Astralis in the conversation for being one of the best on Ancient. They absolutely destroyed them.
High praise. As we're getting closer and closer to this matchup and we also see the team huddles happening, let's break out a couple of those players that have the ability to step up in front of the crowd, because I feel like we talk so much about Art for FURIA, and why would you not? I mean, the guy's an absolute menace. But talk to me about Serato, for instance, who we have high hopes for when it comes to stadium play.
The joke about Serato as he was coming into the scene is that he's the Brazilian Coldzera, because he was without a doubt coming up as the best clutcher in the entire region behind the legendary player. And as it stands today, many would say that Serato is the best Brazilian player. And that's what people are going to get excited about. Love to see this, though, from Drop. Have to remark on the fact that this youngster is bringing some ideas and fire to this lineup. That's not what I expected whatsoever. And if he can actually control his nerve, he hasn't had a particularly splendid legend stage. But if he's able to show anything here, that would be a shock to me.
It's awesome. I mean, they were even dancing when the team introductions happened. Also, when it comes to the interview, just a lot of confidence. It seems that they were thriving. And when I've watched FURIA before in the way they played in the studio back in the first stage and in a Challenger and Legend stage, they were in antithesis to like MIBR, who are always like very active and shouting after every round. They are relatively calm in that regard. They know how to keep their energy. And I think with Brazilian teams, that's something we talk about a lot, right? And it's important that they get that good start and then calmed. Get into the server, but don't necessarily change your style, right? We don't want to see a quiet FURIA. We don't want to see a Dexter on the side of Spirit who doesn't get those aggressive moves on, even in the CT side, right?
I don't think you should fear that at all, to be completely honest. I think FURIA is one of the few teams out there who always stay true to themselves. Whenever they play a game of Counter-Strike, you'll see it with Art as well. If he's going to have a bad game, which happens from time to time, there's been games where he's gone for 16 opening duels and lost 15 of those, but he will continue. He will do it on the next map as well. So one thing you can say about FURIA, even when they're not playing well, even when it's not working out, they always stay true to themselves. For, you worry about maybe, I guess buying under the pressure, is it going to be different? Not at all. With FURIA, they are going to stick to their style of Counter-Strike, and that is to be in your face as much as possible.
That is something that I have loved about FURIA, even when they go to LAN. They are not afraid of just sending Art out. He just knows that's what he's going to do. He said it in the pregame interview there with Frankie. He's going to be aggressive. The game plan's not going to change. Their identity is solidified. And when it comes to LAN, having an identity, knowing what the first point of contact is going to be, that takes so much pressure off of your late round players, because they know that they don't have to take any initiative that is outside the box, that's outside themselves. Everything that FURIA does for the first 30 seconds of every round is well drilled, and they know exactly how to adapt to it. If Art gets that pick, they know how to convert. If he loses that, they know what to do as a contingency plan.
Yeah, and I think often it was said about FURIA, a bit of a gimmicky team, that aggression that was way back when even able to take down top teams. Like when Astralis was doing really well, they still once in a while got beaten by FURIA, right? Are we thinking it is a more complete FURIA now coming into this one?
They have evolved so much. It's a much better team today. They have more strengths to play off. Yes, you're right. In the beginning, it was this sheer aggression that always came out from FURIA, but today they are much more mature Counter-Strike team.
Okay, our casters are ready. We got really into that, into the nitty-gritty. And I think this is also the introduction that this match deserves. Spirit up versus FURIA. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. Hugo, I think we got a banger, man. I think we got one that's going to be explosive, it's going to be pacey, it's going to be fast, it's everything we could possibly want.
Yeah, you may relate those sentences to FURIA, but Chopper wrote the playbook on aggressive T-sides, Harry, and now back at his 4th major here in Antwerp, in the Sports Palace. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, dude, on the FURIA side of things, you know, this is like the next generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike, right? You've got a really promising squad here, man. It's a core of 3 that have been together for over 4 years now, right? K-Cerato, Yuri, and Art, they need no introduction. Then you add in this flare of Drop, you know, from the Academy squad, his 2nd major, one where he's trying to make his name known, and then Safe in as the new boy on the block, the hotshot AWPer that was finally meant to fill the boots of Henny, and we have him on stage in a major quarterfinal. Let's get into this one. FURIA taking on Team Spirit.
Vertigo, where we start, Ancient and Mirage to close. It's going to be a brawl. No one is safe. Spirit have gone further and higher than any expectation of them, but FURIA are just getting warmed up. We're into the pistol round. It's T-side Spirit. It's a fast B play. Called off immediately, and FURIA get flashed in.
Yeah, getting a little bit weird with him, man. Art wants to fight first, wants to be up in their face, and oh, he's in the smoke out behind them, only good for one. Patsy and Magix, they're gonna break the silence first here. This B-side still has resistance, but it's gone in an instant. Patsy in with all the kills, 3 to open up on the big stage.
And this is the guy that we have questions for. 18 years of age, we don't know if he's ready for the stage, but 3 kills in the pistol round coming through big. That's certainly a starter. This is the guy who has 2nd highest conversion rate in opening kills. Only guy above him is Rain, one of the most solid players, one of the most old school players who has been on this stage many a time. Patsy, the nerves aren't there yet.
Yeah, it's a good opening, right? It's going to inspire a lot of confidence. Pistol round now in the bag for Team Spirit. And leaning towards this B site again. As they move in, K-Cerato is concealed in the back, right? Waiting. Art dead, fast flank already removed, and it looks like Spirit are on path here to get through this one with ease, keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, from the front to the back, Art immediately flanking, and Patsy's still ready for it. Spirit won't take any casualties in this round. 2 CTs left up with nothing to play with, and Spirit keep it clean right now. I can't believe how many youngsters we have in the server at the moment. And all of them starting strong, at least for Patsy. Dexy's going to close, Spirit go 2-0.
It's a good start here. Team Spirit doing good on the conversions. This is where things get a little trickier though, right? This is where the big guns are looking to come out for FURIA.
Yeah, such an interesting veto as well. With Nuke not getting picked, you'd expect Spirit have done a lot of prep for Ancient, a lot of prep for FURIA after solid wins over Danes back in the Legend stage. But this one should not be easy. This is a home map for FURIA. They killed rosters on Vertigo before. Gun round is out. Spirit, they lean back to that A site. It's Patsy causing a ruckus.
Here's something you might see a few times from Art over the course of this map, right? He's got the MP9, pulling it out, taking it aggro down towards the base of ramp, but that's not where the hit's coming in. It's over here in middle. Spirit towing this line, but doubled up. Drops here with a teammate alongside him. He's good for the opener. Needs to follow up with a bit more. Safe is meant to bail this out, but the Molly's forced to reposition. He goes 1 for 1 and then doubles up. Brilliant stuff for Safe. Keeps it in the advantage of FURIA. Team Spirit back to the drawing board now. Patsy and Magic still alive here. And they're looking to get into this B site all over again.
Yeah, really nice angle for K-Cerato with the boost up. It should find him on default if he uncrouches, if he peeks a little bit wider. K-Cerato is patient. And Magix has to jump. K-Cerato swings at the perfect time. Patsy now. All right, bud, 6-0, 1v3, what have you got?
I mean, everyone's been talking about this guy. Let's see if this is the reason why, right? Oh, dead right away. K-Cerato, little pixel angle on the cross, and he will deliver. FURIA immediately on the board. The guns come out. and they see it through.
Yeah, they stay calm, they don't get stressed early, and I still think that's a big question mark for FURIA, right? We talk about Spirit not having that stage experience on 4 out of 5 players, but FURIA haven't been in these high-pressure scenarios either, not often. Sure, top 8 last time back in Stockholm, but they didn't last more than 2 maps. FURIA, favorites now, coming in with a big bite. Spirit, who are broke.
Yeah, now the shoe's on the other foot. You know that Patsy wants to get involved early, right? So he's been given this hero gun, but already bought down low. The spam is good out of the FURIA squad. Spirit going back into middle. They've loved it here. They're going to try their hand at one of these mid to B splits by the looks of things. It feels like that is the weakness they're trying to exploit early on in this game. FURIA, 1 step ahead, already pulling bodies around. They pushed a ramp. They know that this side of the map was looking clear. And so right now, a pretty good picture as to where this one's hoping to end up. Wrapping CT, Drop will hold the line. Siren doesn't get up and past him. Dexter's now been spotted. This is getting dire for Spirit, and Dexter tries he might to dig themselves out of this hole. It's all left onto Patsy.
He could plant. He could just go right back and stick that bomb down on the ground. But 60 seconds, Patsy wants more. He wants to hunt these kills ahead of the curve. FURIA don't know he's in position, but they are playing very patient, expecting this aggression from Patsy, and you kind of have to. Up he jumps, in he goes, but down he falls. Yuri's holding on. FURIA give him nothing, no bomb plant allowed either. And now it is back to the drawing board, back to Eco.
Yeah, as we headed into this, right, the desk commented on it as well. We saw Drop giving a rousing speech down the line. I think that's insane. That's pretty mental, isn't it, right? It's his second major. It's him trying to pump the squad up. You always assume that's going to go the way of someone like Art as really the front man, as the IGL of this team. But the fact that Drop wanted to do it, I can imagine that's inspired Art. Spirit just taking a full eco now, right? It's all they've got left in the tank, so they're just going to have to wait for these guns to come out in the next.
They have beaten the smoke, but good flashes set safe up for the opener. No one's going to get cheeky in this round. Spirit have to concede. It's only Glocks and P250s. Even casualties would be a bit of an overstep for FURIA. And despite being a very aggressive CT-sided team, where we've already seen them drop ladder in round 2, already seen them push up on the A site, in rounds like these, FURIA don't make those basic mistakes. They hold on, they let the pistols come to them, and Keserato's doing exactly that.
Yeah, there's the mow down. Dexter just looking for damage here, right? What else can he do? 1v5 turn to a 1v4. And if he can take, one more player out of the round, that's a win in Spirit's book. However, FURIA go swinging them together. So there's that 3-2. This is where things are going to get exciting, right? This reinvestment looking to come down the pipeline for Spirit. Still aren't going to have that AWP in Dexter's hands just yet. For me, that's something that could be a turning point here, but it will be delayed for now.
Yeah, this is a true test of Spirit's T-sides, right? They have been the weaker sides in this tournament for Spirit, despite this great entry power and a really strong AWP that we always talk about in Dexter. More often than not, 70% of their CT rounds are the ones that they are converting. They're going to have to pull out something massive here to stop the steamroll from building up. FURIA taking full ramp. Art is so confident, so aggressive, and with supporting flashes, he pushes right down again. Spirit are holding on for this play, but it is only one man after all.
Drop's been able to hold the line a few times over here in middle. They're starting to come around the corner with that flash. That's the go button, and Drop is out on an island. That early man advantage taken for Spirit. They've got this real estate in mid. This is much better than what we're used to seeing normally. Drop goes 1-for-1 here, and it's left a big void over towards that B side of the map. Now, if you look at Art on the mini-map, this guy's gone all the way down A-ramp, has beat the timing on Dexter, who right now thinks he's holding for aggression. Art's ahead of it, and Chopper had no idea. Inside of the B site, a completely different fight's going down, and this one is for that bomb plant. Art is wrapped, and Spirit are back on the board.
Blink and you miss it. That round goes 3-on-3 to just everyone dead instantly. Art flanks on flanks, and when you're beating him to the punch, you know you got something to say. Those two young'uns on the B side put up a kill each, and Spirit go through with a T side round. Nice gap found on B as well. Already we're seeing a lot of B aggression, a lot of these mid to Bs that you've already been talking about, not falling back into the typical tendency that is just taking that slow ramp control, playing very, very safe, waiting until those last second smoke walls on that A site. We've even got the AWP out now. 7 rounds deep, the first big green. It's in the hands of Safe, stuck in middle. Spirit contact yet again, but this could be their undoing.
Yeah, AWP's going to make contact over here in mid. Safe, here's your chance, but clean opener for Dexter. Drop holds the line, doing damage, but it's only 1 kill out of him. Middle's been tested again. This time Spirit, though, they are going to start to just seep on back from there. Look to group, look to move in together. This B-Lurk getting dropped away. Magix doesn't want to get caught extending here on the numbers alone. This is looking good for Spirit. So a moment of poise, a moment of composure here, as now they group for this B hit. That smoke down, going to slow it for a moment, but FURIA have up and left the B bomb site. There is nobody here right now, and so Spirit, they're going to go walking into an entirely empty bomb site. That's going to tee them up for a round. Suddenly, you're looking at K-Serato over in middle, and if he doesn't rotate in and go absolutely huge, this one will sail by FURIA.
Yeah, save meta continues, or does FURIA not want to buy in? K-Serato's pushed through. He's on the edge of the smoke, but Spirit have got the numbers. They just flash through. No bar today. Magix stops it, though. Blinded doesn't matter. Takes a bite out of K-Serato, and FURIA still don't want to give it up. But the AWP's out. Yuri's in with a kill. Planted dead. Magix up close. There's the swing. Even though Yuri predicts it, he's not going to be able to put a stop. And that's exactly what Art's up to. Out of the round with the AWP. Spirit take 4. Right now, this T side is brutal for Spirit. And Chopper may be yet to frag, but if anything, that's a sign that the plan's going well. When this guy's performing, it's often at, you know, the downfall of the rest of his team. Spirit do their best work when the in-game lead is going in first, getting traded, setting them up. I mean, the one game in this major that Chopper's even gone positive was, you know, one they lost, right? It showed the stars weren't shining, and right now they are.
I mean, it's clear that Spirit have done their homework, right? They've got a game plan. It's no, you know, there's rhyme and reason behind why this has ended towards that B side of the map so often. It's clear they feel that they've found a weakness there. So the question is now poised to FURIA. How do you go about answering that, right? How do you put a stop to this kind of pocket strat of just working the mid control into these late B hits? How do you deal with that? Because Art's been getting down ramp. He's been hitting his usual timings, and it hasn't been enough to save FURIA.
Yeah, in that next gun round, I'd love to see something like Copenhagen Flames often do, which is those flash peaks on the B wood, right? You jump up, you get a flash in. Right now, it's an A attack. It's a speedy one at that. Art's up close, but he's only good for 1. And with a hero gun, with all that FURIA had in this round, that is a perfect trade for Spirit. They're laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, that's the big ticket item removed, right? And there's no getting that back if you're FURIA. They're going to flash back in, try to fight for ramp, but they are going to get churned up by the AKs. Dexter running in, leading that charge, in with a double. The pistol's getting melted, and any hope of doing it here is out the window for FURIA. Spirit, they do deal with that A play. They pull it out when they know an eco's coming in.
That's 180-hour and last 2 weeks spray from Dexter. Right? He is feeling the game right now. This guy has been grinding. That's only over 10 hours a day, Harry. Every day. Dexter doesn't stop. You got to admire the dedication. We saw him in the interview after they made it to the playoffs talking about this, talking about the road and the work that Spirit have been putting in. That much is clear, and it's shown in the veto as well. Even having the balls to go away from Nuke, a map you already beat FURIA on, in a best of 1 and take it to Ancient, shows a level of preparation that maybe FURIA weren't expecting. It almost makes their map pick a guarantee, a must-have. And right now, Spirit are putting that to the test.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the desk even kind of poised this one as a very, very safe matchup for FURIA on Vertigo, and yet here we are. Things getting a little bit scary.
Not had many AWPs in play either, right? Safe have 1 in middle, got shut out early. Spirit have had the chance to get theirs in. They have no interest. Flat rifles, knowing at any point FURIA can get aggressive. They can run through your smokes. They can flash peek your B site. One way down on ramp, but FURIA are fighting in front.
I mean, dude, this Art and Yuri hold over towards ramp is normally just a cornerstone of the defense for FURIA. And the fact that in these rifle rounds it's getting hard avoided is a big problem. By the time they're getting the info that it's destined to be a B play, normally it's too little too late. K-Serato is trying to mix things up with this push down at the B ramp. But once again, mid's getting taken, so K-Serato, he needs to go big here. Oh, the timing on that smoke pull. And Spirit are out in middle, running amok. Safe now dead in rotation. Yuri, it's not safe. CT is not yours anymore. And Siren gonna deal with him. Drop tries to come back in to fill this void, but he's gone after one. Spirit reading them like a book, and it's Dexter taking it all the way home.
Oh, this has to feel so good for Spirit, right? Youngsters get it done again, and Dexter's at the forefront of it. This is the youngest team in the top 30 of Counter-Strike right now. You would not be hard-pressed to expect them to fall on a stage like this, when the fans are cheering for FURIA, when the pressure's on your shoulders, but right now it's only building Spirit up. 10-5 for Dexter. We've not really had anyone saving FURIA. KSerato's got good numbers, but he got a mow down against Glocks. Drop's been the one guy throwing himself into a lot of gunfights. We saw that emotional speech before the map, trying to hype up his team. They need it now more than ever. Broken by another opener. Drop will trade, but is there anything else for FURIA?
Oh no, his smoke sails through, so he's gonna burn out. That's a disaster. KSerato with the Deagle, only man inside of the B site, gonna have to do all the difference making with this gun. Deag swinging out, but he's low on health. Flashed off the angle, he is stuck here. Oh, and there's the execution. Siren gets rid of him. And even though they've still got to get past Yuri, they are not disturbed. They're still willing to press ahead with this B play into the lone man for FURIA. He's done damage with the Deag. He's given himself a chance, but Patsy's going to take it over the line. And that's 5 in a row now for Spirit.
They are burning, built up and looking excellent on the T side. This creates a lot of worry, Harry. CT sides, like I said, that's where Spirit do their best work. FURIA have had so many problems containing these B hits. We haven't even seen a standard smoke wall on A. This is Vertigo after all. It's all about the util game. It's all about burning out planters on that A-bomb site, wall banging with the orb. Safe's not had a chance to run his. And this round's no exception yet again. Back to flat rifles. Dex has finally pulled his in. He's going to finally go for a more standard round here for Spirit. Quick peek, almost gets caught. Flash is good or bad, depending on who threw it. It's going to be Siren overwhelmed at the top of ramp, and Spirit finally show why they've been abusing this B bomb site. That Yuri Arc combo on A is solid yet again.
That's all FURIA wanted, man. They wanted you to come test them over towards A. Still, Spirit are not out of the round yet. A 3v4 as it all goes silent, all goes quiet. FURIA wait with their resources spread thin. And Molly's gone a little wide, so right now you're good to stay alive here. Yuri could just keep waiting in behind the sandbags. Now, if they assume that that Molly would have pushed him out, they're in for a harsh awakening. They don't. The nade gonna get rid of him. Art's now got to do it all alone. They are coming his way. He's essentially in a 1v3. This has got to be something out of this world. Art dead immediately.
Wow.
Magic's with the orbs gonna mop him up. Even though Safe comes rotating in, he's out on an island, all alone, fighting back, and he's good for that first kill. Bomb plant for Chopper, and a 1v2 to navigate. He hears Safe burning, and so he'll knock him out. Fake. Drop left to beat, he's faked the run back to short, and there's the re-swing. Drop nails it, gives him a chance in the 1v1, and he'll take it all the way to the bank.
Finally, it's a new boys' Spirit to get it done right. Drop, Safe, these guys hold strong on A, and that was a 3-on-5 the Spirit almost made happen right late into that A recommit. These guys are fighting tooth and nail for every single round right now, and FURIA only just put out the fire.
Oh, I mean, dude, you can see why they want to abuse the B site, right? I mean, they tried to go A that one time, they tried to test the waters there, and it does get dealt with. That's FURIA back on the board. Is that the second win they're hoping for?
It's just so expensive, right? You finally win a round, you finally get a rifle round under your belt, but it's 4 players dying. You don't even get that AWP into the next. FURIA, they don't get a chance to relax. They have to keep the pressure on, and hey, Art's good at that.
Oh, close on the short side, man. Almost got spammed out there. Still Spirit, they might be showing all this attention to the ramp side, but that's not where the bulk of this hit is coming in. It's designed to just keep FURIA occupied, keep them busy. Well, this real hit, this B lean from middle again is concealed. FURIA have doubled up here once more. Safe behind the sandbags. He's going to need to do something. Does find the double. Safe's dealt with the mid side. KSerato out on an island of B getting pressured. They're up through the ramp. Oh, he's going to hold the line with a double. Drop swings in and saves the day.
It's the Drop Safe show right now, Harry. Not the guys that we always expect to stand up. Drop with a pretty quiet performance so far these last few games. But no better time to perform double up in mid every single round, it feels like. Spirit, they're finally getting worked out, they're finally getting red. A flawless round for FURIA gives them a bit of a bank account to fall back on. Spirit, they're running dry on theirs. They need to build back in as well. Keep that pressure on. Patsy, Chopper running it up mid. Pace change now for Spirit.
Yeah, this is a real change of pace. Save! Going to hold the line with 2. They try to go fast out mid, but they go running into a very safe pair of hands indeed. Man down now, Serato, they are moving up into his bomb site. He's got to stake his claim.
Oh, it's a fake again.
Gonna drop on out of there. Right now, Patsy is the trigger man, the one trying to get this all going. Oh, and he's quiet on this. Yuri's holding 4, and Yuri's ready! And Patsy thought he'd found all the room. That's a grim reminder. They don't have as much room as they think they do. Oh, it's gonna wide swing in middle with that MP9. And so FURIA, this is teed up for a 6th. They're closing that gap.
Finally waking up, about time. I was getting a little worried about the longevity of the series, but FURIA don't want to fall quiet. Magic's now, the world is his oyster. Everywhere in the map open, FURIA are tucked into their bomb sites. Art's playing for information, but he's got 2 things to watch. Is Magic's even going to go for this?
Flowing around middle, he looks kind of interested. Just waiting to see if FURIA give him anything, give him a reason to want to go for it. And someone might. I mean, FURIA, they do love going for these pushes, man. They love getting stuck in. But right now, it does feel like Magic's just having to respect this one, give FURIA their room. This is a 6th on the board for the Brazilian squad. Now 1 away from tying this up. Spirit, they might have got off to a hot start, but the times they are changing, the tides are changing. And it's starting to go back the other way. FURIA, they had to figure out this mid to B problem. They had to figure out how to deal with these splits. And it feels like they've come up with their solution.
Yeah, still, it's a great T-side for Spirit. They're not going to be turning their nose up at 7 anyway. They're just going to try and call out a little pause near the end of the half, fight for a couple more. Another broken buy, and a warmed-up FURIA raring to go. You know, considering we've had Safe and Drop be the heavy men, be the big powerhouses of FURIA so far, we're still waiting for the guys that we know and love. Yuri and Serato, the 2 of the best clutchers at this entire event with 11 combined coming into this matchup. There's still time for them to awaken as well.
I mean, this little drop safe combo over in middle's been great. And, you know, when you're shutting down Patsy, trying to find those little gaps, those spaces to open up over towards the A side, that's got to feel good, right? Yuri's been a real rock in these last couple of rounds over towards that side of the map.
Patsy's doing his defaulting again. It's been the same thing every round, right? Dropping that close Naphany smoke, faking it out, throwing Utah at the top of ramp, keeping FURIA here. And you never know when the full commit is coming, but it's not this time. Again, it's that contact, that dry walk out mid into the double setup that has so often given us multi-kills for Save. Will Deja Vu strike again?
Spirit want to try and deal with this double mid setup. They want to try and flush it out. Safe. What's his response going to be? They challenged his teammate, and now he's getting aggressive. He wants to try and fight for this, and right now he's got the info. They're not creeping out middle just yet. He's got that first engagement. They weren't ready for it. Chance at the trade, but it doesn't go their way. Safe doubles up, and a 5-on-3. FURIA. They just need to walk this one over the line, and they've well and truly recovered this first half, but that's easier said than done. Magix gets one out of the ranks over towards that B bomb site.
You kind of got to go back to A now, right? Surely, but no util, no chance. Art, he plays it like he's got the orb, sitting in the middle of the open. On off angles, Magix will clear it. It's a lovely headshot. He's opened up both bomb sites right now. That's massive info for FURIA. They know this guy's rotated out. They should be able to make a good read. Yuri's going to give it up fully because the health isn't really there on 2 of these 3 players for FURIA. They can't stop a bomb plant. They've got to fight for the site. And Yuri would rather play the info game. With no util the other way, Spirit walk in. 15 seconds, the read is there.
Everyone's here, but that's not going to make it that much easier. Still low on health. Going to try and swing this one together. Magix will go out, and Chopper, as he attempts to trade that, is churned up. FURIA, they will tie this game up at 7-all.
Art's often the guy we expect at the forefront of these opening fights, and fair enough, he is 3-1 right now, but Safe is really joining the ranks. He's 4-1, and so many of those 4 opening kills have come with 2, have come with a couple double up in middle, and to think that he hasn't even used that AWP. He had it 1 CT round, and he died to Dexter in middle. FURIA, the whole point of bringing Safe into this team was to finally free up Art to get back to what he knows and loves, being that aggressive nuisance on CT sides especially. Now finally FURIA, they've crowdfunded, they put all their pennies together, and they've got the double AWP.
Last round of the half, first time we get to see it, and it's all being bought into a B rush round. Might not be ideal if it comes down to the retake, right? You've lost that first man. K-Serato's naded out. Safe here with his AWP, good for the first. And now it starts to draw to a bit of silence, slows down just for a moment. Do they want to go back? Do they want to try their hand at clearing this flank? That's easier said than done versus FURIA. Art in mid, they learn about that double AWP the hard way. And so it's just Magic's left. If he could, he would save, but it's not an option now. Round 15, he's going for it, and he's going to walk into Yuri. Will check for it, but that doesn't make it any easier. And so FURIA, they go on to 8-7 that first half, from dire straits to a streak of their own.
That's got to feel fantastic. 7-3 up at one point for Spirit. This T-side was coming together, but FURIA, they hold on. And they want to make this a competitive series. Yeah, hey, they're favorites after all, but that's only because we're, again, underestimating Spirit. And that's been a mistake for many a team right now. The only guys to even take them out were NIP. Or G2, rather, in that overtime BO1. Everyone else has fallen at the hands of Chopper and friends. And now, where Spirit do their best work, that CT side. You think you saw fast T rounds? You think you saw quick mid to Bs? Check this pistol for FURIA.
Yeah, let's see what they've cooked up, man. Art's always there, brewing something wild. Let's see, it's out into middle. All 5 just in a line, gonna try and run it down. They do have Chopper here, but he's dinked right away. That's gonna demand a bit of respect out of him. They're spilling over into the B site. Siren, good for the first, but he's traded immediately after. And so now Spirit are on for a retake. Not what they wanted, not ideal, but they're going to give it a go. They need to try and flush out K-Serato over here in mid. It might be easier said than done. Smoke in the way right now. Each second they spend on K-Serato is a second wasted in the retake. They try to go in. Art will deal with that first man, but there's more where that came from. They go back, they flush out the mid player. And now they got to fight forward. Now they got to try to blitz a way in. There's that first man falling. This crossfire's big, and what? Drop!
They line up! I don't think he realized it. He didn't even mean to kill the back man. But 2 shots for the drop and 2 headshots come flying through. That is one way to steal the pistol away. Felt like Art almost gave Spirit an option back into that round with that push up in the 3v3. Never knows when to quit, does he? But look at that double up. FURIA find it, and big smiles on the young guy. 9 rounds to 7 now. FURIA keep building.
Force buy back in for Spirit. They want to try and be competitive from the get-go. Fighting at the short side, you know you're going to find Art here. He loves to take this pathing, and so Patsy and him will clash. These 2 aggro players go head-to-head. The Bulls have already locked horns. And right now it's FURIA seeing red, a man down. Ramp fight did not go how they wanted it. What's the protocol going to be now? Art, who so frequently is able to hit those timings, find those gaps up through the short side, get there very, very quickly. He's been uprooted, and it's put an AK in the hands of Team Spirit.
Oh, this is so nice as well. You don't even need to play many numbers on A. You're going to have that early free kill, you'd think, unless the read comes in, considered for a second. Patsy's playing timings, but they crept up right beside him. He has no idea. FURIA have the perfect way in, but finally spotted. Backpack seen, in they sneak. Spirit is still sitting on this boost, still trying to get something out of it, but Safe has shown his hand and taken 2 with him. Patsy from the short side with another, and Safe is going deep.
Yeah, Safe's pushing in, right? Not worried about short. He's going to try and clear a path ahead. There's another. Magic's through CT, now plays his hand. What do they want to do about this? They're going to B. They're running at B with the bomb, but this is risky now. Magic's is here.
Psych.
Right now, Safe wants to try and go back to A. Magic's making noise. 20 seconds. This bomb's still trapped over here in middle. Oh, it's so close. If this kill goes the way of Spirit, it's all up in the air now. It's anyone's round. K-Serato low on health, low on time, 10 seconds. And the slower he is, the more time taken. He doesn't have a lot to play with. He's running it back to A. He can't do it. This isn't a winnable round. Spirit have stolen it away on the force buy.
What a play for Magix, man. Tried to get that gun, realized there's simply no time. He can't get that A site. K-Serato, not the same calculations. And those are the moments where the pressure is mounting. Maybe the call is saved. But K-Serato, that's not the K-Serato I know. He would have gone for it. One bullet ends that round either which way, and none is fired. Spirit. That's not the one I was expecting, especially with the antics out of safe. He did everything he could, 3 kills, and even opened up the path to B. Little did he know he was walking the path to his own demise. FURIA put together what they can. Yet again, Safe saves that AWP. He couldn't really get it going CT half, but he wants a T-side AWP at least. Wants those ways in, those opening kills.
Oh, moving in towards this B site. Siren out on an island. It is going to get sandwiched here. Luckily enough, they've got his back. They've bailed him out. That looked like he could have gotten dicey for a moment. Spirit immediately reply, and they're going to keep it flawless. The attempt at turning it all back on its head for FURIA. The force buy back in, gets shut out dominantly by the Team Spirit squad.
Yeah, it's rounds like that where if you don't get the first kill and start, steamrolling, start knocking over that initial domino, you're never going to get in, right? The crossfires are so solid for Spirit. They've got rifles, whereas you're only left with Tech 9s, tapping at range. Simple round for Spirit, but FURIA, they want to buy back in. This is ballsy. This is crazy, and it has to pay off.
Yeah, this is wild, man. This is so FURIA. They're going to try and run it over middle. Oh, dead right away, right? This MP9 responds. That first man in, safe already cut out of the round. And now it grinds to a very awkward halt, man. FURIA, they were hoping for that opener. They needed it as they try to group over in middle. They're going to get stuck out in a valley, man. They're on all sides. They're just bowing down upon them. And so there's the reply. Spirit, they mop up the mid play. The overzealous force buys now have to taper off for FURIA.
This is desperation. This is danger. Staring FURIA right in the face, and they might crumble under the pressure. Spirit, they look stoic right now. They are calm and tranquil. And FURIA, they're the ones in a very, very sticky predicament. Another eco has to be called. You can't go in 3 in a row. That's one step too far. A bridge that FURIA won't cross. Again, middle is the call of the port of call. Fast through the Molotov. It does catch one off guard, but here's where the M4 should roar to life. 2 for Chopper. A couple of guns gifted over. Magix doesn't want to let them get it, so he will not. Stopping K-Serato with a cross. Arc goes back, trying to milk whatever he can from this round.
Yeah, one more kill would at least make it expensive. And Art knows what he likes. Still in with that swing. Magix is not missing a beat right now. Spirit, this quiet consistency is just creeping back in on that CT side of things. FURIA coming in with a pause. Good timing to do so, man. This is where Art needs to try and inspire the troops. Needs to come up with some sort of idea, some way to craft a method back in to Vertigo.
It's been a wild game, right? It's not been a typical match of Vertigo, not just with these relentless forces and pacey rounds up on T sides, kind of what we expected from these two very similar in-game leaders in some regards. But do FURIA want to break the mold? Do they want to go back into what is more standard, more safe, fall back into these defaults, try and burn out the util, run these late executes that Vertigo is so often known for? And will Spirit disrupt that? They look keen to do so, right? Even in that last round of middle, just jumping over Con, chasing down these kills while they've got them. Back to mid for FURIA and the same pace we've seen all day.
Yeah, not slowing down, right? Not deterred by just how much they've been outmaneuvered, outpositioned, outgunned in these rounds. You wouldn't know based on how they're playing. They're quick out into middle, but all in all, it is a little slower out of FURIA here, right? Trying to play some mind games with Team Spirit. I mean, this is the team to do it against. You've got a lot of unproven players here, right? A lot of the guys where the question was, how will they perform on a major stage? Patsy and Siren, they're looking real good right now. And so you're going to try and put them to the test by slowing it down. That there is an overstep. Patsy falls off. Safe with the opener. Art is up through the short side doing what he does best. Now Dexter is that nasty surprise waiting in the ramp smoke. They're moving in, they're coming through it. They still don't know about him yet. Contact made on the short side, but it's all falling apart. FURIA, that's the answer. There's the reply. They take a timeout and they're immediately in with a flawless round.
It does feel like one of those games where whoever gets a first kill just wins the round, and this time at least clean for FURIA. That audacious jump through smoke for Patsy. Maybe it's not pressure that gets to him that slows him down. Maybe it builds him up. Maybe it makes him overconfident. Not a move that you're going to get away with on a big stage. FURIA are ready for it. And that 1-2 punch, a punch of art and safe that was doing everything on CT side in finding 5v4s, 5v3s, strikes again while the iron's hot.
I do love it, man. Like, they take that little timeout. That's where, you come to the conclusion, okay, we've tried the fast style, we've tried being in their face. Let's slow it down a bit. Let's explode in the mid-round. Let them develop a sense of security, and then we'll tear it all apart. Siren and Patsy topping the board right now for Team Spirit,
Insane.
right? We were wondering how would these guys cope. We were wondering how would the stage affect them. Doesn't look like it has, man. These are vintage numbers out of these guys. They've been putting them up all major long, and they're not looking to go quiet here in the quarterfinal. AWP out in the hands of Dexter.
It's back to ramp, but it is denied for a moment. It's going to be that short smoke that gives Art a bit of an angle in, a window to find another fight. Patsy takes one, but nades push him back, force a bit of respect out of Spirit. More stand around now, something we never had in the first half. A 5-on-5 with Spirit conceding the bomb site. They don't have the HEs or mollies to really stop a bomb plant. Only one remaining. But this was all a bit of a ruse for FURIA anyway. With Drop patrolling the back line in the B site, FURIA can double back. Spirit have adjusted their setup. They pull the player off of middle. It's only a double B right now, and even Siren is concerned with what lurks in mid. No one for the moment, but Yuri could come in late from that position. He's holding a flank. Spirit don't want to get aggressive. They've got to wait for the hit.
Oh, it's been boosted up. They put full faith in their captain to make first contact. He'll run on in. The molly will flush this backside player out, and Art is there to find him. Still going through. Art doesn't give up. Double opener. Team Spirit, 3 versus 4. Do they want to attempt this? They don't have utility. They need a kill to entice them. They need a kill to make them want to press forward, and Chopper is trying to deliver exactly that. On the other side of the generator, Drop lies in wait. Yuri with this backstab as well. That's still coming into play through A. Right now, Spirit, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've got to fight their way out if they want to save these guns. Dexter's going to try and thread the needle, try to get out alive in through middle. But it's just a game of consolation prizes at this point, man. He's getting out with the AWP, while FURIA are putting a round up on the board, tying this game all over again. 11 all. And as they often are, when FURIA do get them, it's clean. They put it 11th up with 4 still alive. That's money made over on this T side.
Yeah, perfect round out of Art, more than what we expect from him, right? The guy that's taking 45% of these opening fights for FURIA on T halves. He does it again, just thrown up through mollies and double kills to break open the B bomb site. FURIA, who have typically been very, very aggressive and persuasive in post plants to hunt down these saving players for Spirit, they'll at least allow the AWP into the next round. But that is it for Spirit. That is all they've got to play with. Dexter versus the world. How many hours do you need to win this one? Spirit call attack, but you don't get long. Even those 30 seconds slip by in a moment.
T-side woes have been a real thing for FURIA, man. So they're digging deep right now to put up these rounds, to turn Vertigo on its head. Dexter's been putting them hours in, but like you say, how many's needed to pull this round out of a hat, right? He's got the solo warp surrounded by pistols. And he's looking down the barrel over in mid. Now we're going to start to rotate away, right? He's going to be super mobile. He just wants to be involved from the get-go. If there's a fight going down, Dexter wants to be there, having a part in how it's played out.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Degster that's been going ham all tournament long just yet, but this would be the round for it, right? This is a guy that's, you know, even got a better survival rate than Jame and Shiro, the kings of save. And Degster's been holding on to this orb for a couple now, but he needs to put it to use. Unfortunately, FURIA, they're the ones grouping up on the other side of the map. It's only contact for Magic's hiding at the back, given no information just yet, just trying desperately to get a spot. But this molly, it's going to push him out of position. FURIA, they've got an empty open bomb site and there's no one here. Magic's, he has to yield, he has to concede, he doesn't have a choice. And as FURIA break through, 12 should be on the board.
Yeah, this one's as good as done, right? This is just going to sail by. The moment Degster was far removed from this exec, there wasn't a lot to play for Team Spirit. At a bare minimum, that orb still comes out in the next round if they manage to get away with it here. FURIA up in the lead. And the thing that's most worrying, these last few rounds, they've kept a lot of players still standing. It's going to be a real grind for Spirit to build back into this one. And you're hoping it can all start with this AWP. You're hoping these saves are worth it. Degster, you're about to get pressured, about to get double swung. It's a tag, he does manage to get out of there. How badly do they want to take this AWP away? How badly do they want it? They're going to show him respect, they're going to let the AWP get out, but still, FURIA up in the lead now.
Yeah, it's one thing to start strong, and Spirit have done that on both halves of this map already, right? They were 7-3 at the beginning of their T side. After winning the Force, they went up 4-1 in the second half, but none of that's going to matter if FURIA are the ones to close. It's not who can start, it's who can finish. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So Spirit do need to dig deep at this point in the map. Another buy round, a couple of ecos predicated by it, but this is the time to strike for Spirit. Hello, Art.
Art's doing what he does best, man. Fast up the short side. He might be blind, but they don't know about him still. Patsy will check for it, and Degster, trying his best to trade that out. It's safe. Running up the short side, filling Art's boots, and he will get filled with lead. Chopper flies in, saves the day. A B plays all that's left for FURIA here. Trying to take the site, trying to overwhelm it. Magic's is at least in a spot to push him back, but the bomb is all the way at T-Bridge. They've got to run back for that. It's a big old journey right now. Drop. Goes to go grab it. K Serato deep inside of the site. Left all alone here.
Spirit is so hesitant. They heard that run back, but they didn't fall for it. They didn't think this was some kind of fake out. They know that this is the true intention, but K Serato's the question. Magix drops in, doesn't know. K Serato with one, but it's Siren to trade, and now it's all on Drop, 1v2. Stuck on the site, nowhere to move, nowhere to hide. They're running him down, here to trade, and Siren puts it up alone. We've been talking a lot of Patsy, but Siren snuck up into the forefront, into the top of the team, second in the server to safe. And no better time to come alive on that B bomb site. Spirit finally break the streak.
Yeah, awesome to see these ex-Spirit Academy players, man, holding the line and still offering up these same big performances we had throughout every single stage now in front of the crowd, man. If anything, they're looking fired up. No one wants the lead to escape them. No one wants the lead to elude them. This has been so back and forth.
Yeah, trading game. I mean, FURIA got a taste of their own medicine in that last round with the doubled up on either which way on the A site. Chopper swinging in as the third man. Safe wasn't ready for it. Art wants to run it back, though. He wants to run it all right. Patsy will meet him right there with the MP9. Quick trades come through, and again, they favor Spirit. Will that stay the same? Dexter does it through the wall, and 4v2, FURIA fall.
And you've seen this one before, Drop and K Serato, the only players left again, the two that lean towards B, now have to try and craft the 2v4. That bomb is once again all the way in the backline. FURIA, even if they get this room at B, they've still got to go back and grab that bomb. K Serato fighting tooth and nail to regain some element of control here, but he's cut down. Chopper moves in to lock that one in for Team Spirit. And I've got to say, this clash of Art and Patsy down on the short side, it's been a sight to behold.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone challenge him quite like it, right? And at a time like this, in quarterfinals of a major, the first major for Patsy, and not just him, 4 of his team.
That's the thing that's so wild, right? Art's been doing this for as long as Vertigo's been in the pool, for as long as FURIA have played it. He's been keen on taking these short side spawns and trying to run amok. And right now, Patsy is besting him in that head-to-head.
Easier said than done, without a doubt. Going to be churned up, though. It's the nade to do it, not just the spray. That certainly helps. Dexter, he's going to repeat. Absolute madness down on the ramp. That smoke gives him such a nice way up yellow. He doesn't care. Just peeks in deep, takes another pick, safes out of the round, and there's more for FURIA.
Chopper's trying to fight. That does leave him really untradeable, just out all alone. No one able to help him there. He needed to go 1-for-1.
This is a perfect round for FURIA. This is a round they have to win right now, with money on the line for their team as well. They've finally got an advantage, but Spirit are all here.
3 in the right place. It's going to be a brawl, and Spirit are re-aggressing. They want to fight for top ramp. They want to get involved. As that Sayed's coming in, Siren with the mow down. Are left in this all alone, and Dexter's going to silence him. They meet them at the top of ramp, and they live to tell the tale.
Staring Fury in the face and not falling under the pressure. That's unbelievable. 3-on-4 re-aggro for Siren. He triples up, Harry. How the hell did FURIA let him get away with that? Nades out, crossing with flashes, expecting a modicum of respect. They get none of it, and it's FURIA calling a third timeout, feeling the burn right now. Spirit are on the edge of success, 14 in their pocket. And with Ancient coming up next, all the makings to what could be a 2-0, no matter how good that map can be for FURIA, I sense something's changing.
Look, man, FURIA went against the grain with the style of Counter-Strike they play, and for the longest time it was dubbed as just a style that only they could replicate, right? This hyper-aggressive, really unique look. And in a battle of aggro, it's like fighting a reflection right now for Art, man. And Spirit are the ones coming out ahead.
Yeah, they say the mirror adds 10 pounds. Well, they get pounded all right. Yuri wants to make do with this A site, finally puts Patsy to bed.
It's a big opener, right? You've dealt with the aggro player. Chopper getting flashed out, wants to just escape, doesn't want to hang around. He's going back in, trying to double dip. Chopper brings it back to a 4-on-4. FURIA this time, they don't want to get caught with their pants down. They are very, very cognizant of getting re-peaked here. Everyone's still just holding, waiting, hoping that Spirit feed them on the ramp side. It's going to start to taper off. Spirit will show them some respect as now FURIA try to move in. Hang on a moment, surely not again. Siren up at the front, he's going to try and fight them around. We've seen this one before. It's happened before our very eyes. This time, he bows out without a kill to his name.
Good damage though, and now Dex is just poised, right? FURIA expecting dry fight to get some fours. It's a big AWP on the other side. Smokes it down, Chopper goes up and over, and Siren helps out with 2 of his own. How does this guy put a multi-kill after multi-kill on the A site? FURIA just can't catch a break.
Oh, Yuri with the first. He's going to need to ace this in the 1v3. He's got it down to a 1v2. The Siren stops singing its song, stopped tempting him in, and now he's given a bit of room to maneuver Yuri. They're going to try and swing him, and Chopper out through CT. Nails the shot, nails the closer. Map point now for Team Spirit.
And we said Chopper's not a fragger, but this guy started to step up in the most important rounds now at the end for Spirit. Just not scared of taking these deep A fights, even though he's been challenged, he's been punished for it before. This is this guy's 4th major, but he never made it out of groups, Harry. The Swiss system never gave him that success, but 3-0 in the Legend stage, Chopper leads Spirit all the way to the playoffs, and maybe more.
FURIA think they found an opening. They think they found a way in with this ramp control. This time they're going to try and couple it up with a bit of a mid-play. Too strong here. Siren. Oh, there's the first. And the second. Wrestles with the A1S. And he gets out in a 5-on-3. Spirit, this is their moment. This is their chance to close this map. Dexter, that molly. That molly's going to force a peek. FURIA, their head in their hands. The bulk of the team watching from beyond the grave, just as powerless as you or me, and how this round plays out. It is all on Art and Safe. They try to fight together, they try to go as a team, they try to make it happen as 2, but as they lean into middle, Spirit, they will have bodies here, they will have players in position. to start to hold the line. The info now gained. Molly out for Chopper just to slow them down. Doesn't want to let them get pacey. Doesn't want to let them get this control. They are sandwiched in CT, out on an island. Spirit looking to close it in style with a flawless last. Oh, okay. Playing the trigger discipline. This is only one. Chopper turns. Oh, follows up with a double. But the trade is there, and Spirit locked Vertigo in.
These kindred spirits step up, they stare danger, they stare fury in the face, but they don't back down. They step up to the plate. Map pick of their opponent, locked in for Spirit, and Ancient to follow. This could be a 2-0 upset on the stage for the first major for this squad.
Yeah, man, I mean, dude, it's so convincing. Like, Siren topping the charts, 27 and 18. Guy at over 100 ADR, was so pivotal, was so involved. Him and Patsy, it's the guys making their debut up here on the big stages that really performed in this game. And it gave everything to Spirit. Couple that up with a decision to play that T side out first, with a clear plan to exploit the B side, man. Spirit came into this prepared. There is no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, and I'm scared of what we've got in store as well, moving forward to a second map of this series. Right now, Spirit are poised to run away with this game. And I don't know if FURIA have a response. We had a great start from players like Drop and Safe, but they got cold, they got quiet when crunch time hit, and that can't afford to happen in a quarterfinal. There are no second chances.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's even worrying when you look at Art. We always credit him as like the speed demon, the W holder, the guy who gets up in your face and finds those timings to exploit. But it felt like Patsy had his number through and through. It was like watching two identical pieces, two identical styles clashing with one another, and you would always give the edge to Art as the more experienced player there. But Patsy was showing him up time and time again.
What a crazy game to start, you know, for Chopper on his 4th major as well. 3 group stages in a row, just gone with nothing, and now running all the way through to the playoffs. I mean, I'm buying in, Harry. I'm buying into the Spirit storyline. I don't think I have a choice at this point.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, with Ancient kind of locked and loaded, ready to go as the second map in this series, things are teed up for Spirit. FURIA are going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to go away in this little timeout now, and they're going to have to reinvent themselves, essentially, right? It kind of took them slowing that T side down, trying to like play the mid round a little bit more, move away from their hyper aggressive style. That was where they found their limited success. But you're making FURIA uncomfortable in them even doing that in the first place. So this is a true test now for these guys. Can they pick it up in the break, in this little in-between map timer, right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's all from us. We'll throw this one back over to the guys at the desk. What did you make of it?
Thank you so much for that. Unbelievable, really. Spirit go from strength to strength. They are adding things to their toolbox as we are seeing them developing here at the major so far. We thought this was FURIA's map to win. We thought they would be in this from the start to the finish, but it was Spirit at the beginning and it was Spirit at the end.
Spirit were the better team. Let's be completely honest about that. We came into this matchup thinking to ourselves that, hey, maybe there's a chance that Spirit will crumble under the pressure. Maybe they're not ready for the big stage. Maybe they can't play as well as they've done so far in the tournament, but that's put to shame right now. I think they played a fantastic game here in Ancient. They were the dominant force, and as you said, Shux, they got off to a fantastic start, and you could see the players on the stage. They enjoyed themselves. They were spiriting up right. They were playing some fantastic Counter-Strike.
Spirit Bomb coming out from Siren right there. That was fantastic stuff coming out from them. I think Spirit are gaining new fans every single game that they play here at this major because this is just so unexpected. The FURIA Vertigo is something that teams have feared for a long time. It's something that has literally disbanded rosters when they have won some of these games before. They blow people out regularly on that map. But I think that Spirit has to be, for me, from that performance alone, one of the hardest working teams at this major. The work that Chopper put in there from this map and the Copenhagen Flames result, massive. It looks like a completely different team. Patsy looks like a renewed player.
Yeah, Dark Horse workhorses. That's what they are when you look at the hours they put in individually, but also the work behind the scenes. And as you say, Chopper with that enormous task to replicate what they now have done already in multiple stages of this major, now in front of the crowd. Incredible. So let's break it down. It started off well, is what we said. What did Spirit do so well in the beginning of this game?
I think the strange thing about this game is Spirit starting T-side. Yeah. That was a weird choice by them, but it paid off. I think it got into the heads of FURIA, a team that is usually going to always win the mental mind games. I think Chopper won that this time around. The strat that I love the most, if we can jump to this one, Spirit showing something new in their playbook. I have not seen Spirit run B splits of this caliber before. 9? This is round 9. Yeah, this is round 9. If we can jump into that, we will see Spirit putting together something that I don't think they really had in their toolbox before. So we see early on Patsy going for this opening pick towards the ramp. Kind of a default approach, but then they swing into CT spawn. Similar timing that first pick came about. Start fighting all the way into that back area towards A, and look at how they're surrounding FURIA. It is usually FURIA the ones that throw rounds into chaos, but this time around, it was Spirit.
I absolutely love the fact that you brought up Spirit decided to start on that T side, because we heard that he wanted to come in and he wanted to be aggressive, but there's a limitation to how aggressive can you really be on a CT side Vertigo when you're playing against a team like Spirit, who also chose the pure violence, you know, who also chose pure aggression coming out right here. I absolutely love that mind game, and Spirit, they won that duel.
Yes, fantastic out of them. When we look at FURIA's response as the game went on, some interesting developments, right? Safe not on the op, but on the rifle, really stacking up those skills, and I feel bringing the momentum back for FURIA.
Fully agree. One of the few positives in this game was definitely Safe coming out from FURIA with the rifle. We have a round here that's going to showcase that pretty well as well. He's doing a fantastic job. He is just constantly involved with the rifle in the round. This round as well, playing middle by himself, getting a multi-kill. This round as well, getting another one. Safe was the guy, I guess, who took charge of this game on the CT side for FURIA. You look towards Yuri, you look towards Kcerado, you look towards Art. The fact that it had to come from Safe with the rifle, not with the AWP, is both a surprising and a good thing for me, but also a little bit worrying. It shouldn't necessarily be him, and especially not with the rifle.
There was one big moment for Safe where it felt like he was just holding middle. He missed a tripwire shot, one that I'm used to seeing him hit every single time. And then he just went back to this fallback plan of playing the rifle. And right then and there, you see that the fact that he gets proactive in those kinds of moments, like on this round number 14, this is what was so impressive. Jiggle peeking into the angles, now holding a new off angle that Spirit thinks they already cleared. This was fantastic stuff from Safe.
Fantastic from Safe, and he was the guy who kept them alive. He was the guy that kept the hope alive for FURIA in the first half. They fought back well, but that was mainly down to Safe's rifle work.
Yeah, and Art even picked up the op at one point there. I don't know what was going on, but then you think, all right, FURIA, you have been pushed against the wall by Spirit here, but now you're moving on to the T side, where usually you feel very comfortable. That aggression, this is where you can really make it shine. What did Spirit do that disallowed FURIA from being their aggressive selves?
Spirit kept FURIA out of their comfort zone. It's something that is so unthinkable, because everybody usually, when it's FURIA, they either try to meet the play of Art, or they just try to play a style where they give them the space. They'll retake that sort of space. This time around, Spirit kept playing at the top of the ramp. They kept fighting back from space. Anytime FURIA indicated they were taking a part of the map, Spirit said, we're going to meet you 2 seconds later. We'll let you think you're comfortable, but we're going to fight right back. And those kind of moments right there had so many multi-frags. Siren in particular, his re-aggressions, usually he's kind of a stable force, kind of an anchor player. But when he's fighting back, his form is incredible right now. This guy is one of the main reasons for me that Spirit is finding so many upset victories, because he's not always even set up for success. Half of the kills you're going to see right here, no flash, just a teammate right next to him, but they trade so well.
He was the win condition for Spirit, without a doubt, because you're so right. We always talk about A-ramp when we talk Vertigo, and we saw Dexter plenty of times, Chopper for that matter as well, fight on the A-ramp. And for the vast majority of the time, Spirit won that duel. And then you only have one option if you're FURIA, and that is to test the B bomb site, which they did at the beginning of the game, and which they also tried at the later stages. And Siren, every single time, was shutting it down. When you have an anchor, when you have a guy that is the backup player on the B bomb site who can shut it down like he did, and also rotate over to A and retake that bomb site, you are going to win your CT side on Vertigo. So massive props to him. By far the most valuable player in this game to me.
Yeah, Dexter was asked, I believe in the Legends stage, like, you know, what is it with this squad? And he said, if you want to see how they are adapting, watch every game and see how they are improving. It's not necessarily that they're all super young or nervous, but they are definitely inexperienced when it comes to the multitude of the players on that roster. It doesn't look like that to me. They were waving at the camera in between rounds. They were getting up and hyping up the crowd, and Dexter and Patsy, they are having the time of their lives. And if I'm FURIA, right, you're looking at that, and you're looking at kind of the way they beat you at your own game a little bit on your map. Where do you go now?
You could say so. I think FURIA is one of the few teams that wouldn't necessarily care about that. They're still going to come into the next map feeling fired up. But I want to put the focus on Spirit, because you're spot on saying that they were enjoying themselves. Look at the body language. Look at the players enjoying it, smiling, hyping them each other up. You could fear a little bit that them coming into this quarterfinal, that it would be a flat one, you know, they would fall flat, they wouldn't necessarily hit their shots, they wouldn't play with confidence, but it was the direct opposite. They were enjoying themselves, and they seemed to be fired up throughout, from the beginning to the later stages.
And talk to me about FURIA now. They are not going to let this one go so easily, right? This is their chance to make it further into the tournament. Now this is a big blow emotionally, but how generally have they bounced back from situations like that in tournament competitions?
I think the thing with FURIA is that even if you take their map pick away from them, they still have such an expansive playbook on every map. There's really no map you can catch them out on. So even though I'd say Spirit went with a curveball pick about Ancient, which I'm sure we're going to get into the specifics of later, the fact is that FURIA feel just as comfortable moving into that.
I'm glad you brought up Ancient. We're going to take a quick break after this, and then we'll dive into that map. We're going to take a look at some highlights from this one, and we'll see you back here in just a few.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
The wait is finally over. Time for you to grab your tickets and watch greatness unfold at the PGL Arlington Major.
Well, we are still in Antwerp for now at the PGL Major, where Spirit might be on the brink of the first big upset of the playoffs so far, and it's only the second best of 3 of those playoffs. So we're going on to Ancient, and we focused a lot of our conversation, rightfully so, on Spirit because of the breakout performance that they had. I want to take a look at Furia's perspective now, Maui. We highlighted a couple of things that did go well for them, right? Even on Vertigo. But what did you not see that you need to see on Ancient?
The refragging. It felt like the multi-frag capabilities from everybody on Spirit was a little too great. Sometimes we would see that Spirit would re-aggress in positions, and FURIA just weren't ready for it. That's so unlike FURIA. Because they're the ones that are always setting the tempo in a game, when a team sets the tempo against them, when they're the ones being aggressed on, they're caught off guard. They didn't know what to expect when they saw Patsy, Siren coming down the ramp at them. Those kinds of moments I felt were very uncharacteristic in terms of the gameplay that I was watching, but FURIA needs to be the one that responds here.
Yeah, and when you look at kind of the pedigree of the players, I want to say, okay, now Spirit, this is now a very stressful situation. I just don't think they're affected by it. So FURIA is really going to have to show the game plan. Are they going to have to play more of their style? And if so, what is that on Ancient?
A good CT side, and yes, definitely you have to play your own play style in this game for FURIA. I have no doubt that this game can be a banger. It may be Spirit who picked into the map. Spirit may not have lost in this map the past 3 months, but it may also very well be FURIA's best map in the pool right now. They have looked incredible strong so far in this tournament on the map. A 16-11 victory against G2, 16-9 against Liquid, beat Complexity in the qualifier 16-7. They haven't even been tested on Ancient as of recently. I am 100% sure, though, that test comes up against Team Spirit, because I also buy into what you're saying, Effe. The fact that we see Spirit play their own brand of Counter-Strike, they are not affected by the pressure, but we've seen with Copenhagen Flames what can happen to teams when they get that one step closer. Yes. 6 times in a row, they were not able to close out a series in order to qualify for the playoff. They got it done against Imperial, but that could be one of the few things I could worry about for Spirit.
It does feel like sometimes when you're playing with house money that you're just going to gamble even harder. and that's something that I'm worried about with Spirit too, Pimp. I do think that when they're up a map against a team that they were definitely the underdogs going into this, they're going to think maybe they could take more risks, and that's going to break apart some of that patented team spirit trading and flashing that we have seen throughout the Challenger stage up till now. I hope that they don't break in terms of composure, because that's one of the only ways you let FURIA back into this series.
Yeah, it's a well-oiled machine, though, for now. Coming out of Spirit, we know that from FURIA it can be the same. I want to talk a little bit, since we have a little bit of a delay getting into the game, I want to talk a little bit about Safe and kind of the idea of picking up the rifle instead of the op on the last map. Now, I went to look back at some of the interviews he gave, and he said, well, I'm picking up the AK a lot more specifically on T sides, because sometimes we play so fast as a team that it's just better. It was on CT, though. So how do you think this is going to evolve as we go on to Ancient?
I need to see Safe on the AWP on Ancient. I agree, you know, on a map like Vertigo, you can get away with playing the rifle. On a map like Inferno T-side, it makes an awful lot of sense to play with the AK-47. Ancient is, I wouldn't call it a paradise for the AWP player, but if you're good at it, it can be. Safe in Pain Gaming, the team he came to before going into FURIA, he was a monster on Ancient. I've seen many CT sides, many T sides, where he dictated the pace, he dictated the game. So I want to see Safe on the AWP, and there's absolutely no excuse, even if you were to fail the first shot as he did on Vertigo.
I think there's just too many options for an opper on Ancient to not pick up the weapon. Too many 50-50s with a rifle if you are going to choose that route. So we do need to see that within his hands. We do need to see him just full focus, lock onto angles, because the thing is about Spirit is that when they take control on this map, sometimes it's a little bit more contact heavy, and if Safe is there with the op and he's able to reproduce what he did on Pain, then we're going to see him shut this kind of offense down from Spirit.
Okay, as I'm hearing from you, the op is definitely a necessity. Talk to me about the possibilities in that regard coming out of Spirit. Some of the things we celebrate them for so much was the fact that Dexter was very good on it, and Patsy tried his hand on it, being more aggressive, sometimes even trying to get those opening kills. What options do they have on Ancient?
I think the thing is with Dexter is that this is a map where he feels like he has the entire map under his control. I've seen him rotate throughout the entire map, round to round. One kill at A goes all the way back to B and gets a multi-frag over there. This guy is so great with his rotations, and that's why I put his name into the hat for one of the smartest oppers in the champion stage. He is so great at rotating and understanding where the next point of attack will likely come from teams, and I know that with all the hours that he puts into the game, there's some demo viewing in there. So he's probably picked up on some of the tendencies from FURIA.
Someone will have to shut him down, and that could be Safe, right? You need to see that AWP going up against the AWP and hopefully have a presence on the server. Another player I want to highlight, you know, while we talk about stars on this specific map, is Quesarado for FURIA. He is a fantastic Ancient player. His average rating on the map is 1.33. We're up there with the Saivu, with the Symbol, with the Nico ratings, when you're playing your absolutely best brand of Counter-Strike. Now, we brought up the point coming into the game that both Yuri and Quesarado so far in this tournament tournament have been a little bit underwhelming. They could have been better. We could see more from them. Well, now's the time. You're one map away from being eliminated. You're coming into your absolute best map. I need to see KSerato show up and shut down Dexter and shut down Spirit if they want to have any hope whatsoever of making it to a third map.
And to continue off of that, when FURIA drew this matchup, they probably looked at it and said, wow, we didn't get FaZe, we didn't get Na'Vi, we didn't even get Heroic. And so when you go into this matchup as FURIA, you considered yourself the favorites, and you rightly should have believed that. Everything in the history of these lineups does point to FURIA being the better team here, but they have to show that right now because they're up against a map deficit against a team that many didn't even think would be here in Spirit.
Did you see the contrast of Safe was just trying to meditate a little bit, like bringing it down, and then Patsy's just like playing with the camera and just like doing silly things, and I think that's a pretty good it paints an image of the situation we found ourselves in. FURIA, last hope of Brazil. As you said, a good opponent, right? If you could have drawn some of the extremely heavy hitters that are left in this tournament. But this is it. This could be their last chance to make it.
Yeah, it could be, and they have to play better than what we saw in the first map. They probably have to play some of the best Counter-Strike we can see FURIA play. They came into this tournament qualifying without even being tested in the North American qualifier, and they haven't looked great at any point in this tournament. We kind of discussed it coming into it. They look all right. They're here, right? They're in a quarterfinal at a major. Not too shabby, but we haven't seen FURIA at their best. And may I just reiterate one more time, Spirit so far in this tournament have looked absolutely fantastic on this map of Ancient. Magic's a guy we haven't talked about. He's the highest rated player for them. Guess what rating? He's poised over 4 maps, 1.51. That is the supportive element to the team that is putting up simple numbers. So yeah, if FURIA want to stand a chance of making it to a third map, they have to play better than we've seen at the time here in Antwerp.
I am terrified for FURIA. I am terrified for the Brazilian fans that came to watch them play because Spirit are on a heater right now, and players you would never expect to show up at this level have done so already. Siren, he's my guy to watch. That A anchor, I don't know if FURIA can break him. I don't know if they can dislodge that guy because he's in a bunker. He's in a bunker, and you need to just be nailing him with every possible opportunity because he's going to nail them.
With 3 minutes left to go before we get into the game, let's bring it back to Art and Patsy. It is something that was very prevalent in this first game. The fact that Art is the guy that FURIA counts on to find the opening. Even if he dies, he creates the space, he gets the information, he shot calls around, and it goes. But he's dying to Patsy. What does he have to do?
You could say so. I think Art did his job on the first map. He was involved in 10 opening duels. He won 5 of those, which is respectable. Guy on your screen right here, he was involved in 11 opening duels and he won 5 of those. So kind of equal in that sense. The difference is that Patsy right now has the better unit behind him. He has the better players around him. Dexter played better. Siren played better. Patsy created the space, and they've utilized that. Art did the same on the first map as well, so it's up to KSerato, it's up to Yuri, it's up to Safe to elevate Art, right? It's up to them to take advantage of the space he's creating.
So the IGL is doing his job, and he just needs his soldiers to do a bit better.
Yes, yeah. The thing is that FURIA definitely want a little bit more from everybody else. The backlines there is a road being paved for them by their leader in Art. It's just up to them to close things down, because the thing is that FURIA, they've been here before. They've been on this stage, and right now, Spirit feel like this is their chance to complete this upset, moving into their map pick. But the thing is, FURIA had such a high pressure game against G2, and they were able to flip the script there. They didn't even have the best CT side. When they got to the T side, they still did mad damage against an all-star lineup like G2. And if you look at the names in the server here, FURIA need to be confident that they can do it once again. High pressure game on Ancient. Do it again.
Yeah, I love that you brought up that game versus G2 because I think we're struggling a little bit because Spirit has been so convincing. And I feel like the tricky thing with Spirit is I literally can't predict what they're going to show, and it might be even better than what they've shown in this tournament already. And that gets in the head of FURIA as well, right? But now Chopper, right? He needs to do it one more time for them to get to the semi-finals of the major. Spirit, Pim.
This is the most important map of any of the Spirit players' career in Counter-Strike. A lot of them have been around for quite some time. Chopper, one of them, obviously have a little bit of stage experience. But going into this matchup, yes, for sure, if he can lead this team into a semi-final at a major, we talk about one of the most competitive eras of Counter-Strike ever. We talk about a lot of teams coming into this one where we didn't know who to make it through. We lacked Cloud9 in the playoff. We don't see Big in here. Astralis didn't even make it to the next stage. There's so many good teams who weren't good enough. And right now, Chopper and Spirit is just one map step away from doing it. And as we've been saying, and as you highlighted right here, every single time we see Spirit play, we learn more because we haven't really seen them that much, right? There's not a big book of results you can look into. Right now, Spirit is a case by case, and every single time they play, they impress.
Been a fantastic case so far, but we also have a case Serato and FURIA and all their fans looking for FURIA to bring it to a map 3. Let's watch Ancient.
Hell yeah, Ancient. It's going to be a good one. FURIA versus Team Spirit. We're into the second map now, and Spirit are a map up. They stole Vertigo away, Hugo. Yep. And I mean, with how it went down, with the young guns rising to the occasion, this is where we look at FURIA and we think they've got to cook up a response. They've got to come in swinging.
Yeah, there's no second chances at this point, and you know, Spirit's recent results on this map, as Maui's been saying on the desk, have been incredible. Not only an 8-win streak, but those dominant games over Astralis, over Copenhagen Flames, and now they have to take down FURIA on the way through. But the fact that Spirit didn't pick Nuke in this game and have come in with an Ancient is already a curveball in and of itself.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw how prepared they were over on Vertigo, right? We saw how ready, how many strats they had cooked up for that T side. Are we in for more of the same here on Ancient? Patsy looking over towards the lane, is going to get swung, and Art gets out of there, makes out like a bandit with the 4-on-4. Now he is getting chased down, they are right behind him, and they will deal with Serato. Oh, and the follow-up for Dexter. He's very happy with that double. Suddenly, it's only Drop, the one lone site B defender, essentially in a 1v4.
And he's getting exec carry in a 1v4. He has to go through if he wants to fight for this round. He's got to fight for the site inside of it. Magix gets the kill, and Art on low health, waiting for a knife in the smoke. Hate to break it to you, buddy. You may be cheeky, but it's not going to happen. Spirit are peppering shots through in the post part, ready to close.
Man, this was a beautiful pistol out of Dexter, dude. He just runs amok, you know, gets stuck in over in middle, and then comes back to help out over at the B side. Oh. There's Siren to close. Doesn't want to go out quietly. And I do want to echo the sentiments of the desk. This is very much the biggest game of this Spirit roster's career.
Yeah, for each of these players, and there's something to be said for that as well, considering Chopper has attended majors in the past, but boy oh boy, never made it this far. And it's not just young guns. It's Dexter as well, doing it dirty in that pistol round. 3 kills. He was having so much fun in that first map as well, putting up big smiles on his faces after every round. And it didn't feel too difficult for Spirit. FURIA have to contest more on this map. Waiting for that rifle round now, just flat pistols, USPs, and again, it's Ancient after all. We're going to contact B.
Yeah, they're going to get in. There isn't really a lot FURIA can expect to do here. This is teed up to be a Spirit round all day long. Where it really gets interesting is when the big guns come out, right? When we're going to have the rifles in play for FURIA coming up next. Here, yeah, hoping for maybe a bit of damage, maybe someone from Spirit overextends, but for the most part, there's no hope in this round. And so here it is, it's clean, it's Spirit 2-0 up.
You know what, I'm such a Chopper fan, right? Not just because of the results here and the results in the past, but like, he's even done this before, right? He made back-to-back majors off the back of PGL Krakow in 2017 with Mir, one of these insanely talented individual riflers that we always know about, but he lost that player, you know, 2 majors later and still made a deep run with a completely different roster. Not only did Spirit remove Mir months ago in this team, but they do it again and they get even further. The future is now. The next generation of CS talent walk the stage for Spirit.
Yeah, on the other side of things, right, for FURIA, this is the last chance. And I mean, this is a Brazilian team that's been on the cusp of greatness, but has never quite crossed over, right? So now they need to find it within themselves to show, no, they are that next generation of Brazilian talent. They need to do right by themselves, by the folks that have supported them throughout. So let's see what they've cooked up for us in this first rifle round.
I like how quick we get the AWP in as well, right? It's not on FURIA yet, but Dex is at least wielding his, and that wasn't too consistently played back on Vertigo, especially not for safe, but Dexter had a couple of chances to run it. Very hard to find these openers late in the round with this AWP. They've got the mid-control, they've locked FURIA out with utility. Art still wants to play for info, he's got a bit of a gap, but he can't do much about it with the MP9. Chipping away at Patsy, he'll still make it into B lane.
Yeah, they got all this room. Now the question becomes, what are they going to do with it? FURIA anxiously await this execute in the B site, and they are 4 strong here as they start to move safe around. He could get caught on this rotation. The AWP boosted. First bit of util goes in, no commitment. That one smoke just designed to try and pull utility out of FURIA. As these cave players now start to get set up, Spirit are poised for this B hit. It's going to be in the final, 20 seconds of the round with that smoke down at ramp. So here's this flash over, trying to set these cave players up. Drop. Tucked on in for the time being. Ard up close to the ramp, and well, contact made first by Yuri and Drop. They both come in with kills out through cave. Magics returns the favor with one, but he's lost teammates, lost chances. And with only 6 seconds left, he's running for the hills. FURIA, they're going to find their first when the rifles come to play.
Yeah, only just gets out as well. That's spam, right? Can't wait to see who's going to be the master of the cave in this map. We've seen Rain put on a masterclass on the map of Ancient with his wall bangs all over the place, but Magic's will just about survive, and he has been one of the higher tier players, at least on Ancient, for the Spirit roster in this map. Once we hit that CT side, that's where Dex is going to go absolutely ham, but with a clean first rifle round coming out from FURIA, Safe has got his big green in play as well. Need it now more than ever.
Spirit trying to fight from the lane side, looking to get involved in middle. Yuri waiting in cave. Right now, it's fast up through the B ramp. Drop tucked in this corner. And they will get sent back. The util puts the fear in Spirit. They didn't want to go yet. They weren't ready to go. And so they'll go back to the drawing board.
Careful. Smokes, walls, none of it's a deterrent for Yuri. Trying to spam through, it's going to be that walk into Donut. Caserato's here in time, and he catches that headshot. Second player chasing down, Siren swings in with a kill. 4 on 4, they can always go back to B. In fact, that would be the opening. Furious left that site completely, scrambling rotations as A gets corrupted. Smoke in Temple locks out Furia, and it should allow a plant.
They're here very, very quickly, right? They're going to go running in on that bomb tap, and that's exactly what Spirit wanted. Dexter and Magic kills a piece safe. And Yuri, they've got to go huge if they want to turn this around. They're up against overwhelming odds. There is this late mid lurk as well. So right now they're poised for a 2v2 in the site. Then it's all set up for this clutch. Out of middle, Siren dead. Dexter flicks back round for a double. And so Spirit, they walked that one over the line, composed throughout. Furia might have got there quickly, but Spirit hold the line.
Dex is dirty, man. These 2 3Ks from this guy have been immense. Look at that opener off the back of the smoke spam and just goes on a flick headshot Yuri. AWP or not, this guy's getting pumped right now. He can see that semi-final waiting in the wings. 3-1 now for Spirit. They break the money. They save the AWP. Furia are left with nothing. Art's even forced into this round. It's desperation for Furia. It's not quite the solo AWP. The solo MP9 might at least open up, but they're going to grab the gun and get it out. Art attempts to pick it up, and they're going to spam him. They hear him running through that smoke. Chopper doesn't want to allow anything to get picked up. And any flank will be watched, but with that bomb in last place, he's eventually got to run through A main. Furia yet again know what's up, but can they stop it?
Yeah, knowing's only half the battle here, though. That's the problem, man. You might know where this is going, you might all be here, but now you've got to win these fights with next to nothing. You've got a collection of P250s around an MP9. They try to run in together, and Chopper's going to tear them down. Every one of these peaks not going unpunished. Oh, chance for Yuri, as now he's onto the Galil. He sees an arm, but he can't. He wants more, wants to take a leg. Yuri with a double, low HP on Chopper. Oh, he's been seen. Not quite dealt with, there it is. Trying to get out, Safe's running away. Oh, it's the dink, but it's not the kill.
Magic Man puts it up again for Spirit. No saves today. He saves the round instead. That fake out for Chopper was lovely. Just knowing that Furia have made these rotates really, really nice in both of these A hits. They've had every single player here in time to try and stop those plants, and they attempt it. Double up, run through the smoke, denied by Chopper, and Magic goes on to clutch out the round. It's only pistols. It comes very close, but Spirit avoid devastation. Furia buy up yet again. Spirit call their first pause. They know things have been a little bit shaky. in these rounds.
That's the thing though, man. Spirit, they're calling timeouts because they want to keep this clean. They're not content with the fashion in which they're winning. FURIA, meanwhile, they've got problems to solve. And we're not even remotely at the depth of Spirit's ideas yet. There's still so much more up their sleeve. This is already a great T-side, and it could get even better. Safe's bringing that AWP out now for FURIA. Didn't get to see too much of it on Vertigo. Will he hit the ground running? Dexter with his fast up lane was hoping for an early cave fight. And he certainly could get one with Yuri hanging around here.
This is such ballsy pathing for an AWPer to be taking to start the round. He even held the shot on the flashbang that came over lane. Dexter's convinced they won't challenge him, and he's right. 2 shots fired through the smoke. The cave is retaken by Yuri. Safe has his down on B, and he needs to flick, but no connection. Spirit hold off, try and bait out the util. There's still info on middle from K-Serato. He can stop a player crossing through into red, and that smoke comes in. They want to fight him instead. Art will group up with K-Serato as Spirit completely up and leave this position. The read is there. Again, FURIA know what's going on. They pulled a 4th player over to the B bomb site, but every single time, Spirit have managed to break through.
Yeah, flat manpower has not been enough. FURIA, they need a hero. Will Safe be that man? Everyone for Spirit that's making their major debut has been looking real clean. Well, now it's his turn with this AWP. Util going over, smoke in at the top of ramp. The timing on that is awkward for Spirit. They might have no choice but to go through. Now, last time this happened, they all routed into cave. They all tried to rush down this cave side of the map. Safe is here. 20 seconds, time is of the essence, and the hit is now underway. Util going in, Safe strikes first, AWP in with the kill. They start to filter up through the ramp side, but they've got so many bodies to deal with. How on earth is Spirit meant to do this? They're getting churned up, and it might be a save. Their hands tied, they get the kills, but there simply isn't time for the hit.
A fate worse than death for Spirit in that round. That is not what they wanted. They did so much to try and fake out. They were taking middle again. Patience towards the B site, hoping FURIA would overstep, would face that AWP, would walk into their cave angles. FURIA do nothing of the sort. And with no openers gifted to Spirit, they are forced to hold on yet again and keep 3 alive.
That's a rough one, right? And I mean, it's these last-minute smokes that have been saving FURIA in the B hits. It just causes so many problems. Spirit, if they're going to go back to that, they need to probe, they need to push and prod to get that utility out. They did it earlier on in the last B hit, right? They threw in a fake exec before committing with the real deal. Need to see more of that. One smoke can't be uprooting these rounds. That's how FURIA get back into this game.
Even got a boost up on B, that AWP put in a position to pick, but Safe isn't patient enough. As Spirit regroup back on the B ramps, Safe's going to take a different angle, a new approach, a double up in cave perhaps, bait and switch for Yuri. All of Spirit's B hits have come through this cave side with numbers. So it's well-founded. Dexter's going to boost up. That would have flashed the AWP off even if it was in play. It's not. It's waiting. Jump up does nothing. Safe hits his, but headshot back by Patsy. He's ready for more. Yuri's not. Nate pull after one through the smoke. It's getting ballsy for Spirit, and they might be cut down here in the B side by drop. 2 frags out of the young'un, and Dexter again left to save. Devastation as drop saves the day.
Yeah, the ship feeling like it's sailed on these B hits, man. It's the anchor man, drop, putting up numbers to deny these B openers. Now that the AWP's getting involved from cave side as well, it's causing a lot of problems here for Spirit. Might have been a really good start on this T side, right? 4-1 up, they were feeling mighty fine with that. They take that pause, and since then, everything's been coming up FURIA.
He's at least respected a little bit. FURIA have been tapered when they know Dexter's the last one alive. This guy just doesn't miss. 9-2 right now, but that's a 3rd on the board for FURIA, building back in, slow and steady. And they need a solid first half. There's no second chances here, as we've said, but also an extremely CT-sided map right now is Ancient. Spirit, they were the ones to choose that T-half beginning on Vertigo, willing to get it out of the way. And they did so with a 7-round half. Anything even close to that on a map like Ancient is a robbery. Spirit go back to Burgle B yet again, but that bomb, you'll notice, is on Siren. I think that realization kicked in a little late. Is this really the classic fake?
Hello, Dexter wants to get involved. He's got the big ticket item here, so they're going to try and set him up with the pistols, send them in, but he'll be right behind looking to trade. Once more, this smoke goes down at the top of B ramp, and immediately it tapers off for Spirit. Now, at a bare minimum, they've got one of these smokes out, right? This might lead them back down the little garden path later on into a B play. This is more akin to that first B hit that we saw, where when they get denied the ramp side, they all look to go in through cave. Another smoke up in their face, but with each one of these you're drawing out, you're feeling good about it in the long run.
Oh, Save's patient. Even if they poke their head into middle, they would lose it. Spirit just doing the dance down on lane. They have one flash to get him in, one flash to break open this bomb site, but FURIA have laid it out in the open. They've backed all the way up, given this space away. They know the weaponry isn't there to convert this round into post-prod. If they can chip them away before the bomb even gets down, that would make things easy. Drop onto a double, shut down with a pistol as Patsy double dinks him. Yuri with a nade, and Dexter just about lives.
Yeah, will he be the one that got away? This AWP now denied, dropped out in the open, and Art looks to fill the void, mate, just running at them with his A1S. He wants the eco kills, and so there they are, FURIA. A tie game, right back into this one.
It's a very good recovery, right? This was, again, looking like a solid Spirit start, 4-1 lead, breaking money, getting rid of these eco stacks that were, again, well read, but weren't putting together rounds. FURIA don't fall silent when it matters most. Chopper already calling in that next round. This money's been a little bit broken for Spirit with some of the saves from Dexter. He's left on a deagle. The rest of his team are going to have to put him in his backpack. Patsy tried to fight mid, but those flashes were perfect from R to top mid. Something we can give a lot of credit for FURIA, right? Even if Safe's not had his best performance here at this major, even though last map was great, his utility has been solid this event. Great flash stats. Dangerous spam for Yuri. He can be shot right back by Chopper, but he's got a different plan, trying to take middle. Again, Art's smoked out, and FURIA don't want to fight this.
Bit of a different routing in this one for Patsy, and there's a world where he can beat this AWP of Safe on the timing. Safe starting to swoop in to try and clear out middle. Will he spot this man who's all the way up through middle right now? This round could rest on the shoulders of Patsy. Give him space, see what he can get away with, see if he can carve you a path into this round. Safe just still lying in wait over in Donut. Magic's hoping for aggression over in cave, and FURIA might come giving it to him. Oh, he fires off a little too soon. That's a big opener. The B play now off the cards. They try to group, they try to hit A. This is where Safe's AWP's been waiting. Keserato holds on to the main side. It's looking good right now for FURIA.
Oh, nade chunks Dexter. I don't know if there's any getting out of this. 20 seconds, Choppers at the bomb of B, and FURIA haven't even left this bomb site. I say that, Nightbow, good night, drops dead, and Chopper runs amok into B. 10 seconds, can he save it, or will he just save his gun? It's going to be the latter. There was a chance, but no way to convert the post plant with Dexter so far away. Spirit will save, and FURIA keep building back bigger and better. 4 in a row on the CT side now. That all had to be Magic's. He had to at least get one, if not double up, back in the cave. Art walked right into him, but as you said, fired too soon, and that was the fake out to take over the A bomb site. It would have pulled FURIA completely out of position. But that first domino falls, and FURIA pick up the round.
It's a good sign that FURIA are holding their own, man. They need to do well in this first half. Spirit, they're going to come into their own in that second half of play. So any rounds you stop them getting now is just a bit of breathing room for that second half. Lane control taken, they want to fight for it. They want to try and keep Spirit modest, keep them on the other side of these double doors. Oh, it's a bit of damage through the smoke, but Spirit are still filtering through. They weren't ready for Art, who's come running in with a triple. Art's flipped this one on a dime and now drop dead on the ramp side. Will they pick up the pace? They try to move in, but the AWP here holding the line. 9, safe with the double. And FURIA up on a 5.
Yeah, burning bright now, 5 in a row. And man, Art just doesn't respect Spirit. We finally get more of what we wanted out of Vertigo. When he tried on the CT side of the map, he was getting cancelled out by Patsy. Even on T-Hubs coming up through that short side, it was Patsy throwing himself through smokes, but they're not able to taper Art in that round. And Safe already, in just 10 rounds of play, has had more impact with the AWP in this map than the entirety of Vertigo. It's a really good sign for FURIA right now. And this T-side can't just be left for 4. Smoke on the molly, Safe trying to stay alive in mid. Spirit keep on the pressure. It's only one man though. Flashes can come from spawn from Siren, but it's gonna be up to Patsy, the solo man, to break open middle. Meanwhile, B's been taken. Magix runs right through. There's a man in cave, throwing out smoke, trying to cause commotion, but Spirit are all here.
They weren't ready for the sheer pace, the sheer hubris of Spirit to try going for something this fast. And well, it's a bit of a duel over in cave. Falls into this little 3-on-3.
Late lurk, and again, a path opened up back into A. Serato realizes, but it's too little, too late. Patsy doesn't even want more than one. He backs out. He's happy with that. Spirit have got a plant open. They've got a chance.
Yeah, Art's hot on their heels out through middle, but guess who's waiting? Patsy. Oh, again, man. He just constantly catches Art trying to go for his aggro move. Safe. Throwing into the 1v3. Will strike first with the AWP. He's seen the bomb. He knows where it's planted for. He knows that mid's been lost. He's looked into the belly of the beast. Now he's got to try and best it.
Stick it. Do it.
Tap on the bomb. It's not the commit. No swing yet out of Spirit, but now it's coming, and it does give Safe a chance. Misses that opportunity, and as it sails by, so does the chance of winning this clutch. On the bomb, this time for real, he's sticking it. Spirit, they need to swing, and there it is. Patsy gets that one over the line from the opener in red, following up, denying the flank out of Art, and then winning. Stopping that defuse.
What a nice fallback policy in place there for Spirit, right? They just go back to what's been working, what they've been doing relentlessly, this B aggression, finding cave picks, pressuring drop on that B bomb site. All the meanwhile, Patsy's just sitting in mid, waiting for someone to flank ledge. Even though Art never makes that mistake, no one gets aggro mid. He's the one to force fights, finds that perfect bubble up red to cut out rotations. And with such a young and inexperienced player, he doesn't go for too much. He doesn't double down. He quits after one. And that's what wins the round there for Spirit. Knowing when's enough. You don't often see that from these younger players, but he puts it up in spades right now, and Spirit break through with another on the T side. These are so valuable, man. So hard to convert.
Never thought I'd see the day where someone could rein Art in, but here we are.
Oh, hit that molly.
Trying to make contact first
Nice
over in
try.
middle, and he will. His kryptonite, Patsy, wiped out of the round.
And now they know.
Set up into an A play. Spirit might just look to explode, right? Chopper's called for something faster, and so Spirit will oblige. There's Magix getting involved from the get-go. Siren's going to follow up. They know Yuri's close. He's throwing in util, getting flashed for a peek. Does best the AK, but at what cost? He's brought down very, very low. Safe with this AWP is trying to move through Temple. There's a smoke in his way right now. That's going to start to clear. That's going to start to fade, and it all becomes clear at this point. FURIA, they won't be able to get beat on anyone inside of the site. They've got to fight their way back in. They've got to apply pressure to Team Spirit, or else this one could just elude them, could just sail on past. Dexter and this AWP firing off at the same time. Two kills in tandem, and that's the retake cancelled. FURIA can't get further than the Temple.
You can see the conditioning already, right? FURIA in the retake with the A main plant. They smoke off Donut. There's no one even there. Yeah, sure, Spirit can wrap. They can go back through middle, but FURIA are just so scared. The conditioning of Patsy's T-side lurking keeps them cautious. And Art smoke out of Donut, that's what loses him his fight. He tries to pick Magix crossing out, but it just gives a massive pathway for Siren to run right round it and take him out. Spirit again, not only did they try and flip things on its head on Vertigo by abusing the B site and going for mid to Bs never once, running standard AXX on that T-half. Again, they're doing the different. They're doing it differently here on Ancient. So many A splits, so many B plays back out into middle. Barely even running executes unless FURIA or Eco. There is the one gun in mid gone, and it's all on Yuri.
He's got to step up massively, and with him gone right away, mate, that is the round. It's just going to sail on past you. Any hope of going against the grain here with that saved gun is out the window. And so Spirit trying to keep this one clean, trying to keep it flawless. Yeah, Patsy gets pressured in mid. Right, will get caught out. That's an AK retrieved at least. You're really looking for silver linings here, though, if you're FURIA.
Yeah, you're
ducking out of this one.
You're coping hard with that save. Yeah, don't worry, guys. We got guns out of here, but you've still given away a 7-round T-side on Ancient. Unbelievable out of Spirit. Whenever FURIA are low money, we're just seeing flat B executes, and FURIA don't have anything to stop them. If it's not drop, anchoring, and getting a multi-kill, Spirit are just trading their way in, barely even needing to trade. Another clean rifle round on this B bomb site. Feels like they can go wherever they want. It's free. It's free real estate.
Yeah, they aren't thinking it just yet, but in the back of FURIA's minds, there must be that little part of them that says, oh no, it might happen again. Just like in Stockholm, right, going out in the quarterfinals, another CIS squad besting them there. They don't want history to repeat itself. This was meant to be the team that set history, right? That wrote their names down in the history books, and it's not looking good for that. This is already a very compelling T-side out of Team Spirit, and it could get even better before this first half is all said and done.
A team that even got all the pieces they wanted, but it might not be enough. Save started strong. He's been hitting his shots, but Spirit keep cutting him out with utility, and he doesn't even have the AWP in this round. Art's not been scared out of middle, always punching through that red smoke, knowing Spirit aren't going for quick, aggressive mid plays. FURIA start 3B again. A 3-2 default for Spirit. Trying to take cave. It's been the consistency, and that nade is nice. Yuri is battered and bruised, down to half. Spirit only now at the minute mark start to peer out into middle. And K-Serato can play for info, but does he really want to play for fights?
I mean, dude, like at this point you kind of need a difference maker. He's 2-6, he's had a quiet start to this one. He just wants to be involved in a fight. He wants to be involved early. We'll eventually concede this middle area, right? Letting Spirit start to move in. They're set up in main, they're looking for mid. This is all the makings of a split here in through Donut. And so K-Serato, the question will be asked, right? Will he answer the call? They've spotted him now, they know about him. Art's getting pressured over at main. Who do you pick? Pick your poison. K-Serato dead right away. Art holds on, Dexter's gonna run at him, and he's helped out, bailed out by Magix. This A bomb site just crumbles under the pressure. FURIA are crumbling under the pressure. Team Spirit, they pull up with another round going their way. Now, at a bare minimum, they've won out this first half.
Yeah, this is stunning for Spirit. This is unbelievable. And to do it in 2 would be a crime. FURIA have to hold for 15. Again, getting guns is all they're given. And the tide changes from FURIA fans to Spirit songs. Get with the times, CIS best. (12-4) on Dexter right now. He is having one hell of a game for a guy who's very, I don't even want to say quiet, but, you know, didn't really go on any mad multi-kills, had a couple of picks, down a ramp, couple of shots that look nice through smokes, but 12-4, that's something completely different.
Yeah, man, it really is. You know, Dexter always had so much promise. We were kind of there through the highs and the lows. You know, we had his big debut, then a bit of a fall-off, but with this squad, with this iteration of it, it feels like you're getting, you know, classic Dexter vibes from it.
Yeah, this is the guy who 16-1 Astralis back in Qatar, right? That was when we saw that return to the top for some of these CIS squads. Oh, hello.
Okay.
That's what they needed, man. FURIA, they'll take what they can get.
Yeah, Yuri's trying to get involved here right out of the gate, but There's a chance that Spirit find this gap. With such a heavy B lean, FURIA have got to take space. They've been heard, they know about it now, and so this might trigger the go button to be pushed for Spirit over on this A side of the map. They're going to start to move in. Over here in Donut, it's quiet. K-Serato looking to get involved, and so he will. Lays down the pain with the A1S. Only Patsy left standing, and talk about a trial by fire. 1v5 here. They're overwhelming him, they're keeping him pinned in, they're starting to swing him, they're just trying to get this one over the line, and they all do it together. K-Serato is the man to make it happen.
Great to see a little warm-up round for K-Serato at the end of the half, right? 2 and 7 coming into that one, picks up 3 massive kills to stop that one spiraling out of control, and never have FURIA been able to hold on to this A-bomb site. No anchor man, no mid man has ever come in to shut down Spirit, but it's still a phenomenal T-side half. And again, we've been saying this all day, but it's CT sides where Spirit have done their best work all damn tournament. And not just that, but we're on the most CT-sided map in the pool right now.
Yeah, that's the real worry, isn't it, right? Even though you get that one little round in at the end of your FURIA, is it enough? That is the big question now. This has been Spirit's bread and butter. This has been where they find all their successes, where no scoreline looked unsalvageable. FURIA need to be all that and more if they somehow want to get this all the way to Mirage. Or else their time on the major stage here in Antwerp is done. Running the gauntlet over in middle. Patsy out from Donut making contact. They're getting up into red. Dexter's got no choice but to give up this room. And with CT smoke, they're going to start to move in for an A play.
Oh, they're just getting chipped apart. They're getting tagged down. Dexter, he's committed. He needs this kill and he finds it. Drop headshot. Back the other way, 5-on-4. Numbers are here for Spirit. They're surrounding the bomb site. FURIA are stuck in the middle of it, nowhere to go. Some missed shots from Patsy and Main. He can peel back, let Siren offer up the pain, and Safe shuts him down from range with a Glock. Coming out from CT, Spirit don't let off the pressure. They only push it harder. Safe alone needs to find them, and they will not stop. Spirit run him down, and 3 kills from Magix to find that pistol.
That was exactly what FURIA wanted, man. They had all the room, they got to red, they had the smoke down, they had the cross, and yet still they get blown out the water. You got to admire not just the gameplay, but the clear amount of preparation that Spirit have done here, right? It was the same story back on Vertigo. They had the area they wanted to exploit. They knew exactly what they were doing in that first half. CT side, it all just fell into place. A flat eco for FURIA, and so Spirit looking to move to double digits.
Yeah, I mean, this is a vibe change. Remember that T-side of Vertigo where FURIA were the ones force buying in back-to-back rounds with 1 AK and 4 pistols, just trying to catch Spirit by surprise? Well, there's no doing that right now. FURIA are feeling the momentum of this matchup. Full eco in round 2. They've just got to offer it up on a silver platter.
This is Siren's moment to mow them down. Pad those stats, make it look pretty. And Patsy's there to walk that one over the line. Money made, a flawless round, and Spirit surging towards the finish line. They want that semi-final. FURIA, this is the time to dig deep. And we've said it's this next generation Brazilian squad that have always been on the cusp of greatness. Haven't fully realized that potential yet, and we were all hoping it was going to happen here. It might end with a whimper if things don't turn around soon.
Oh, Speedy, a lot more pacey than any of Spirit's openers in mid. They're going to run the molly, they're going to smoke it, they're going to eat a nade, but it's all to try and find Patsy. They won't be able to. Smoke spam through red. Dexter saw nothing. Lust for blood takes out K-Serato. 3-on-5, desperate times, and they've got to run it dry.
Magic's here, lying in wait, and now even more flooding in to reinforce this side of the map. They do get the openers. Oh, a chopper's gone as well. But where there's one, there's more. Another head of the beast's growing back, and Yuri left up in this clutch is dead at range. Spirit with a bonus round are up onto 11.
It's just a wave game, man. You never get a chance to relax. You never get a mid-round moment to breathe and to let your in-game leader call something magical. As soon as you see one, that's when all of Spirit fly through. And they weren't even ready on the B play. They were doubled up mid, but still Spirit fight with every single player in that B site. Classic art by Hero Mac 10. Doesn't have the same ring to it though.
Oh, the nades, it's brutal. Artillery has dealt with them in middle, and there's the guns to finish it. Yuri's gone. Spirit dominantly up on a 12. FURIA yet to even make a dent. And if you weren't worried before, you certainly are worried now. Time is running out. Everything is clicking into place for Spirit. They're in that flow state. They're all feeling the game right now. They can feel the promise of a semi-final waiting in the wings. They know that all the pressure's on FURIA. They need answers, they need results, and they need them quickly. Speed is often the biggest ally of this team, so in they come, up in a cave. Chopper, good for 1.5. Drop will trade that out at least. It's not the results FURIA wanted, though. They wanted that clean, they wanted that space for free. Nothing comes freely up against this Spirit squad. There's always a cost.
You pay it with your life. FURIA with only 4 of those left, Drop barely standing. They're going to reset spawn, expecting some disrespect. None of it for Spirit. No one in the back line. No one aggro mid. They still are only left with double B. Orp trying to hold for a cross, a backstab perhaps, but FURIA want nothing of the sort. They know Drop still got cave. They want to play off of that position and recommit into this bomb site. They've got one smoke for far too many angles. Pick your poison.
They're towing the line right now. Trying to push this contact play to its very limits, and now making a bit of noise. Spirit, no, it's looking poised to be the B hit. Smoke in the way of the short player. Molly into Magix, and he's burning alive. Flushed out by Yuri. There's that opener to get FURIA in. A moment of composure. Now the silence broken. Nade gonna follow up, but Yuri does get out of the danger zone. Spirit, do they want to attempt this, or do they just write it off? They can't afford to play it safe right now. They've still got that buffer. They don't have to go for it if they don't like what they see. They still look invested. They still look interested. Smoke down at ramp. They want to give this a go in the final few seconds. There's Siren with the opener. But with so much time gone, I think they are just going to write this off, try to do some damage in the long run. FURIA able to break their way into that B site after all.
Yeah, it would have been 5 in a row for Spirit, so no problem giving it up. FURIA finally get on the board in this T side, and they won't even get out with all the guns. Drop didn't want to risk fighting middle, and instead dies to the bomb. Not ideal here for FURIA, but nothing is. You've got to make do with what you got. We're just seeing such pacey round openers. Spirit showed nothing of the sort, right? They have been super methodical on their T sides, leaving late lurks or taking mid at the minute mark. FURIA have just been smoking mollies and going quick. Will that keep up with a MAC-10 in the hands of Caserato? You can only imagine so.
Nades in mid again early. FURIA once more try to battle through it, and this time Patsy's dead after 1. Dexter's even brought down low. That's going to force a lot of respect out of the Orb. Chopper though, he doesn't care about respect. He's always looking to get in your face. No one around to teach him a lesson either. He's getting aggressive in middle. Right now, FURIA, they're throwing in a bit of util to feign this B hit, but the bulk of these bodies are outside of the A site. Spirit, if anything, they've read this. They've not fallen for it. Not with Chopper taking lane over earlier on. They know no one's here for FURIA. It gets a bit awkward on the jump. Siren holds the line. The alarms are going off now. Dexter on the angle. Art is just sidelined. No idea where that even comes from, and Drop is out of there. Can't commit into A. He's got to go back. And is it going to be a save with a minute left, just to sit there and really have this feeling wash over you that everything you try is futile? Or is Drop going to try and spur them on by giving this a go?
I mean, ironically enough, the B site is open. It's begging him to enter, but he's not going to expect that. With every second wasted is a second gain for Magix moving in. So there is no way back in, and you're right, it is that minute save. For the guy who started this series, we saw him on the stage, shouting at his team, hyping them up. In his second quarterfinal at a major, but it might be all for nothing. What a story for Spirit. And I mean, it's majors where we see CIS teams make their dreams reality. And we've even heard from Dexter how much work these guys have been putting in, the grind. To think the organization of Spirit pulled their team apart limb by limb months ago, only to put back this ragtag group of youngsters, and look at what they're doing on the big stage. No one could have expected this.
Yeah.
And how far can they go, Harry?
I mean, dude, right now, Sky feeling like the limit. You know, it's a real Cinderella story, isn't it, for this Team Spirit squad? I think so many people had written them off, even, you know, looking back to the Legend stage. I know they were a favorite of BO3 pickers all around the world, and they proved everyone wrong there. Now they're looking to do it again. Even playing up to the camera. Wouldn't know that these guys aren't stage experienced, would you? Not with how much they're basking in the glory of this one.
And you know, we talk a lot about players like Patsy and Siren because they're new additions to Tier 1. They haven't been here before at this level. But Magix, he's also 18 years of age. He's just been a guy that we've looked to be performing for over 2 years now on the Spirit roster. This guy's a young kid as well, and he still is ice cold in this map. 14 and 10, no weak link, no way to break it, but FURIA go fast yet again.
Yeah, all right, FURIA, this is it, man. Like, they're going to try and stay true to it. Pedal to the metal, fast in with this one. Drop opens, even though Arm's gone. It's a lot of damage on this spray, but they're in this 4-on-4. Bomb now getting planted, FURIA. They think their recipe, the signature FURIA style of keeping it so quick your opponent never even knew what hit them. That's going to get them through this. Wrap round for Chopper, they don't know about him yet. He's coming in on this backstab, and the round is in the palm of his hands. Missiles at the ready, attack Chopper in the back line, lighting them up, in with a double. Patsy from Donut side is deleted drop, and Yuri's now going to do it all. Out of temple and out of chances. Team Spirit pull up with the round.
14-8. Is there any hope left, or is this the inevitable? Do we just have to accept defeat for FURIA? They've had all the space in the world. They've had post-plants aplenty. But Spirit keep coming in clutch, and now when the in-game lead is coming back in the back line and fragging you out, that's when you know you're really in trouble.
Dude, it's insane, because when you look at how Chopper plays, you can draw parallels between him and R. And the fact that he's the one coming in on backstabs, he's the one saving the day with big flank timings. FURIA are being beat by their own style of gameplay. This is how it feels. R opens up, once more getting the better of Patsy. This head-to-head between those two has been fascinating to keep an eye on, but Spirit, they're keen to plug the hole. They're keen to deal with middle. The backstab for Siren nets a 4-on-4. FURIA, you can't go back anymore. They can't manipulate the rotates. They're stuck with this territory in middle. What do they want to do with it? They try to go fast in through Donut, looking for the A hit. These A plays, while they've been able to get bomb plants, they've been able to get into post plants. They very rarely survive to tell the tale. In they come, Siren out from the big box, Chopper rushing smokes, FURIA are sent packing. Up in a red, Magic's here holding the line. Just waiting with patience and nailing shot after shot, safe. Oh, will come in with the double. Giving FURIA a chance, the new boy on the block in a 1v2.
Safe's got to save it. He may have beat Siren to it, but this is a very nice rotate. Could have taken the kill in mid, didn't want to. Wants to stop this all before the plant even comes in. Will the footsteps be heard? Siren sneaking in, and Safe has absolutely no idea. This timing is perfection, and the 1v4 may be put to rest. Siren knows exactly where he's gone. Surely, there's only 2 spots, cave or site. The first of which cleared, and now in he goes. Corners left, Safe peeks out, and Siren hits the headshot. 3 kills in the round, 15 fouls, Spirit on to semi-final points.
One more round, Spirit. 5 more kills. And they're going to the semis versus FaZe Clan.
Yeah. FaZe got challenged today. They'll be challenged in 2 days' time as well.
besting FURIA at their own game and barely breaking a sweat to do it. FURIA have got nothing left. It's desperation. It's an all-in B hit. It's fast up the ramp.
Double for Magic, just mauls him. The flashes may get him off the angle, but that's when Chopper can activate from the back of the site. FURIA, these Brazilians waltzing in. At first they were fast, and now they're just furious. One more man, and that's it, folks. Spirit are going through.
Absolutely huge for the Spirit squad, and what a fashion of closing in. This speaks volumes as to how far this team's come. With Chopper at the helm, with everything else falling into place, with the young guns raising the bar. Spirit are going to the semis.
You've got to get behind them. These guys have been grinding. We've heard from Dexter. We know what this means to some of these players. For Chopper, 4 majors it took to make it to the playoffs. And it's not just making it to the playoffs, it's stirring up a storm as well. He doesn't want to just be here in the quarterfinals. He wants to run all the way through.
Dude, it's insane. And, you know, for FURIA, you saw what that means, man. Their heads were in their hands. That just reeks of disappointment. You know how much they put on the line. Yeah. You know how much of themselves they put into this game. And to have it go like that so dominantly, there was never really a point in this series where it felt like FURIA were in it to win it. That both speaks volumes as to just, I mean, it speaks volumes as to how well Spirit just played, man. They counted them through and through. They came into this with a clear game plan. Chop had clearly done his homework. Everything fell into place with Patsy and Siren looking good throughout. Dexter leaving his mark over on Ancient. It's just devastating for the FURIA squad, but for Team Spirit, this must mean the world.
Yeah, Cinderella's story, and Spirit are not done yet. Their next match is FaZe in the semi-finals. But let's see what our Des makes of this madness as the Shocks and the folks break it down.
Thank you so much, guys. Madness indeed. And I think throughout this major, we've had our fair share of upsets. And the teams that made us dream that they could be a dark horse or an unexpected favorite or someone who could make a deep run. But all of them have gone home. And the only one that is left is Team Spirit. Unexpected in this one, completely. Yes, there were chances that they would set aside FURIA. But with a 2-0, as convincing as it was, I'm just going to clap. That was really amazing.
Absolutely stunning performance from Spirit coming into this one. I don't think many people would disagree that we always thought there was a chance for Spirit, but to do it in this fashion where they absolutely outclassed FURIA. They looked like not only a team who was better, they made FURIA look like a team that wasn't supposed to be in the quarterfinal. There was such a big difference in terms of raw skill on the server, in terms of the players on the server, and in the team chemistry as well. I am so impressed by Spirit, and at what point do we stop being surprised about this?
As we see now, FURIA are greeting the fans. Unfortunately, so many of them who came out. I hope they're going to stick around at least. But it's really nice that they are going to the fans, because Maui, they probably don't feel too good. They probably feel a little guilty that they weren't able to show as much as they should have.
I think we saw that. FURIA, when they lost, they had their hands in their faces. I mean, they were incredibly disappointed because this felt like a chance to go deeper than last time. You made the roster change you wanted to by bringing Safe on for Vinny. It felt like the pieces were starting to meld. Everything was working out for them. The system is there for FURIA, and yet they fell short to a complete underdog. Somebody that nobody predicted would have gone to this point or gotten to the semifinals. Whatever you want to say about Spirit, they deserve it though. That's the thing. They have played out of their minds, but you do have to feel for the Brazilians fans that have made it so far to see their team crumble under this pressure.
You absolutely have to, but there can only be one winner, and that is Spirit, and Banks is standing by for an interview.
That's right, I've got Patsy with me here as Spirit take down FURIA 2-0. And Patsy, you did it in style. Now, I'm going to start with this. I thought you guys taking to the stage, you're a young 18-year-old man, you'd feel a bit of pressure, but it seemed like you were really enjoying it up there. How did it feel?
I'm feeling good because we are on stage. We are just getting good vibes from here, and we are doing our best, and that's all.
Now, we know that FURIA can deliver this crazy style, right? But you guys come into this event and your CT sides are some of the best in the entire tournament. But I look at your T sides and I see it's like quite default heavy, a lot of freedom for you guys. How do you explain what Chopper enables you guys to do as a team?
We just watching demo of FURIA and before this game, and we know that they're push a lot. And we just doing our stuff and just waiting for it.
Well, it certainly worked out just waiting for it. But also one thing, we're looking at the hours you guys play, right? And I mean, not just team practice, but individual practice. Are the rumors true about how much time you guys put in all this deathmatch, all this extra time? Is that correct?
Yeah, we are playing a lot, very a lot. I don't know. In the last 6 months, we played like every day when we can, because a lot of problems without games. So we arrived to Serbia and something like this. But when we can, we are practice a lot and doing individual stuff and all what we need. I don't know.
Well, it's certainly working out for you so far, and it looks amazing. But I also want to just come back onto this stage environment. You said you enjoyed it, right? Was there something you guys discussed as a team before you got to this to make sure you weren't so nervous, or anything special you guys did?
We just know that we got already all what we can from this tournament, and we just come here to show our best and try to win a lot, beat teams, and just get good vibes from here. That's all.
Well, you say you've come and done all you can do, right? But so far, you've already now got yourself a step to the semi-final. You got FaZe ahead of you right now. Just going to demolish them the same way? You feeling as confident?
We just will try our best, how I said already. So.
I love your attitude, Patsy. I love the way you get it done. Congratulations on this one, my man. Let's get it back to the desk and let's close day one.
An opponent with nothing to lose is the most dangerous enemy you can face. FaZe will be watching this game and will be watching Spirit. He says it there. We already got everything out of it that we possibly could, being able to play on these stages. But now, Maui, they look like they're flying at times.
They are, and they're reminiscent of a team that also won a major championship by PGL as well. If you look at the 2017 Krakow major, nobody thought Gambit was going to win that major, but the hours that they put in right before it, everyone had over 100 hours in the past 2 weeks. So when I hear that players say that they have those kinds of numbers, I get worried for the favorites, for the big teams that people think are going to come in here and just win with experience, with their deep strategy, because the individuals on Spirit all are lethal. And there is no fair gunfight when you face someone on Spirit.
Yeah, and Pimp, you were talking about the CT sides before, and we should as now, and also to remind ourselves of the external circumstances that this team, like many others, were facing, right? And having to move around and not being together with that core for more than 6 months and not being partnered in any of the leagues. So every time they play these better opponents, they seem to take something from it.
It's a Cinderella story from start to finish, you know, having to go through all these qualifiers to get to the qualifier and then qualify for the legend stage, you name it, right? And be here in a semi-final. You talked about the CT sides. They have the best CT side in the entire tournament. And you may think, why is that, right? They won 73% of their CT round so far. We just looked up a stat, you and I, Maui. They win 50% of their 4v5s. So when they're down 4v5, they have a 50% chance of winning the round. And just to compare to one team that all of you know out there, G2 in this tournament, in 9 maps, they only converted 22%. So they're twice as good as playing the 4v5s as a team like G2. That is hella impressive.
That's crazy. When it comes to this last map that they needed to close out in Ancient, we have action and reaction. And to be fair to FURIA, Spirit came out of the gate swinging on the T side again, but they stabilized much earlier than they did on Vertigo. So let's take a look first at round 10 and then at round 11, because that really tells the story of the game.
Yeah, we have Art, you know, coming out and being aggressive, and that's what we needed to see from FURIA. We needed to see this man lead the way. We talked about him creating the space. This time around, he gets 3 kills and actually shuts down for Team Spirit. At this point, I thought, all right, FURIA, you're giving us a game. Your CT side is starting to get fired up, and it's looking good. Safi with the AWP, big conversation point as well. He did a good job, but as you said, the answer came instantly from Spirit afterwards.
Yeah, round 11, crazy stuff from Spirit. Shows the versatility of that lineup. Good on Art to show that he can be that aggressive force, but this is what happens when Spirit is in form too. If we can get into it, we will see just how diverse the playbook can be for Spirit when they have full confidence in all of their individuals. Because really, where they played this round fantastically to me was the mid round. As we're going to see, starts out, Magix taking advantage of a little bit of chaos that was going on towards middle at the time, finds a timing onto Drop, who's usually an incredibly safe player on that B bomb site. But then we see the return from Art, good flash to get him in, 3-on-3 situation, but look at how they use the rotations. Patsy inserts himself into the top mid red room, gets K-Serato, then backs up into the mid cubby, cuts off another rotation. Round is done and dusted at this point.
I absolutely love the way Spirit play out this round. They create the chaos and then they they control the chaos afterwards. Patsy is well aware that everything is going down on the A bomb side, right? And he thrives within that chaos. I love teams who can play like that. They create a chaotic situation and then they control it, they own it, and they punish their opponents for it. This was some beautiful Counter-Strike coming out of Spirit.
Heroic-esque in that regard?
Yes, but a little more aggressive, I would say. Heroic is working more in tandem. You know, you see a team that is fully synergized.
I'd say like Navi-esque, actually.
Navi-esque in a way, yeah. But with, I can't say more individual skill than Navi, right? But there's a lot of individual skill. I can't say it now. Maybe in a couple of days, right? But the individual skill on the server is also what allows them to do this, right? The individual confidence from a guy like Patsy in able to pull this off.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's pull up the bracket. We said it already. Spirit will be going up against FaZe. That will be our first semifinal that is set. Tomorrow, though, we have 2 quarterfinals, of course, still. ENCE versus the Copenhagen Flames and Navi versus Heroic. Speak of the devil. Yeah, Maui, prepare us for tomorrow.
Oh, man. Okay, well, first of all, ENCE versus Copenhagen Flames. That is a game that nobody's going to want to miss. That is a fan of Counter-Strike because both of those teams play incredibly well-structured CS. They have individuals that maybe some of the more casual fans aren't too aware of, but one guy you got to look out for, I'm just going to say his name right now because we're going to say it a lot tomorrow too, Spinks. That guy is a monster in the server, punching his ticket in for one of the best riflers in the world.
I'm not even sure Heroic versus Navi needs an introduction, right? That's a matchup we're all looking forward to. That could be a grand final, to be completely honest. A little bit of history into that one. During the qualifier, Heroic, for the first time ever, were able to take down Navi in a best of 3. That was Navi coming in, you know, given the situation, given the circumstances, maybe not feeling at their best, but that gave Heroic the sense of confidence that they can take down Navi if they're playing well. It's also the 2 best teams in the pistol round, so that's something to look out for tomorrow. Only one of those teams can win the pistol rounds, and I think it's going to be Navi.
And when it comes to this major, it's shown that anyone can bleed. I'm just thinking back even to FaZe NIP, who gave them a run for their money. Then, of course, FaZe kind of, the class closed it out for them. They will be going up against Spirit as well. How much of a Spirit believer are the both of you?
I am getting more and more afraid for every favorite by the day. The thing is that the individual form of Spirit right now is undeniable. Anyone can win any fight versus any top-tier player. And if Chopper can take off the head of someone like Brokey, okay, FaZe have their work cut out for them.
And their map pool also, Ancient, Great, Dust 2, you can't even talk about it. Like, wow.
They won Vertigo. They won Vertigo. I didn't think that was going to happen today, and Spirit just keep improving.
Listen, I want to see Spirit take down FaZe before I'm willing to say they can win the major. But if they can take down FaZe, who is right now one of the most skilled individual team, we talk about the depth of the squad in Brokey, Twist, Rain for that matter as well. There's so much skill in there. Rups, you know, a player that stepped up when it was needed the most against NIP today. If Spirit can dominate in the same fashion they did today against a team like FaZe, there's nothing that suggests that they wouldn't be able to win the entire thing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I saw some comments also that were like about Spirit. Oh, who's Spirit and this and that. You should be a fan of Spirit if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. With the Counter-Strike they are playing. As said, everyone can bleed here at the major today. Unfortunately, it was FURIA who couldn't make it over Spirit, and NIP fell to FaZe as well. But we're going to close out the show for today. We'll be back tomorrow with the last 2 quarterfinals, ENCE versus the Copenhagen Flames and Heroic versus Navi. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.